Welcome back, guys. This is the King Weaves here, and this is what if Naruto was trained by Asura before the Chunnin exams. This is actually a fan fiction I found online, and it's actually a what if I've done before. It's similar to a what if I've done before. What if Naruto was raised by Asura's spirit, and I thought it was quite similar. I was like, yo, this is something similar I did to what I did. So I was like, you know what? I would like to make a video on it. However, I'm very tired and I might just make an AI video on it. And anyways, I'll read the summary for you guys. Across the generations, Indra and Ashura's incarnates have been locked in a never-ending conflict. This time, however, something changes when Naruto awakens his powers at a far younger age, along with some spiritual wisdom. It just might be enough to end this feud once for all. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy Ashura's transmigrant, and I would like to tell you that part 2 will be out when this video hits 100 likes. Also, this is around 9 chapters of the video of the thing, maybe 10, depending on how much I've read and done, and because I kind of want to go along with you guys while I'm reading. Although I could just hear it with you guys, I'd rather read it myself. And yeah, I usually read it in my own mind when I'm on my bed, and I'm recording my PC right now. But anyways, hope you enjoy it. 100 likes for part 2, and we'll get straight into it with chapter 1.
A grand funeral would be held. Yomatsu Hirosaka, the dead Hokage, opened his eyes, realizing that he was on the road to Yomi. The region was cloaked in darkness, and it was every bit as miserable as he had imagined it to be. Time to atone for my sins. Up ahead was the first court of hell, ruled by King Shinko. The complex was a structure which displayed the hallmarks of traditional Japanese architecture, with thick wooden pillars and a giant tiled roof. The main doorway was huge as well, opening up into a large hall filled with demonic attendants and a titanic man caparisoned with the regalia of a death god. Senju Hashirama, the king bellowed. The Hokage knelt down to the Shinigami on the marble floor, something that was distinctly different from the rest of the otherwise purest design of the court. Hi, Shinko-sama, the king's brows furrowed. You are a special case. You were the transmigrant of Otsutsuki Asura, a good man with an unresolved feud with his brother, Indra. Indra was reincarnated into Uchiha Madara, who still lives at this very moment with both the chakra of Indra and Asura, as he had managed to obtain your DNA. This will grant him the Rinnegan, but he won't last long either. I see, Hashirama replied evenly. Years of being the leader of Konohagakure allowed him to contain the shock of learning this, as with every piece of bad news he had received during his tenure. On hindsight, Madara's dojutsu, visual prowess, had been extremely powerful, and the Senju was not foolish enough to think that it was beyond his capabilities to survive their death match using one of the many kinjutsu, forbidden techniques, in his clan's arsenal. He had heard of one called the Izanagi. It was one of those jutsu you never wanted even your weakest foe to possess, for it made him nigh invincible. You shall now be checked for your sins and good deeds. Step before the mirror of retribution, King Shinko ordered, snapping him out of his thoughts. The soul of the Shodai went in front of the mirror, which began reflecting his past life. As a shinobi he had killed and injured many, but was a great and honorable man as well as a venerable leader. Well then, your good deeds outweigh your crimes of killing. However, you won't cross the Silver Bridge to Tenguko, paradise. You have unfinished business and will be sent to King Tenrin of the 10th Court for reincarnation. Go, the Shinigami commanded. Hashirama, or Asura, stepped away from the mirror with understanding. He now knew his purpose in life, and was determined to resolve this feud with Indra in the next life, whoever he may be. 10th Court of Hell. King Tenrin received Hashirama at his court. The king said, I shall now send you off for reincarnation. But before that, another deity appeared before him. It was Granny Men. She passed him a cup of tea which he gladly consumed. This tea will take effect immediately after transmigration. You will forget everything in your past life. The king informed him calmly, do not be afraid. Asura's chakra shall cling to your next life, and if it so happens, may awaken. And now, follow me. The king strolled to a wooden wheel which had 6 sectors. Each was intricately carved with a particular design. One was of a deva, or godlike being, the next was of an Asura, a powerful armored demon, the third was of a human, the fourth depicted an animal while the fifth showed a preta, or hungry ghost, and the last and the least, being the lowest of all realms of existence, showed Naraka, the path of hell. King Tenrin placed his hand atop the wheel of destiny and spun it, but before it even stopped Hashirama already knew what he was fated to be in. His next life, for there was only one path which allowed for such pleasure and suffering, yet rationality in spite of it all. The wooden wheel slowed down, then ground to a halt at the Ningendo, human path, sector. As a shimmer of light enveloped him, the Shinigami smiled. Chapter 2. Humble Beginnings. Previously, and thus began the life of Uzumaki Naruto, in the small village of Konohagakure no Sato. After the Kyuubi attack, the Sandaime Hokage was reinstated as there was currently no suitable candidate. Hiruzen took it upon himself to take care of his successor's son, but his duties limited him from doing so extensively. As such, Naruto was sent to the orphanage with his parentage kept secret. It was done in order to keep his father's enemies at bay. However, this had an adverse effect as the village's citizens held immense hatred for the Kyuubi because it claimed the lives of many loved ones. Since they couldn't kill it, they did the next best thing and ostracized its Jinchuriki. By the age of 6, he was kicked out of the orphanage and was given a small apartment by the Sandaime, who visited him regularly to ensure things were running smoothly. This meant that he had to survive on his own, with only the clothes on his back provided by the Hokage and food that he could buy. Anything else was unaffordable, for he had very little allowance. Whenever the villagers saw him on the streets, they spat at the clueless toddler. Venomous words filled their mouths, and even merchants and vendors refused to sell things to him. Those that did sold it at exorbitant prices, and they sneered when the young child realized he could not afford any of it. They then kicked him out of the store, stating that demons were not welcome. It got so serious that the Sandaime took notice, and passed a law to prevent the people from calling him a demon on pain of death. The aim was also for Naruto to be kept unaware of his tenant, lest he was really led to think that he was a demon. Hiruzen even sent a personal team of Anbu to watch the boy 24/7 in case the villagers gained any thoughts of injuring the innocent child. Alas, since they could not openly attack him, verbally or physically, the villagers then did the worst thing imaginable. They deprived him of friends by telling their children to stay from that child, effectively isolating him. The poor, lonely boy was only accepted by one store, Ichiraku Ramen. It was a simple ramen stand run by a 50-year-old man named Chuchi and his young daughter, Ayami. Whenever the rains were too heavy or the nights too cold, Naruto sought refuge at the stand, the only establishment that would not turn him away. There, he was treated to a nice, warm bowl of ramen while the friendly waitress talked to Naruto as if he was her younger brother. This led to Naruto calling her Ayami Nichan, not that she minded, as she knew that the boy was desperate for familial love. He had no family or friends, and that was really something that she found sad. And so, they continued to provide such a service for all the years in Naruto's childhood, until he was old enough to be independent. On the same year he was kicked out of the orphanage, Naruto began to train to enter the academy. At first it was just running around the village, but as time passed, it evolved to push-ups, sit-ups, handstands and shuriken throwing. Every day, the amount of repetitions increased till he was dead beat. But even as he collapsed on the concrete, he ended every day with a smile, knowing that he had spent it well improving. After countless applications and bugging his grandfather figure, the Sandaime, he was finally allowed to enter the academy at age 9, a year earlier than his peers entered the school. Even then, his teachers were ruthless, withholding teaching materials and even kicking him out of the class for the slightest reason. The boy never knew why, all this while, and ended up failing the 2-year course. Where he was supposed to graduate at 11, he failed the final exam and had to retake the year's course. By then, his peers of the same age just finished their first year, so he had to take his final year together with them. Fortunately, he had a nice teacher this year. The instructor's name was Yumi no Iruka. Although he saw Naruto as a nuisance in class due to all the pranks he pulled and disruptions he caused, the Chunnin understood that Naruto was seeking attention because of his sad childhood. Because of that, he decided to treat him better than the other teachers did and taught him properly, only telling him off lightly when absolutely needed. He eventually became a surrogate brother to the young blonde, even occasionally treating him to ramen after class. Iruka strongly instilled the will of fire in him, influencing Naruto to want to be Hokage. Oh, what an irony, for in his past life, he was the one who created the will of fire that would be passed down for many generations to come. At the end of it, Naruto was still a happy boy. However, he was treated as the dead last in class because he could not graduate the previous year. The reason was simply this. Naruto could not perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu, one of the 3 basic academy techniques that every student was required to execute in order to graduate as a genin. For that, he was deemed as a failure. But no one realized that it was because he had too much chakra to control properly, a result of what he was holding in his body. Naruto wasn't very concerned about that and instead, chose to focus on the rest of the shinobi arts such as taijutsu, body technique, and fuinjutsu, the 2 arts which didn't require much chakra control. Many of his classmates thought him to be a loser, except a select few, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji and Hyuga Hinata. They were all the children of their clan's clan heads, as were most of the others in the class. Uchiha Sayuri was top of the class. She was the daughter of the Konoha military police force chief, Uchiha Fugaku. However, due to an incident where her brother, Uchiha Itachi, massacred the entire clan, Sayuri was an emo princess, hell-bent on revenge to restore her clan's reputation. Naruto disliked her because she always looked down on him, calling him Dobi, dead last, or Uzure Tenkachi, loser. Haruno Sakura was born from a civilian family. She had no skills whatsoever, except for being book smart. She was Sayuri's fangirl and hated Naruto with a passion, believing him to be useless as well. Naruto disliked Sakura, or any of Sayuri's fangirls for that matter. Inazuka Kiba was the son of the Inazuka clan head, Inazuka Sume. He was loud and brash, as well as impulsive. However, he had skills when it came to taijutsu, as well as being proficient in his clan's ninjutsu, ninja technique. His companion was Akamaru, a ninken, ninja dog, which was what everybody in his clan possessed. Apart from some minor arguments, Naruto got along well with the Inazuka and he considered the blonde to be a rival. Yes, he still looked down on him, but it was all in the name of rivalry. Aburame Shino, son of Aburame Shibi, the Aburame clan head, was a stoic individual. He was quite capable in taijutsu and specialized mainly in clan's techniques, which involved using insects in their bodies. Don't ask why or how. Shino was intelligent and calm, something which Naruto respected, but he found him too quiet to outright befriend him. Hyuga Hinata, daughter of the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hiyashi, was a very shy and meek kunoichi. As a result, she had low self-confidence in her abilities and frequently stuttered in her speech. This worsened when Naruto was in the vicinity as she held affections for the blonde boy. Naruto, being dense to the opposite sex's feelings, treated her as a good friend. Her speciality was her clan's Juken, gentle fist, a taijutsu style which utilized the Hyuga's Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, the Byakugan which allowed the user to see through most things as well as a person's chakra pathway system. Nara Shikamaru, son of Nara Shikaku, the Nara clan head, was a super intelligent but lazy person. He called everything a drag, choosing to sleep in class. However, when it came down to it, his brains allowed him to easily outmaneuver opponents through strategies that predicted many possibilities 100 steps ahead. As such, he aced written tests with ease and easily beat down opponents, albeit only those whom he were forced to fight. His skills lay mainly in his clan's ninjutsu, which allowed him to manipulate shadows. Naruto got along with him just fine. Akamichi Choji, son of the Akamichi clan head Choza, was round. He adored eating food and his clan's techniques involved converting calories into chakra, which granted them super strength and expansion. Naruto found his eating habits slightly repulsive, but as he was nice to him, he returned the feelings. Yamanaka Ino, daughter of Inoichi, the Yamanaka clan head, was another of Sayuri's fangirls. She was poor at taijutsu and only had one jutsu in her arsenal, her clan's Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch jutsu. She disliked Naruto as well, finding him annoying because of the disruptions in class. As with Sakura, Naruto could not get along with Ino. Regardless, it was soon time to graduate as the year passed by quickly. Once again, the Genin exams were held, and the passing criteria was the ability to perform the Academy 3, the Henge no Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, and the hated Bunshin no Jutsu. It was a bright afternoon, and most of the Academy students were well prepared for the test. Uzumaki Naruto, an instructor called. The blonde stood up glumly and entered the examination room, where 2 other Chunnins, Iruka and Mizuki, were invigilators. Iruka smiled at him. Naruto, show us the henge, requested the kind sensei. The Uzumaki nodded and formed the ram hand seal. Picturing his idol, he called, henge. Chakra flowed around him and smoke filled the air. When it cleared, it revealed the Yondava Hokage. Good job, Iruka praised, noting it down. Now that he thought about it, Naruto did have an uncanny resemblance to the 4th Mizuki ordered, execute the Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto, without hand seals, swapped with a chair nearby. Impressive, Mizuki stated, giving him the point as well as extra credit for doing it without hand seals. Iruka gave the biggest challenge, perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto. The blonde gained a determined look on his face, for he was not going to fail this time. Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted. In a plume of smoke, a clone appeared beside him. Specifically, on the floor and sickly pale. Iruka shook his head, sighing sadly. I'm sorry, Naruto, you have failed this jutsu and will have to retain again. Mizuki reasoned, let's not do that, Iruka-san. He did try his best, and even made a clone, albeit non-functioning. Look, I can't pass him if he can't complete a basic technique such as the clone jutsu. Others made perfect, functioning clones, so why should we have double standards? I'm afraid he has failed again and will need to be sent back to the academy. Naruto, you are dismissed. Naruto's shoulders slumped sadly as he walked out of the room, downtrodden. He sat on the swing in front of the academy, feeling like shit. This was a stark contrast to the huge crowd of genins in front of the academy entrance, celebrating their graduation. Proud parents congratulating their children, something Naruto envied a lot, for he did not even have family. Behind him, he sensed the presence of Mizuki. Naruto, don't be so sad. I have another way for you to pass. Are you interested? He perked up immediately. What is it, sensei? Well, it's a secret assignment for genins, so you must not let anyone else know, okay? Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Mizuki whispered, you must steal the forbidden Fuin no Sho, scroll of sealing, from the Hokage residence and meet me at the northern forests. By 7 this evening. Alright, Naruto agreed and went back home to rest while preparing for the mini-task. Northern forests, 6:50 p.m. Naruto broke into the forest line and panted hard. He had successfully stolen the scroll but was pretty sure multiple shinobi were on his tail. Perhaps that was part of the test. Realizing he still had around 10 minutes, Naruto decided to open the scroll and learn some moves. The first he came across was a technique invented by the Nidaime Hokage. It was the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, a B-rank technique which creates corporeal clones with a single hand seal. The user's chakra is evenly distributed among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of the user's overall power. The clones are capable of performing techniques on their own and can even bleed, but will usually disperse after hit by a strong enough force. The clones can also disperse on their own or be dispelled by the user of the technique. A characteristic that is unique to the Shadow Clone Jutsu is that any experience the clones gain during their existence is transferred to the user once they are dispersed. Similarly, because they are clones of the original, any chakra that the clone possesses will return to the original after being dispelled. This is an interesting technique, looks pretty easy too, thought Naruto happily. He practiced forming the hand seal and memorized the jutsu. He was about to move on to the next jutsu when he sensed a presence 30 meters away. It's Iruka-sensei, Naruto thought, unknowingly. Recognizing his chakra signature, he sealed the scroll and waited patiently. 10 seconds, Iruka appeared. It's over, Naruto. Return the scroll, the Chunnin stated. You got me, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied cheerfully. Do I pass now? What do you mean? What makes you think you will pass once you steal the scroll? Iruka demanded, getting slightly annoyed. Well, Mizuki-sensei said so. Oh, he's here, Naruto informed, detecting the other Chunnin's presence. There he was, standing on the branch of a tree with 2 Fuma shuriken strapped to his back. Naruto, give me the scroll, Mizuki ordered. It was at this moment that Iruka realized Mizuki had used Naruto to get the scroll of sealing. Naruto, don't listen to Mizuki. He's a traitor that just used you to get the scroll, Iruka warned. Naruto was conflicted, his gaze switching between both instructors. Iruka is just lying to you because he doesn't want you to have the scroll, Mizuki stated. In fact, they've been lying to you all this while. Since that decree 9 years ago, everyone knows except you. Iruka's eyes widened, knowing that he was about to reveal Naruto's Jinchuriki status. Mizuki, stop, the Chunnin sneered. The decree is that no one can tell you that the 9-tailed demon fox is inside you. The fox spirit that destroyed this village 12 years ago has taken over you. Naruto, you are the Kyuubi no Yoko. With such a revelation, understanding dawned on the young boy. Now he knew why they stared at him as they did. His body was frozen, filled with so much hatred. He could feel something within surfacing. Mizuki smirked and grabbed multiple projectiles, launching them at Naruto. Die, demon! Iruka instantly pushed the blonde away, taking the kunais and shurikens for his favorite student. He was pinned against the wall, bleeding badly. Naruto watched on in helpless horror. Iruka-sensei. Naruto, just run, Iruka urged. There was no way he was going to let the scroll fall into traitorous hands. Mizuki, however, picked one Fuma Shuriken off his back and threw it at Naruto, sure that there was no longer anybody to save him. The last thing the Uzumaki saw was a bright flash of light. Mindscape, time freeze. When Naruto opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a basement of some sort, and guessing from the pipes, it was an industrial plant. The floor was flooded with water up to ankle length. There were many doorways, however Naruto heard a low growling sound coming from one of them. It was the sound of an animal, in suffering but refusing to give way for its pride. Naruto traced the source and came to a huge room where in the center, a giant gate stood. On the center of the gate, a parchment of paper had the kanji for seal. When he neared it, the sound of growling transformed into a malicious laughter. It became clear then that it wasn't a gate, rather, it was a cage. In the darkness behind the thick, vertical bars of the cage, a single red eye opened. The creature within stepped forward, revealing itself to be a giant orange fox. Naruto stepped back in slight fear, for he recognized the beast. You're the Kyuubi, Naruto said. The fox replied, indeed, I am. And you're Uzumaki Naruto, the fleshbag who should be dead. My jailer finally comes to visit after 12 years, huh? Now, came a third voice, almost chiding, Kurama-kun, do you have to be so rude? My patience wears thin, Asura-san, the now named Kurama replied, say what you have to say. A young man from within the cage stepped through the bars and shook Naruto's hands. Hello, child, I take it you won't know me for I existed at the era when chakra was discovered. In fact, the first human born with chakra was my father. Naruto racked his brains on the legends of chakra, before finally saying, your father was the Rakudo Sennin, sage of 6 paths. The man nodded. That's right, my name is Otsutsuki Asura, and I am your ancestor from long ago. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, am I? Transmigrant. Trans what? Naruto attempted to repeat. Transmigrant. Basically it means that when my mortal body died, my chakra was reborn in a new vessel. That would be you, Naruto-kun. But, you are not my first transmigrant. In your past life, you were the Shodai Hokage, Senju Hashirama. So, does that mean that I'm you, and you're me? Naruto asked, slightly confused. The young man chuckled. I guess you could say that. Alright, down to business, so listen carefully. My brother, Indra, also reincarnated. He was Uchiha Madara before his current life. Kurama growled in anger at the accursed name, that bastard who used the Sharingan to control him. Who is he now? Naruto asked. Your classmate, Uchiha Sayuri, Asura responded. The main point is that my brother and I have a huge, unresolved feud. He believed that power was the way to peace, while I believed that love was the way to peace. This conflict of beliefs would have been trivial had my father not decided to let me be his successor. My inheritance was my father's body, and so I passed it down to my descendants, the Senju, renowned for their amazing healing factor, as well as the Uzumaki, who were known for their extremely potent chakra and life force, and thus longevity. My ideals were passed down as the present-day Hi-No Ishi, Wall of Fire. My brother, on the other hand, inherited my father's eyes. Though not exactly the Rinnegan, his eyes were still powerful and mutated over the generations to what is now known as the Sharingan, wielded by his descendants the Uchiha. His beliefs were passed down as the Uchiha clans. Nikishimi no Naroi, curse of hatred, which fed on a clansman's hatred to awaken the power of their eyes, Asura explained. So you see, you must vanquish this curse from the Uchiha clan and bring this feud to an end once and for all. I believe with your will of fire, you can overcome Sayuri's curse and make peace between the two of us, Asura stated. But how? I'm so weak, Naruto asked. Asura's facial features became sterner than before. Listen, Naruto-kun, you are not weak. You are merely like me, a late bloomer. You have waited patiently long enough and trained hard enough, so now you will reap your rewards. You will awaken my inheritance, the Rakudo Sennin's body. Your chakra will be more powerful than before and will be extremely large in volume. This will come to fruition when you reach the prime of your life, around 25. For now, your chakra pool is 4 times the size of a standard jonin. Next, your speed and strength will increase tenfold. The effect is instantaneous, not requiring you to wait. The last and greatest gift of this inheritance is that your body is now that of a Sennin, sage, so you are able to handle natural energy without turning to stone, Asura said. As such, you'll be able to use Rakudo Sennin Modo, 6 Paths Sage Mode, a state in which your other gifts will be amplified tremendously. You'll be able to fly, manipulate all 5 elements as well as Onmyoten, Yin-Yang style, and most important of all, use the Gudo Dharma, truth-seeking ball, an indispensable tool made from 7 elements. Every 3 years, you can manifest 1 Gudo Dharma. Since you are 12, that means you have 4 orbs to control. They nullify ninjutsu by using Onmyoten, can be shaped into a variety of forms, and the many natures comprising them can be combined to produce various effects. As the chakra comprising them is highly durable, the balls can serve as an effective defense, only taking damage from extremely powerful techniques. They can also heal you in dire times, Asura explained. Naruto scratched his head, not entirely understanding the concepts, but he got the main idea. Remember, you can only use all these in 6 Paths Sage Mode. Now go, you have a sensei to save and a traitor to defeat, Asura commanded, a smile on his face. Northern forests, time continued. A bright light enveloped Naruto as the huge Fuma Shuriken shot towards him. Naruto, Iruka cried out. Suddenly, a black shield-like thing wrapped around the Uzumaki's front. The Fuma Shuriken slammed into it and snapped into half. Mizuki's eyes widened. What the hell was that? He thought. Naruto was now glowing as he was wearing a yellow cloak of some sort, which appeared to be made of chakra. Naruto growled, retracting the black shield into 4 smaller black orbs, each with a purplish glow. If you ever touch my sensei again, I'll kill you. Mizuki had the nerve to smirk despite what had just transpired. You'll never defeat me, demon. I can get you in one punch. The 4 black orbs revolving around Naruto flew towards Mizuki and surrounded him. They then expanded rapidly, causing a bright white light to flash out as they exploded. When the smoke cleared, our unconscious Mizuki was lying on the floor. The orbs returned to their positions behind their master. Iruka sensei, he cried, turning around. The man was quite badly injured, with multiple weapons sticking out of his body. His chakra cloak dissipated as he attended to his sensei. Thanks, Naruto, this time, you pass, Iruka commended. I pass? Naruto asked in surprise. Yes, after I get myself patched up, how about a bowl of ramen? After all, you did save our lives, Iruka suggested. Make that 10 bowls, Iruka sensei. Naruto agreed happily. I foresee a hole in my pocket, Iruka joked, before getting up slowly and calling for help. Soon, an Anbu team arrived and took Mizuki into custody while seeing to Iruka's wounds. Naruto, on the other hand, was asked to report to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. The aged Hokage looked up when he noticed that Naruto had entered his office. Ah, Naruto-kun, I have called you here for you to explain that. Bright light and chakra cloak, I believe is the appropriate term, Hiruzen requested. Hokage Gigi, I would explain, but I need all your Anbu to leave the room, for it is a matter of extreme secrecy, Naruto replied. The Hokage was slightly shocked that Naruto had detected his agent's presence within the room. So he was a Kanchi type, sensor type, and appeared to be quite skilled at it too. He called his Anbu off and activated the privacy seals. So, the Sandemi Hokage said, what is it that requires such secrecy? Naruto explained everything he learnt from Asura. Well, that is baffling yet interesting news, Naruto-kun. Please go home and rest well, tomorrow you'll have your team assignments, advised Hiruzen, and by the way, here's your headband. Congratulations. Naruto took it and dismissed himself from the office. If that is really so, I should put Sayuri together with Naruto on a team, the Sarutobi thought, and who better to lead it than Hitaki Kakashi? He could teach skills of the Sharingan and would surely not want to miss out on training his sensei's son. I just hope he won't fail them. Naruto's apartment. The blonde stepped into his tiny home, greeted by the colorful language vandalized all over his front walls. He sat on his bed, just wondering what the hell had just happened. So it seemed, he had unlocked some crazy-ass powers that he could barely comprehend. You still don't understand? Came Asura's voice, startling him. Let me give you a theory lesson on the elements, specifically on Myoten, to help you understand the mechanics of the Gudo Dharma, Asura introduced, entering Professor Mode. Onmyoten is a combination of Inten, Yin style, and Yoten, Yang style. Simple, the Uzumaki sweat dropped. Was he really that bad? Well, he was a kinesthetic learner, so he learned by practicing it. And that was exactly what he did for the rest of the evening. The next day, Naruto ran to the academy with his newfound speed and made it in time. The blonde looked around and went to the only spot available, next to Sayuri. Dobi, she said, what are you doing here? TCH. I graduated, team. Naruto replied, squatting on the table while glaring at her. Why? Is there a problem? Unbelievable. There's no way you could have passed. Use your Tenkaichi, Sayuri remarked, staring at him defiantly. From behind, Kiba sneakily pushed Naruto forward. The blonde fell forward, his lips smashing into Sayuri's. Naruto was disgusted, yet her lips felt so soft. The feeling was inexplicable. Sayuri felt the same, for Naruto's lips were gentle and just so. Ugh. She hated to admit it, but it felt nice. Both faces turned scarlet with embarrassment, before they recovered and split up. Naruto wiped his lips thoroughly, feeling slightly sick. The Uzumaki glared at the snickering Kiba. Within 3 seconds, he appeared behind the Inuzuka and had him in a hammerlock. Mutt boy, you'll pay for this, Naruto threatened. Kiba winced in pain, but still managed to reply snarkily, okay, I'm sorry, but you gotta admit, you two looked like you were enjoying it. The last Uchiha glowered at the Inuzuka. If looks could kill, and they could in her clan, Kiba would have had his ass incinerated in the flames of hell. Okay, stop talking, declared Iruka as he entered the room. Naruto released the boy onto the floor and returned to his seat. After the customary greeting, Iruka announced, after 4 years, you have finally completed the academy course. Good job. Applause resounded in the classroom. Well, I'm sad to see you all go, but some of y'all will still be seeing each other, and on a regular basis, in fact. I shall now announce the 3 teams. Starting from Team 7 since the other 6 are still in circulation, we have Uchiha Sayuri, Haruno Sakura. Sayuri facepalmed while Sakura cheered. And Uzumaki Naruto. All 3 members' faces planted on their tables. Your sensei is Hitaki Kakashi. Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata, your sensei is Yuhi Kurenai. Kiba gave a loud Yahoo, while Akamaru barked in approval. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino. Your sensei is Sarutobi Asuma. Shikamaru groaned at having to team up with Ino, who was quote, a troublesome blonde, unquote. Iruka smiled. Well, that concludes your team assignment. Please wait here for your senseis to pick you up. Good luck on your shinobi career, and till we meet again. Chapter 3, Stealing Bells. Previously, good luck on your shinobi career, until we meet again. Yarne. After Iruka left the room, 2 jonin entered it, introducing themselves as Kurenai and Asuma. Taking their respective teams, they left. Naruto was left with the 2 irate girls in the classroom, which got worse as their sensei was late. By the first hour, Sayuri was already thinking of roasting this Kakashi with one of her fireballs. Sakura looked ready to scream at somebody, and it was going to be Naruto if Kakashi wasn't in sight in the next 3 minutes. Oi, where is Kakashi-sensei? Sakura yelled out in frustration. Naruto shrugged. How would I know? I'm just as irritated as you are. Sayuri clicked her tongue in impatience. It was a surprising habit, but something Naruto found interesting. By the second hour, they were pissed off. Where the hell is this dude? Naruto wondered in thought. Rarely was he this angry at someone, but to be stood up for 2 freaking hours. Sayuri was at her rope's end. You know what, why don't we go out as a team for lunch? Our sensei made us wait and so we will make him wait. Naruto offered. Sayuri was quick to accept, willing to get the hell out of that classroom as quickly as possible. Sakura, ever the fangirl, followed her idol's decision. The trio left the room and to Naruto's favorite ramen stand. Ichiraku Ramen. Oji-san, the usual please, called Naruto cheerfully as he raised the flaps of the curtain and entered the stand. Ah, Naruto-kun, 1 bowl, coming right up. Chuchi repeated the order, before signaling to his daughter. What about your 2 friends? What would you like, Sayuri, Sakura? Naruto asked. Sayuri blinked, surprised that he didn't address her as team. Glancing at the menu briefly, she replied, a bowl of miso ramen with a slice of chashu please. Sakura spoke, I'll have the same as Sayuri-san. Naruto was slightly shocked. Unknowingly, the Uchiha had ordered the same as he did. Looks like they did have similar tastes in ramen after all. After 3 minutes, Ayami served Team 7. Itadakimasu. The 3 chorused, albeit softly in Sayuri's case, and broke their chopsticks. They began digging into their food. This is delicious. Sakura praised cheerfully in stark contrast to her crappy mood in the classroom. I know, right? Naruto asked rhetorically. Thank you, Ayami replied to Sakura's compliment. And who's that? Your girlfriend Naruto-kun. Ayami teased in reference to Sayuri, who was silently enjoying her food. At that moment, the 2 who were mentioned nearly choked on the strands in their mouths. No way. Both denied simultaneously, one blushing, and the other sputtering. See, you're so compatible, teased Ayami further. No, seriously, we're not, the two growled out in unison before continuing with their lunch. Is that how you hide your bashfulness? Ayami joked, before deciding to stop. It was easy to see why she thought so, though. Sayuri was a pretty teenager, having inherited her mother's beauty. She had two bangs framing her pale-skinned face and a long ponytail. The Uchiha was dressed in a short blue mandarin gown which ran from her shoulders to her lower thighs, as well as a long left sleeve. It hugged her body and accentuated all her curves, which were present even at her current age. There were slits on both sides of the skirt from her hip down. To enable mobility, though to preserve modesty, she wore mesh pants which ran to her knees and a black shirt underneath. For unknown reasons, her right arm was bare, not covered by the gown or the shirt. The only part which was covered was her right forearm, which had a black armband. Wrapped around her waist was a black sash which had the Uchiha symbol. A pair of black boots finished her outfit. Boy, did she love black. Must have matched her hair. Naruto, on the other hand, was wearing a black uniform-style jacket with an orange zipper that featured several buttons on the waist and sleeves. This allowed him to fold up the left sleeve and rear coattails, giving him easy access to the pouches on the back of his belt. He wore a red armband with the Uzumaki crest on his left arm. This outfit was the Sandaim's gift for his previous birthday. As such, he treasured it, refusing to wear anything else, not like he could, considering the village's refusal to sell him garments. If Naruto and Sayuri were to sit together, outsiders would think that they were a couple as their outfits were just very similar in many ways. However, once they looked again they would notice that they were poles apart in personality. While Naruto was friendly and cheery, Sayuri was permanently scowling, and when she didn't she smirked, her attitude cold and uncaring. This would have not been the case 5 years ago, but the Uchiha clan massacre had changed her in many ways. She was kind before, but now, all she did was glare. It was kind of sad, really, and it was something that Naruto wanted to change. Flashback. Sayuri was out with her mother at the playground in Konoe's park. She had met a new friend at the park. It was a boy named Naruto. Naruto-kun, do you want to build a sandcastle with me? The girl asked. Sure. The boy replied happily, for it was the first time he got to play with a friend. Usually the parent would pull their child away upon finding out. However, Uchiha Mikoto was a compassionate woman and was a friend of Kushina. When she was alive, she was sad to see her friend's son all alone, and by a stroke of luck, they met him at the park. Her husband Fugaku would disapprove, but she still let her daughter befriend the Jinchuriki anyway as he wasn't present. Naruto began helping Sayuri build the sandcastle, making it a very elaborate sand construct. When a bit of sand flew away due to a passing wind, the boy pouted as he had to rebuild one of the turrets. The Uchiha girl giggled, finding his expression cute. Sayuri-chan, I'll go get you some drinks, be back in 5 minutes. Don't misbehave, Mikoto called, getting up from the bench. Sayuri nodded obediently, busy enjoying her time with her new blonde friend. Yatta, it's finished, Naruto cried happily, doing a sort of victory dance. The young Uchiha girl burst out in peals of laughter at his antics. Naruto paused, for that laugh was the most melodious sound he had ever heard. He smiled, happy to see his friend so happy. That smile would not last long, for a group of 3 boys came into the playground. Seeing the sandcastle, they ran towards the sandpit and kicked it hard, destroying the children's masterpiece. Sayuri teared up a bit, before crying miserably. The leader of the 3 boys sneered in contempt. Crybaby, he taunted. Naruto stood in front of the Uchiha protectively, intent on shielding his new friend from any threat. Team, take that back, he growled furiously. What did you say, Gaki? The leader mocked. I said, take it back, Naruto gritted out. By now, Sayuri was crying her heart out, not just for her destroyed work but for their lives which were now under threat. Haha, I can crush with you a single fist. What makes you think you can make me take back my words? The leader spoke, before swinging a fist at Naruto. It was a clumsy punch, one that Naruto evaded easily. Weaving under his arm, Naruto slammed his fist into the boy's stomach with all his might. The boy flew back into the arms of his 2 followers who caught him. Wincing, he cried out in excruciating pain, sure something inside had broken. You're that child. The leader cried out in fear before scrambling away with his 2 friends. Once they were gone, he turned around to check on Sayuri. Sayuri-chan, it's okay, they're gone now. We can always build it again, Naruto said, hugging her and trying to console the girl. Nodding, she wiped away her tears and managed a smile. Uchihas are strong, and that means no crying, she told herself. But before they could rebuild the sandcastle, Mikoto was back with the drinks and had to bring Sayuri home. Reluctantly, the two friends parted ways. To this day, the Uchiha had never forgotten what Naruto had done for her. And unbeknownst to him, she harbored feelings for him but couldn't stop pushing him away to sever these bonds in the hope that when the inevitable occurred, she wouldn't hurt Naruto with her leave. Present. Team 7 finished their lunch and left the stand after paying, then returned to their classroom where they waited for another half hour. Finally, Kakashi arrived. "Yo, I'm your sensei." "Kakashi-sensei, you're late," Sakura screamed. Luckily, the other two saw this coming and plugged their ears beforehand. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "I got lost on the road of life. Meet me on the roof in 2 minutes tops." The Jonin then disappeared in the classic Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu. Academy rooftop. Naruto was the first to arrive, followed shortly by Sayuri and lastly, Sakura. They all managed to arrive within the time frame, leading to their sensei praising, "Looks like you guys are in decent physical condition. Now let's begin by introducing ourselves." Sakura asked, "Why don't you show us?" "Kakashi-sensei," the white-haired man gave an eye smile. That was because the bottom of his face was obscured by a mask, and his headband was slanted to cover his left eye such that only his right eye was visible. Based on his eyebrow and right eye's expression, they could tell that he was smiling, though in what sense they did not know. "My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I like some things, dislike others, and my hobbies and dreams are none of your business." Team 7 Sensei introduced. "We don't know anything except your name," Naruto deadpanned. Again, the mysterious man that was their sensei eye smiled. "You go first, Pinky," Kakashi urged. Sakura grumbled and started, "I'm Haruno Sakura. I like Sayuri-chan, dislike Naruto, perverts and late people." Insert pointed look at Kakashi. "My hobbies are playing trivia games and memorizing new material for my studies. My dream is to befriend Sayuri and grow up to be a powerful kunoichi." "Blondie, you're next." "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like my precious people, ramen and training. I dislike traitors, people who take things for granted and people who judge others for something not in their control. My hobbies are training, learning new jutsu and bonding with precious people. My dream is to be the most powerful shinobi to grace the elemental nations and be Hokage." "Admirable goal," Kakashi remarked, before moving on. "Raven, you're next." Sayuri scowled. "I'm Uchiha Sayuri. I like nothing and dislike everything, especially my brother. My hobbies are training and my dream is not a dream, but a life goal, to kill Uchiha Itachi and restore the Uchiha clan." While Sakura and Kakashi's sweat dropped, Naruto frowned sadly. Sayuri had a sad past and Naruto felt like he was obliged to help her move past it. Unknown to everyone including himself, Naruto's fists were tightly clenched. He only released them when he realized how much he was stressing over the Uchiha. "Well, interesting team we have here. Tomorrow, we're going to have a survival test which will determine whether you stay a genin or get sent back to the academy. Report to training ground 7 by 7 a.m., and don't eat breakfast or you'll taste it twice," Kakashi announced before disappearing. Awkwardly, the three genin dispersed. Training ground 7, 7 a.m. Sakura and Sayuri arrived and did not eat breakfast as instructed. Naruto, on the other hand, was late. He arrived at 9, much to Sakura's ire. "Naruto, you're late." The boy shrugged. "I'm not late when Kakashi-sensei is not here yet." Opening a bento, he began savoring breakfast. "Kakashi-sensei told us not to eat breakfast, Naruto." Sakura scolded once again. "We're having survival training, we'll need energy for this." "Trust me," replied Naruto between mouthfuls of rice. Sayuri and Sakura's stomachs began growling in hunger. The two kunoichi blushed and Sayuri looked away. Naruto still took notice and offered his bento to Sayuri. "Here, you can have it." Sayuri tried to resist but her stomach was seemingly stronger than her mind in this case. Blushing, she accepted the offer. "Thank you," she muttered. "What was that?" Naruto replied, not hearing what she said. "I said thank you," she yelled out in embarrassment, blushing even more heavily as she cursed herself. "Goddammit, why is Naruto so nice to me? I've tried to push him away from me with my attitude but he just keeps coming back. Naruto, you are the sweetest boy I've met, but I'm afraid your kindness was wasted on me. I'm sorry, I'll be gone in due time," Sayuri thought as she ate his bento. With his chopsticks, she realized. "Sakura, I'm sorry I didn't have extra. I'll go and get one for you, all right?" Naruto said. Sakura sighed. "Thank you, Naruto." The blonde disappeared in a burst of speed to the nearest shop. Transforming into someone else, he bought breakfast for Sakura and came back within 2 minutes. "Wow, that was fast," Sakura commented. After finishing breakfast, they waited until 10 before Kakashi arrived. With Kakashi, The white-haired Jonin stood up from the memorial stone, where he had been for the past 3 hours. I will honor your legacy, Obito. Who knows, this team might even pass. He disappeared in a leaf shunshin to where Team 7 was waiting. Training Ground 7, Kakashi-sensei, you're late again, Sakura screeched. Said sensei winced before replying, on the road I saw a black cat and had to take the long way around it just to get here. Well anyways, I have here with me 2 bells. You have 2 hours to get them from me. If you don't have a bell, you will be disqualified and sent back to the academy. Additionally, you will be tied to those posts and watch as the other 2 eat their lunches. So that's why he didn't want us to eat breakfast, all 3 Genin thought simultaneously. Questions? No, Hajime, Kakashi yelled. At once, the Genin scattered into the forests. Naruto was analyzing Kakashi's instructions, as was Sayuri. Quickly, both came to the same conclusion. The aim of this test is teamwork. Soon, the 2 found each other. Sayuri, Naruto, both started simultaneously, before pausing. You start first, they followed up at the same time. Naruto sighed. We need to work together to beat Kakashi-sensei. Agreed, Sayuri replied. Ma, what's this? My cute little Genin. Kakashi said suddenly, beside them on the tree. Shocked, both leapt out of the tree while tossing a kunai attached to an explosive tag. Kakashi jumped away to safety, avoiding the explosion which wrecked the tree they were previously on. The Jonin chuckled. It appeared that there was a spark between the 2, and it was up to him to ignite the flames of love. Oh Kami, why do I sound like Guy now? Kakashi thought, amused, but then shivered at the thought of his eternal rival. Sayuri and Naruto tumbled onto the grass floor and quickly recovered. We have to find Sakura, now, Sayuri said. I got this, Naruto assured and closed his eyes. He felt a small chakra presence. It was the chakra signature of Sakura. That way, let's go. Naruto led her to find their other teammate. Kakashi smiled. Interesting, so Naruto's a censor, he thought. My shadow clone got her already, so let's see what they'll come up with. They found her clasped on the floor and Naruto turned her over, checking her pulse. She's alive, no sign of any physical damage, so it must have been genjutsu. Naruto uttered, Kai, release, snapping her out it. Sayuri took the chance and spoke up, Sakura, we need to work together as team to defeat Kakashi. She agreed with her idol and came up with a plan. With Kakashi, what now? Kakashi thought as he saw Naruto approaching him at Genin level speed. Just as he neared, the blonde suddenly sped up to low Jonin speed, shocking the Jonin as he blitzed him with a punch. Kakashi clutched his stomach in pain as that blow had been strong, and coupled with the momentum of his speed, he was sure something inside had been damaged. He was never underestimating him again. Naruto swung his next fist, however this time Kakashi was on guard and knocked his arm away. Next, he executed a leg sweep which Naruto flipped over. The blonde then approached from behind and sent a punch to his back. He wasn't a Jonin for nothing, however, and spun around rapidly, snapping his leg out in a roundhouse kick. His foot sent Naruto crashing into the floor. That is, until Naruto dispelled in a burst of smoke. Cage Bunshin, Kakashi thought in suppressed shock. How was he able to perform the shadow clone jutsu? The ground erupted, giving way to Naruto, who emerged from it with an outstretched arm. Kakashi managed to avoid it in time by flipping away. Great tactics, but still not enough to beat me, Naruto, Kakashi commented. Who said I was doing it alone? Naruto asked with a smirk. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Sayuri called from behind Kakashi. A huge orb of flames rolled out of her mouth and flew towards the Jonin. Turning round and seeing the hurtling fireball, Kakashi jumped out of the way, exploiting the jutsu's weakness, linear path of movement. However, his eyes widened when he realized Naruto was still in the path of the fireball. The flames seemingly engulfed the blonde, incinerating the boy. Kakashi's eyes widened and he quickly went to check on his student. Where Naruto once stood, was a charred body. He bent down to check on the corpse. Without warning, he was punched in the head by Sakura. He glared at her. This is not a game, Sakura. Your teammate is dead, could you at least show concern? Sakura laughed and somersaulted into the air, before a burst of smoke revealed her to actually be Naruto. Nice to know you care, but did you think I was actually that easy to kill? The corpse dispersed in a plume of smoke as well, revealing itself to be a transformed shadow clone. So, Naruto had outmaneuvered the fireball with pure speed and left behind a transformed shadow clone while transforming himself. Kakashi scowled. If he wasn't so pissed off, he would have been impressed. Though he did it to pass the test, Naruto may have crossed the line in playing dirty for this one. After losing a teammate, Kakashi wasn't keen on losing a genin under his charge. Naruto watched as Kakashi disappeared in a shunshin, reappearing behind the startled Sayuri. He drew a kunai and placed it to her neck. How would like it if your own teammate's life was in danger? Kakashi asked coldly, how would you like it if they die? With the last word, he pulled the kunai along Sayuri's jugular. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Sayuri-chan, the Uzumaki screamed. Blood sprayed across the floor as his Uchiha teammate dropped to the floor, dead before she even hit it. Snap out of it, Naruto. It's a genjutsu, Kurama roared from within the mindscape, before deciding to take it into his own hands by flaring his chakra to disrupt Naruto's chakra flow. The genjutsu was released, causing Naruto to see the reality before him. Kakashi was dashing towards him and Sayuri was in front of him, protecting him from any possible attack. He couldn't tell that Sayuri was flushing badly as he had screamed out her name so passionately with the chan suffix, which in itself was something he had not done since childhood. She could tell though, that Kakashi had cast some form of genjutsu and by Naruto's reaction, it probably involved her. In a flash of yellow, however, Kakashi was knocked out of the way by, was that a shakujo, ringed staff? Interestingly enough, it was indeed a shakujo and wielded by Naruto, whose body was covered in what appeared to be a chakra cloak. Naruto growled, I'm sorry for faking my death, Kakashi-sensei, but you really shouldn't have done that. Be it genjutsu or reality, no one touches my precious people and gets away with it. Sayuri fought the urge to blush again. Damn it, what was wrong with her? Just because Naruto considered her as one of his precious people. No, she had a task to fulfill and she would not allow Naruto to be caught up in it. Kakashi had the wind knocked out of him by that weird weapon. It was an ancient and traditional monk's staff, a shakujo. But Naruto had used it in combat successfully, so it did have some merit. He watched in slight surprise as the shakujo split into two black orbs which returned to Naruto's back, rejoining the other two which were orbiting. Let's put an end to this. Sakura, Naruto called. From a nearby tree, 4 kunai were thrown and landed in a square formation around Kakashi, who was attempting to recover and get away. Ishi Tojin, string-like formation. Naruto called. Lines of Fuinjutsu script wrapped around all 4 kunai, creating a barrier which prevented Kakashi from escaping. Fubaku Hojin, sealed bomb square release. Naruto activated further, causing Fuinjutsu script to run in the corners, the same as those on explosive tags. Kakashi-sensei, I wouldn't suggest moving unless you want your head and body to be in separate places, said Jonan sighed, giving up. He was bested by 3 genin, and who knew Naruto had so much in him. He was really pushing it with that genjutsu. Meanwhile in Naruto's thoughts, he was wondering, did Sayuri really mean that much to him? After all, she kept on insulting and looking down on him, perhaps, even that had grown on him. Or was it something else, something in the past? Kakashi gave up the bells, having no way to escape the trap without being blown up. Once Naruto released the technique, he stood up and dusted himself off. Dainanahan, Team 7, you pass, he said with an eye smile. The freshly graduated genin were in no mood to cheer and simply responded with an unenthusiastic, yay. You know, you guys should be proud to be in Team 7. You're only the 5th Team 7 since Konoha's founding, you know, said Kakashi. Really now, who were the previous teams then? Sakura asked. Only the best ever made it to Team 7, for all its senseis had very high standards. The first Team 7 ever was led by Senju Tobirama, the Nidaime, who then had 3 genin under his charge, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime, Utatane Koharu and Mitakado Omura, both of whom are currently elders in the council. The second Team 7 was led by the Sandaime, and he had 3 genin under his charge then. They are currently the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Jiraiya, the Gama Sennin, Toad Sage, Tsunade, the Namakuji Haim, Slug Princess, and Orochimaru, who is now a Nukanen, missing Nin. The third Team 7 was led by Jiraiya and there was only one famous student in this case, Namikaze Minato, the Yondava. The Yondava went on to lead Team 7, and under him were Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito and myself, Hitaki Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sayuri's eyes widened. How do you possess the Sharingan? Kakashi sighed. It's a long and tragic story, but in the end my teammate gifted me with his Sharingan just before he died. So that's what's under his headband, thought Naruto. And sir, you're all now the 5th Team 7, and who knows? Maybe one day you'll grow up to be powerful shinobi, Kakashi said, but as with all powerful shinobi, they start small. Tomorrow is your first mission, report directly to the Ninmu Uketsuki, mission assignment desk, in the academy. At 6, you mean 9, Naruto deadpanned. Kakashi's sweat dropped in response. At 6 in the morning. Well, Yarene. He means 9. Hokage's office. Kakashi arrived along with the 2 other Jonin senseis, Asuma and Kurnai. So, what are the results of test? Hiruzen asked while smoking a pipe. Asuma replied, Team 10 pass. Kurnai spoke, Team 8 passed my test. Kakashi I smiled and declared, Team 7, pass. The other 2 Jonin gasped in surprise, for Kakashi had never passed a team in all his years as a Jonin. Kakashi, could you explain why they passed? The Sandaime inquired. Well, the moment it begun, Naruto and Sayuri figured out the test's objective and found each other. After I ambushed them, they blew up the tree. We were on with an explosive tag and ran away. Naruto, with his sensory skills, located Sakura, who I had already placed a genjutsu on with my shadow clone. They came together after releasing the illusion and presumably came up with a plan. Naruto approached me at, get this, low Jonin speed. We had a brief taijutsu scuffle before he burst into smoke, revealing himself to be a shadow clone. The original shot from the ground and attempted a punch, but I evaded it. Suddenly, Sayuri launched a fireball at me from behind and I leapt out of the way, but Naruto was caught in it. Everyone in the room was glued to his next few words. He secretly outmaneuvered it with pure speed and replaced himself with a transformed shadow clone as a burned corpse. When I went to check on him, Sakura ambushed me and later revealed that she was a transformed Naruto. I cast a genjutsu on him, Kakashi said, and at this point left out the details of what illusion he actually cast, and dashed towards him. However, Sayuri came to his defense. Apparently, he snapped out of it in time and knocked me away with a shakujo. It caused so much pain that the real Sakura was able to throw 4 kunais around me in a square. With this, Naruto activated a barrier and layered it with an explosive trap. As such, I had to give up or risk getting blown up. Interesting, the elder Sarutobi thought. The other 2 Jonins in the room were shocked to the core. How did Naruto possess such speed and power, as well as Fuinjutsu? That was an art completely out of a Genin's league. Then again, he was an Uzumaki, whose clan was renowned for its Fuinjutsu prowess. Still, it did not explain the speed or power. Well, I expect that tomorrow, you all will be assigning D ranks for your respective teams. The 3 senseis smirked. It would be fun to see their reaction. With Naruto, when he returned home, Kurama spoke up from the mindscape. Since you're Asura-san's transmigrant, I'll try to be nice to you. Try, Naruto replied awkwardly. Thanks, I guess. I'll always be on standby, so if you get caught in a genjutsu like just now, I'll break it for you. Also, if you ever run out of chakra, I'll refill it with my own. Thirdly, I'll gift you with one of my sensory skills, the ability to detect negative emotions, Kurama explained with reluctance. He rarely felt nice enough to do this for his Jinchuriki, but this was a special case, as Naruto was his brother's incarnate. Yes, the Rakudo Sennin had used Onmyoten to split up the original tailed beast, the Jubi, 10 tails, which was also known as the Shinju, divine tree, into the current 9-tailed beasts of today. As such, they considered him to be a father, so being his son, Asura was treated as a brother. Last thing, if one day, we have enough mutual trust, and you free me from the seal, I will allow you to use Bijou Modo, Tailed Beast Mode, and summon me as an avatar. The Kyuubi finished. Deal. Naruto agreed happily, and with sheer willpower, changed the entire waterlogged basement into a huge grassland where a mountain lay in the middle of lush forests. The cage was transformed into a huge cave within the mountain, and the bars morphed into a curtain of water cascading from the summit as a waterfall down to a huge lake where Naruto was currently standing on. Kurama grinned, though with his teeth, it may have looked malicious. He was already liking this kid. Mission assignment desk, 9 AM. The 3 Genin arrived at the desk, just as their sensei walked up to the door. Ohio, Kakashi called sheepishly. Naruto said, see, I told you he meant 9. The Jonin cleared his throat to save himself from further embarrassment. Right, Team 7, here for a D rank. The Chunnin at the desk rifled through a cabinet and found a scroll labeled D rank. Opening it, he announced in monotone, Madame Shijimi, the Fire Daimyo's wife, has lost her cat Tora yet again. Your mission is to find it and return it by 12 today. All 3 Genin sweat dropped, having expected a mission of higher intensity befitting their skill set. Well, now, there's no time to waste. Akuzo, Kakashi ordered. The 3 Genin set off to begin this crazy enterprise of D ranks. Chapter 4, Riding the Waves. Previously, the 3 Genin set off to begin this crazy enterprise of D ranks. Raven to squad, target spotted, over, whispered Sayuri over a radio. Blondie to squad, Target in position. Get into position. I repeat, get into position. Over, Naruto muttered as he noticed their target right where they wanted it to be. Roger that, Blondie. Pinky in position. Roger that, Blondie. Raven in position. Blondie to squad, all in position. Initiate attack in 3, 2, 1. Naruto counted down. At the last number, he leapt towards the demon cat and scared it off, causing it to run in the opposite direction, straight into the clutches of Sakura and Sayuri. While Sakura seized the cat, Sayuri formed hand seals for a basic genjutsu. Magen, Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing jutsu. Sayuri intoned. The cat was paralyzed, given him a chance to capture it. They brought it back to the mission assignment desk where its owner was waiting. Kakashi congratulated, your first mission was a success. Good job, and you didn't do anything but supervise, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura deadpanned. The Hokage interrupted. Here's your mission payment, said Hiruzen. The first payout wasn't much, it only amounted to 500 ryo, which was split up among the four of them. Kakashi got 200 while the rest got 100 ryo each, much to their dismay. Dainanahan, you may go for lunch now. At noon report to Training Ground 7. I'll begin chakra control training, instructed Kakashi. 3:30 p.m., asked Naruto suspiciously. No, really, 12:30 p.m. Kakashi confirmed, much to Hiruzen's amusement. Dismissed. Yakiniku Q. This time, Team 7 decided to have lunch at a barbecue joint owned by the Akamichi clan. As such, Naruto wasn't chased away because the Akamichis were friends of the Yondawa, though that was unknown to him. Each table was fitted with charcoal braziers and equipped with tongs for cooking since the Gyu Kaku, bull's horn, form of dining was one in which the customers cooked their own food after ordering it. It was a delicious meal, but still didn't beat ramen in Naruto's opinion. Well, no other food ever did. As soon as they finished, the trio left for training Ground 7 on time. To their huge surprise, Kakashi was already there, reading an orange book to pass time. Noticing their arrival, he snapped the book shut. Ah, you're here, let's begin our chakra control training. Kakashi-sensei, could you explain what chakra control is? Asked Naruto. Sakura nodded in agreement. Well, because chakra takes time and a great deal of training to gradually build up, the key to its use is not actually having chakra but instead being able to sufficiently control and conserve it. This is called chakra control. In order to have good chakra control, a ninja should only mold as much chakra as they need to perform a given ability. If they mold more chakra than is needed, the excess chakra is wasted and they will tire out faster from its loss. If they don't mold enough chakra, a technique will not be performed effectively, if at all, likely creating problems in a combat situation. Okay, I get the idea now, but how exactly do we improve our chakra control? Asked Sakura. There are primarily two methods, the Kinobori no Shugyo, tree climbing practice, and the Suman Hoko no Gyo, water surface walking practice. Kakashi explained, the tree climbing exercise is a very important skill that will be applied to your everyday shinobi movement. Using just chakra, you will adhere your feet to the tree bark and walk up like it is a horizontal surface. The key to this is chakra control. If you use too little, you'll fall off easily, but too much and the chakra will repel you from the bark. Got it, Team 7 nodded. Use these kunais to mark your progress as you go along, instructed Kakashi as he passed the weapons out. Go. Sakura walked up the nearest tree like it was nothing. Kakashi was gaping in slight surprise, however it was expected as she had low chakra levels. Still, he wouldn't have expected her to get it on the first try. With chakra control this good, she could learn genjutsu or even learn Iryo ninjutsu. She has a potential to be the team's medic, Kakashi thought. Meanwhile, her other two teammates were struggling as they kept on using too much chakra. Clearly, Sayuri is the team's ninjutsu specialist. Seeing how she attacked with her fireball jutsu yesterday, Naruto is evidently the taijutsu specialist here, for he has high speed and strength. Though his taijutsu style still needs to be refined, but judging from his huge chakra reserves, he has potential to be stronger in ninjutsu than Sayuri. Sayuri was getting annoyed, but calmed her nerves and tried again. This time, she made it 3/4 up the bark, whereas Naruto had only reached half the bark. However, her progress seemed to halt there, for she was unable to go further and had to repeat the exercise for the rest of the day, as did Naruto. Meanwhile, Kakashi decided to teach Sakura some genjutsu and basic Iryo ninjutsu. He was no medic, but he had copied techniques from them before, and they came in handy when in a pinch. By the end of the day, Naruto and Sayuri were still unable to get up the tree. Kakashi encouraged, "Don't worry about it, it's perfectly normal to be Unable to get up the tree in the first day. Just keep practicing. The next day, after their mission, Team 7 returned to chakra control training once again. True to her prodigious talent, Sayuri managed to get up this time and moved on to water walking along with Sakura. It was a whole new experience though, because apart from using the right amount of chakra, it also had to match the water's flow and alternate accordingly. Ripples in the water were enough to send them crashing into the river. This will take a while, Kakashi mused. Naruto was getting extremely frustrated for his own inability and was determined to get up the tree. He only did so successfully on the 4th day, and finally moved on to the water walking exercise, where his teammates were still stuck. A word of warning, unless you want to get wet, you might want to take off your clothes, advised Kakashi. Naruto complied, not wishing to soil his precious jacket but for the sake of the girls, kept on his pants. This caused a huge reaction among the girls, especially Sayuri, for Naruto was simply quite toned for their age. He had freaking abs, for Kami's sake. The moment the blonde stepped into the water though, he fell right through and got his whole body soaked. When he got out of the water, his hair was dripping wet and his face was one of annoyance. Sayuri was the only one thinking that he looked extremely hot at the moment. She scolded herself mentally for acting like a fangirl and carried on with the exercise, also getting wet. I put too little chakra just now, what if I put too much? Naruto wondered. He was answered when the water around him began churning and was pushed aside by his huge chakra presence, looking like the crossing of the Red Sea except in a much smaller scale. The water splashed the other three, getting them drenched. Kakashi was slightly irritated for getting wet when he wasn't supposed to but shook it off, no pun intended, and said, "That's what happens when there's too much chakra. Use the same amount you did for your tree climbing but remember to alternate the amount based on the flow." This time, it took another week before Team 7 perfected it, being able to walk or run on water. "So what's next, Kakashi-sensei?" said Joan and I smiled. "Time for your first C rank tomorrow. Mission assignment desk, 10 AM. Team 7, here for a C rank," Kakashi requested. The Hokage asked, "Are you sure they're ready, Kakashi?" Their sensei nodded. The Chunnin on duty then fished for a scroll labeled C rank and read it out. "Protect Tazuna the bridge builder of wave until he completes the bridge linking Hai no Kuni, land of fire, to Nami no Kuni, land of waves." "Finally, a real mission," remarked Naruto happily. "Send in Tazuna," ordered the Hokage to the Chunnin outside, who opened the door for the mission client. The old man who entered was a drunkard, wearing a straw hat and a towel around his neck. Obviously, he was a laborer. "I asked for top-notch protection and I got this team of snot-nosed brats," Tazuna commented rather rudely. Naruto's blood was boiling but Kakashi intervened. "We're more than enough to protect you against bandits, Tazuna-san," replied Kakashi. The man winced. "Whatever, I expect you all to protect me. At all costs. Since we're heading to Nami no Kuni, pack up and meet at the East Gate in 10 minutes, Kakashi ordered. East Gate, 10:15 AM. Let's go. The group left Konohagakure for the land of waves. For the Genin, it was the first time leaving the village and it was captivating to see the huge expanse of forestry extending out from the village. When walking, they came across a puddle on the floor. This aroused Naruto's suspicion as it was a clear day and it had not rained in a week. Sayuri looked to Naruto, thinking the same and nodded. Genjutsu. Besides, that pool was full of chakra and had 2 chakra signatures within, as Naruto sensed. Guessing from the chakra levels, it was 2 Chunnins. As soon as they strolled past, 2 Kiri-Nukkinen burst out from the puddle with a shuriken chain linking the 2 by the gauntlets. The sharp chain wrapped around Kakashi and they yanked on both ends, reducing him to sliced flesh. They turned to the remaining 4 and threatened, "Give us the old man or we'll kill you like we did to your sensei." "Sakura, stay with Tazuna-san. Sayuri and I will deal with these 2, Naruto directed. "Akuzo, Sayuri." The 2 Genin took off sprinting towards the Chunnin pair. Naruto sped up and launched himself at one of them. Sayuri threw a kunai ahead of her, lodging the chain against a tree and trapping the 2. Upon realizing they couldn't break free, the 2 released the mechanism from their gauntlets and rolled away in time to avoid Naruto. The blonde's kick ended up hitting the tree instead, causing it to topple where Naruto's foot had struck. The 2 paled. They were supposed to be Genin. Naruto picked up the fallen tree and swung it at the Chunnin in front of him with ease. "Timber!" he yelled as he smashed him in the head. This got him dazed enough for Naruto to knock him unconscious with a palm thrust to the temple. The blonde around to face the other enemy, who was fighting Sayuri ferociously. She seemed to have the upper hand with her quicker speed but from the looks of it, was already slashed once by the man's gauntlet claws. When she was knocked away by his gauntlet, Naruto took over and spun while jumping up. He snapped out his foot, executing a tornado kick. Perfectly, it slammed into the Chunnin's face and sent him flying towards a tree. Sayuri, who had gotten up, ran to him and with great speed, throwing him skywards with a mule kick to his chin. Capitalizing on this, Naruto disappeared in a blur and reappeared above the man in midair. He grinned at the shocked Chunnin before performing a brutal axe kick. The man was thrown to the ground at high speeds, crashing next to his brother and forming a huge crater. All the bones in his back were broken. Kakashi-sensei, you can come out now, Naruto said. The Jonin stepped out from the trees lining the path, much to Sakura's surprise. But Kakashi-sensei, I thought you were. Substitution, Sakura, Kakashi interrupted, pointing to the shredded logs on the floor where he was standing earlier. If that's the case, why did you leave it to the Genin then? Tazuna asked. Well, Kakashi replied, now glaring at Tazuna, I had to see who they were targeting, us, ninja attacking ninja, or you, the master bridge builder. In your mission request, you asked for standard protection against robbers and bandits. You didn't say there were ninjas after you. Tazuna began sweating profusely. If you did, this would have been a B-rank mission and we would have staffed differently, as well as charged appropriately. Apparently, you have your reasons, but lying to us is unacceptable. We are now beyond the scope of the mission, Kakashi declared. I'm sorry, Tazuna broke down, it's just, our village is in poverty from Gato's tyranny and we have no way to pay for a B rank. Gato, the shipping magnate, questioned Kakashi. Tazuna nodded. He monopolized our island's shipping trade. The only way for us to break the monopoly is for me to build a bridge linking our country to Hai no Kuni, thus returning our trade and prosperity. The problem is, Gato knows and sent ninjas on my tail. I got to Konoha as fast as possible, but I only had money to afford a C rank. Fine, Kakashi huffed, our team should be able to handle this if that's all we face. You're lucky we have high-level genins in the team. We will continue this mission provided everyone agrees. Team 7 assented, leading Kakashi to order the resumption of the mission. But as soon as your country is rich again, we expect the proper mission. Payment, warned Kakashi. This was more than he could hope for, so the old man simply thanked him again and again. One more thing, Naruto suddenly spoke, Sayuri. The Uchiha blinked at not being addressed as team. What is it? Use your Tenkaichi. There's poison in your wounds originating from the Nukanon's claws. Let me treat you now, Naruto offered. Sayuri replied, I'll be fine. No you won't, now let me see to that wound, Naruto replied with a fierce tone. Sayuri sighed and relented. To her great surprise, Naruto brought his mouth to her wounds and began sucking where the claws had cut her arm. What are you doing? She asked, embarrassed. Naruto did not reply, only stopping to spit out a purple fluid on the floor. It was the poison from her wound. I've sucked out the poison. Now I'll heal your wounds, Naruto answered before closing his eyes. Within seconds, chakra burst from his body and shrouded him in a haori. 4 black orbs floated behind him in a ring, of which he brought out one to Sayuri's arm. Focusing, he increased the output of yang chakra into her arm's cells, causing them to regenerate much faster. The wounds closed up and healed in 10 seconds, leaving no scars behind. Strangely, it felt warm and relaxing when Naruto did that. Soon after, he released his chakra cloak. Sugoi! Sakura cried in amazement upon noticing that Sayuri's wounds were now non-existent. Interesting ability, Kakashi contemplated in thought. Well, now that that's settled, let's get going, said Naruto, who started walking. Another 4 hours later, they finally reached the end of the path, where a huge coast wrapped around the sea, cutting off any further access by land to Nami no Kuni. From here on, it was a sea journey. Before they could get on a boat, however, Naruto detected a Jonin-level chakra presence approaching them. Get down, Naruto warned as soon as he heard the sound of a revolving blade flying through the air. It flew overhead and lodged itself into a tree, right next to the shore, revealing its owner, who stood on top of the huge blade. The Cuba Kirabocho, you must be Zabuza, Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the mist, and one of the Kiri no Shinobi Gitana Shichinen Shu, 7. Swordsmen of the Mist. Kakashi identified the famous sword and its owner. Zabuza smirked. Sharingan no Kakashi, Kakashi of the Sharingan. I see why the Oni Kyodai, demon brothers, lost. Well then, I believe you. Won't hand the old man over easily, so I'll have to do this the hard way. With the last word, he jumped off his sword while grabbing its handle. With a hard tug, he dislodged it from the tree and charged towards Kakashi. Get ready, Kakashi warned. Immediately, Team 7 formed the Manji formation around their client, creating a tight triangle around the bridge. builder to protect against outside threats. Zabuza's eyes narrowed and he brought the seal of confrontation to his chest when 5 meters away from Kakashi. Ninpo, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Ninja Art, Hidden Mist Jutsu. A thick fog lifted from the nearby water body, obscuring their view. Alarmed, Kakashi straightened his headband as soon as possible and brought his Sharingan to see the light.
Before we continue, I would like to shout out the Discord server, because I kind of want to make my Discord server alive again. Well, it's a new Discord server that I made nearing the end of my time on YouTube before I went into work, and I never really shouted it out much, and I would like to shout it out. And so please join the Discord server, link in the description below, and I hope you are enjoying this what if. I know I just stopped it midway, but it's a full flipping hour video, maybe 5 hours, I'm still not sure. And anyways, my ducklings, I hope you'll enjoy it, and please join the Discord server, link in the description below, and don't forget to support the creator of this fanfiction.
Zabuza's killing intent flooded the area, causing everyone apart from Kakashi and Naruto to cower in fear. Being a Jonin, Zabuza's ki was fearsome. Indeed, and Kakashi was only standing because of his equal status. Naruto, on the other hand, had no trouble because of Kurama. The Nukkinen stalked to the area where Kakashi was and came up from behind him. The Konoha Jonin, sensing this, turned back and slashed him in the midsection, only for him to burst into water. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Water Clone Jutsu. The real Zabuza emerged from behind and bisected Kakashi with his sword. However, Kakashi also burst into water. He copied my jutsu. Zabuza thought angrily. Kakashi's Sharingan was spinning and glowing crimson red under the low visibility conditions. A creepy sight to behold. The Nukkinen raised his sword to block a stab from Kakashi's kunai. The tip of the kunai was snapped off, much to Kakashi's chagrin. Zabuza grinned demonically before initiating a sacrifice throw which launched the Sharingan wielder into the sea. As soon as he surfaced, a water clone shouted, Suiten, Suiro no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Prison Jutsu. This created an orb of chakra-infused water which entrapped Kakashi. Shimata, he cursed, and then yelled, Naruto, take the team and Tazuna-san and get away. The blonde shook his head in refusal. I'm getting you out of there, sensei. Zabuza smirked. You should have listened to your sensei, Gaki. Now I'll have you to kill you all. Naruto assumed a stance before rushing into battle. TSK, Sayuri clicked her tongue in irritation. Sakura guard Tazuna, I'll fight along Naruto. Naruto had superior speed and was evading every swipe of Zabuza's Kubikirabocho. Zabuza had great strength but was sluggish in movement, especially after a huge swing. Capitalizing on this, he delivered a chop to his wrist which caused the sword to fly into the air. Naruto attempted to kick Zabuza's stomach, however. The Nukkinen stepped back and dodged. Sayuri, who had just arrived, noticed what was going to happen and paled. The sword was spinning back down into its owner's hands and Naruto had yet to recover from his kick, for he had overcompensated and was now left vulnerable. She made a mad dash for it. Grinning menacingly, Zabuza caught the sword and swung it down at Naruto, who had no time to evade for his stance was too open. Naruto-kun, she screamed in thought, her vision beginning to blur. Though she acted like she hated him to try to negate any possible hurt he would feel when the inevitable occurred, she still felt love in her heart and the thought of losing him was unbearable. All of a sudden, her vision cleared and in fact, became sharper. Weirdly though, the world around her was now in inverse negative. The sky was orange and the floor was red. Even more strangely was the fact that everything around her seemed to be moving in slow motion, including the Kubikirabocho, which was going down very slowly. Seeing as she still had time, she doubled her efforts to sprint towards Zabuza. Sayuri made it just in time and her bare hands caught the edge of the blade as it swung down, bracing against it. The razor edge cut deep into her hands but managed to stop the sword from moving any further. The Uchiha girl winced as pain shot through her nerves but resisted the urge to cry out in agony. Naruto gasped as he noticed his teammates' vermilion eyes swirling with 2 tomos each, but quickly took the opportunity and got away from the sword's path. Thanks, Sayuri, he said softly. The next moment, yellow chakra enveloped him as he entered 6 paths sage mode. Get the fuck away from her, bastard! Naruto yelled, making a huge swing with a shakujo he fashioned out of one of his truth-seeking orbs. It arced in a perfect curve and struck the blade at the portion above Sayuri's hands. A clean line shot across from the part where Naruto had slammed it to the other end of the blade. To all three's shock, the Kubikirabocho actually snapped. The heavy edge of the blade that had broken fell and hit the floor. Zabuza didn't complain, however, and freed the portion of the sword which he was holding from Sayuri's bleeding hands, which Naruto healed with his Gudo Dharma. The blood dripping from the blade was seemingly absorbed and the blade was restored to its original form. Naruto analyzed calmly, Zabuza, your blade, it harvested the iron in Sayuri's blood, huh? The Jonin was surprised. Only users of the blade ever knew such a trait existed. You're smart, boy. Well, I'll just have to make sure you never draw blood from me. Naruto shouted as he charged at Zabuza together with Sayuri. The Nukanon flashed through hand seals. Suten, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water style, giant vortex jutsu. Water erupted from the shore and shot swiftly towards the pair as a huge vortex. Naruto whipped the Shakuja out in front of him and twirled it rapidly, negating the A-rank Suten, water style, jutsu. What the hell is that? Zabuza cried as he witnessed his jutsu fall apart into pools of water. Sayuri sprinted towards Zabuza alongside Naruto. They disappeared in two blurs, blitzing the Nukanon. As the Uchiha, with her newly awakened Sharingans, clashed with the swordsman, Naruto continued running towards the water clone. The Mizu Bunshin was vulnerable because in order to maintain the water prison, it had to keep its hand on the orb of water. Naruto launched a rod made out of the Gudo Dharma at the water prison, however the water clone used its other hand to fend off the rod with a kunai. The blonde smirked as the rod pierced through the kunai and shattered it while embedding itself into the Mizu Bunshin's arm. The water clone, being created from a jutsu, was nullified and disintegrated, thus also rendering the water prison useless. Once the water walls fell away, Kakashi took a deep breath of air and panted hard. He had been holding his breath for the past 5 minutes since he was trapped and almost drowned. Kakashi-sensei, get ready, Naruto uttered. Kakashi nodded, and the blonde performed a Karimi with Zabuza. The Nukanon tumbled into the water, where Kakashi started attacking him relentlessly. Once they surfaced, Zabuza quickly went through a sequence of 44 hand seals which Kakashi copied perfectly, having his Sharingan activated. Suten, Suiuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon jutsu, both intoned simultaneously. Water gushed up from the lake in the form of two dragons which fought each other for supremacy. Aiming carefully, Naruto telekinetically sent a kunai made out of the Gudo Dharma to Zabuza's dragon. Instantly, it collapsed as harmless water into the lake. Since it was ninjutsu created with the aid of the environment, the chakra within the jutsu was negated but not the original substance, which in this case was water. If it had been a fireball, it would have completely been erased as it was made entirely out of chakra. Kakashi's dragon sped on ahead and crashed into Zabuza, slamming him against a tree. Weakly, he uttered, "Those eyes. Do they see the future?" Kakashi replied tersely, "They do. And your future is death." Chapter 5, The Battle on the Great Naruto Bridge. Previously, and your future is death. Suddenly, two senbons flew from the tree and pierced Zabuza's neck, killing him. A Kirioi Nin, hunter ninja, dropped in and went to Zabuza's body. Kakashi checked his pulse and sighed in relief. The Nukanon was dead. The Oi Nin spoke, "Thank you, Konoha Nin. I've been tracking him for a long time. You have allowed me to kill him." The Jonin stepped back, allowing the Kiri Nin to grab Zabuza's corpse. In a shunshin, he disappeared with the body. Well, now that that's dealt with, Kakashi started before walking a few steps and collapsing to the floor. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura cried, and walked towards her unconscious teacher. He had overused his Sharingan, Sayuri stated as she deactivated her own. Naruto picked him up in a fireman's carry and allowed Tazuna to show them to the way to his home. The five arrived at Tazuna's house. Knocking on the door, a young lady dressed in a short-sleeved pink shirt with long, dark blue hair opened it. "Konnichiwa, we're Tazuna-san's security detail, Konoha no Dainanahan," Naruto introduced. "This is Uchiha Sayuri, and this is Haruno Sakura. The person who I'm carrying is my sensei, Hitaki Kakashi. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Konnichiwa, I'm Tsunami, the daughter of your client," she greeted. Tazuna commented, "I wouldn't have made it without them. We were ambushed by 3 ninja. Thank you. Please make yourself at home," Tsunami said as she ushered the team into the house. There was a kid wearing a yellow shirt, green overalls and a white hat with blue stripes in the house. "That is Inari, my son," Tsunami introduced. Then she led the team to 2 bedrooms. "These are the guest rooms, there are 2 futons per room. Ano-sa, Sayuri, Sakura, who would you like to bunk with?" asked Naruto. Sakura cried immediately, "Sayuri-chan." Sayuri gave a defeated sigh. and agreed. Besides, it was in her agenda to get further away from Naruto, not closer. Bunking with Naruto would be a mistake. Alright then, let's split up and meet in 2 hours, Naruto suggested before entering one of the rooms. He set Kakashi down on the futon and tried to activate his 6 paths Sage mode to revitalize Kakashi. However, he felt extremely fatigued and was unable to do so. Asura explained, Naruto-kun, you can only use it 30 minutes in one day at your current level as your body is unable to handle any more than that. The time limit can be extended, but for now just rest. When you wake, train up your taijutsu. Your overcompensation almost ended your life if not for Sayuri. Now rest. Naruto felt drowsy and clasped onto the awaiting futon. 2 hours later, the blonde groaned and blinked as he sat up, his eyes adjusting to the brightly lit room. It was 4 in the afternoon and Naruto felt like training. When he got downstairs, Sayuri and Sakura were already seated at the table, having high tea. He sat down and picked up a biscuit from a plate. After chewing, he asked, "Shall we have training?" Sakura nodded, excited to improve her taijutsu. Sayuri silently channeled chakra to her eyes, which turned from onyx to a beautiful vermilion hue. 2 tomos lined a ring surrounding each of her black pupils. I awakened my Sharingan. When Kakashi wakes, I'll have him train me in its usage, Sayuri spoke. Naruto replied, alright then. For now I'll be working on mostly taijutsu, do you wish to join me, Sakura? The pink-haired girl nodded eagerly. Sayuri, can you teach me ninjutsu? Naruto asked sheepishly after humbling himself down. PFFD, Sayuri snorted. Alright then, if you're gonna be of any use, you might as well learn something. Just find me once you're done with your taijutsu. With that, the Uchiha walked out of the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow but was delighted. Come on Sakura, let's go practice our taijutsu. While the Haruno practiced her stances, Naruto went through taijutsu katas, placing emphasis on perfecting the forms and fluidity of the transition between each one. All the way, Asura gave him pointers such as to vary the strength of his blows and the speed of his transitions to confuse the enemy. After all, unpredictability was his forte. Many feints were incorporated into the sequences and other unnecessary maneuvers were scrapped completely. From the kata, within 3 hours, his taijutsu standard was improved to roughly that of a Chunnin. It would take much more to catch a Jonin like Kakashi off guard. Though, in such cases, his rank served to deceive the enemy into believing that he was of such a standard expected of those with the Genin rank. At 7, he approached Sayuri for a ninjutsu crash course. Dobi, were you going to make me wait forever? Spoke Sayuri as she stopped in the middle of her training. Sorry about that. Can we begin now? Naruto apologized. Alright. Basically, ninjutsu manipulates chakra to do things that you normally wouldn't be able to do, like breathe fire or level the ground. To do an elemental jutsu, there are mainly 2 parts, nature transformation and shape transformation. After you mold chakra, nature transformation is applied first. This characterizes the jutsu's element. Next, you apply shape transformation, which modifies the chakra for the purpose of the jutsu. For example, my fireball jutsu is my chakra converted to fire and shaped into a ball. Understood, Naruto nodded. So, how do I apply nature transformation? Sayuri replied, it comes naturally to one based on the person's elemental affinity. 2. Test for your affinity, you first need to channel your chakra to a piece of chakra paper. I don't have that at the moment, so you have to get it from Kakashi-sensei. Well, go ahead, I'll wait. Naruto returned to the house and found his sensei still asleep. Naruto woke him up temporarily to ask permission to borrow chakra paper. Without questioning, Kakashi gave 2 sheets to him and went back to sleep. When he returned, Sayuri exclaimed, perfect. Give me one, I'll demonstrate. She held one sheet between her index finger and thumb before sending chakra to it. It wrinkled and then burst into a small flame, reducing it to ashes. My elements are fire and lightning. If yours is fire, Katen, or lightning, Raiten. Lightning style, it will burn or wrinkle respectively. If it is water, or Suten, it'll become damp. Earth or Doten, earth style, and it'll crumble. With wind, futon, the paper will tear. Now, try it out. Release your chakra. Naruto followed her instructions. A huge gale broke out around him and the trees around him had their barks cracked. Branches snapped and leaves flew everywhere in a storm of chaos. Sayuri was pushed back and she glared at him, causing him to stop. The Uchiha grumbled. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough in my instructions. Kindly channel your chakra, not release it. I apologize for my poor word choice. Please exercise some chakra control, Sayuri snapped sarcastically. Naruto's sweat dropped. To any other shinobi, releasing and channeling chakra would mean the same. However, his chakra was so dense, so potent, and voluminous that chakra control was the key difference between the two. This time, chakra emitted from his fingers and entered the special piece of paper. With a loud, sickening rip, two perpendicular lines formed across the paper, quartering it. And that wasn't it. The first piece burst into a huge flame which engulfed it, reducing it into tiny black ashes. The second turned so soggy that the entire piece dissolved. The third crumbled into fine dust so small that it appeared that it had disintegrated, and the last wrinkled rapidly, crushing itself into a paper ball. Sayuri was agape. Firstly, what the hell? Sheepishly, he rubbed the back of his head. I don't believe my eyes, but things happen, I guess. She spoke again, this time much calmer as she regained her bearings and Uchiha demeanor. Well then, I suppose I could teach you some fire jutsus. Let's start with the katan. Gokakyu no jutsu, began Sayuri. Briefly, she ran through the jutsu theory and hand seals. Within 30 minutes, he could throw a decent fireball. To be honest, she was a little jealous that he got it down quicker than she did when she first started. Sure, there was a lot of room for improvement, but to be able to even launch a decent-sized fireball was amazing in her eyes. Next, they moved on to the katan, Hosenka no jutsu, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. Since it was essentially splitting the fireball into smaller fireballs, Naruto got the shake transformation much faster this time and learnt the jutsu within 15 minutes. He never bragged though, choosing to instead improve his current arsenal of 2 jutsus. He pushed his limits to increase their range and intensity but only succeeded by a small margin. At 8, Kakashi woke and came by to supervise training. At this point, Sakura joined them. Upon hearing of Sayuri's 2 Tomoe Sharingan and Naruto's 5-element wonder, Kakashi explained that he only knew of 2 people who had both occurrences. Uchiha Obito, my former teammate, awakened the Sharingan with 2 Tomos already present. He was trying to protect me after I got my left eye slashed. Later, he died saving me from a cave collapse and had me take his left Sharingan, recounted Kakashi. Could it be because both were awakened during the need to save someone? Asked Naruto. The white-haired Jonin shrugged. It's possible, after all most Uchihas awaken their Sharingan when they are under incredible mental stress. Usually due to the death of a loved one. This is why they call it the curse of hatred, because the more losses an Uchiha faces, the larger his hatred and thus, the more powerful his eyes become. In Sayuri's case, there's too little evidence from the past, though it's still a possibility. I guess that'll have to wait till she has children, huh? Said Uchiha blushed before suppressing her embarrassment. What about Naruto and his 5 elements? Sakura asked. Well, I've only heard of one man who had all 5 elemental affinities. He is the Shinobi no Kami, god of shinobi, the Shodai Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Kakashi explained. Whoa, Sayuri gasped in amazement. Naruto wasn't so surprised as he was the Shodai in his past life. On the other hand, he was glad that Sayuri was showing more emotion than she did on a regular basis. Hopefully that meant she was warming up to the team. Kakashi continued, my elemental affinity is lightning, however, with my Sharingan, I have copied over 1,000 jutsus from all 5 elements. This earned me the title of Copy Ninja no Kakashi, Copy Ninja Kakashi. However, the problem with performing jutsus that are not aligned with your affinity is that they take more chakra and chakra control to execute properly, so just a warning before you guys may get any ideas. Except Naruto, of course. So, I'll use 2 shadow clones to teach Naruto and Sakura ninjutsu while I myself, the original, will instruct Sayuri in the Sharingan as well as ninjutsu. Alright, the 3 Genins nodded and Kakashi formed shadow clones. While the original focused on teaching Sayuri Sharingan tactics, it was impossible to teach everything he knew about the eyes as she only had 2 Tomos. Thus, he moved on to ninjutsu and taught her his one and only original technique, the Chidori, 1,000 birds. As for Naruto, he gave him 2 ninjutsu from each element to learn over the week. With shadow clones, they sped up the process as Kakashi revealed to Naruto. As he had recalled from the scroll of sealing, the shadow clone jutsu created corporeal clones which, once dispelled, returned its chakra and memories to the user. Because of this, using shadow clones to train accelerated the process. What he could complete in an hour could be done in half an hour with a single shadow clone. Since he could spam hundreds, as they found out later, well, you know what happened. The only drawback was things that required muscle memory like taijutsu needed to be done manually as shadow clones could not help in that. Lastly, with Sakura, she discovered her elements, earth and water, and was taught 1 jutsu each from each element. Kakashi figured that she had only so much chakra to spare, so it would be better if she focused more on being a support type. By dinner at 9, despite still having their work cut out for them, all three had accomplished a milestone. They discussed training over dinner, and that's when Kakashi decided to drop the bombshell. "I suspect Zabuza may still be alive," the Jonin declared suddenly. The Genins froze in shock. "But, how? Why?" Naruto asked, setting down his spoon. The standard procedure for a hunter nin is to burn an Ikenin's corpse upon killing him. This is to prevent the village's secrets from being leaked. However, as I recall, the Oi nin just took Zabuza away, Kakashi explained. "But are you 100% sure? Facing Zabuza again is a terrifying thought," Sakura asked worriedly. Kakashi reasoned, "That's not the only detail. From what I remember, senbons are not enough to kill but can induce a death-like state when thrown at the correct spot. In my fatigue I must have overlooked that detail and thought he was really dead. Unfortunately, that means we have at most a week to train before facing Zabuza again, and this time, probably with his accomplice as well. Given his accuracy with the senbons, this accomplice is no pushover either, so you guys must train as much as possible. Hopefully we'll be able to increase the odds of victory by learning the jutsus which I have just imparted to you. Alright, so we'll train extra hard this week," Naruto cried, excited to get his ninjutsu up to par with his taijutsu. Their conversation was interrupted by the cold voice of Inari, Tsunami's son. "What's the point of all this training, when you are all going to die at the hands of Gato's men anyways? Why are you still so cheery? What do you know anything about suffering?" Suddenly, the room's temperature dropped a few degrees, making its occupants shiver as killing intent flooded the house, courtesy of Naruto. "Kid, you don't understand how hard of a life we shinobi lead. You think you have it tough? You're wrong. Every day, we must train ourselves to get even the slightest edge against our opponents so that we can live to see the day and go back to our loved ones. We face death every single day. Even the slightest mistake can lead up to our death. So we treasure what we have, and fight for our precious people. You have your mother and grandfather who love and spoil you. People like me don't even have families. I get glared at in my own village, kicked out of stores, overcharged for simple things. All you need to know is, without any precious people, you cease to have a reason to exist. If you don't stand up for yourself, no one else can do it for you, kid," Naruto replied, surprising Sakura with the amount of maturity he had in his tone and reply. In fact, she was shocked that such things even happened to Naruto. Was it true? She decided that she would ask Kakashi-sensei in private, so she would not offend Naruto if he had really gone through such things. Sayuri, on the other hand, felt an inexplicable sense of sadness for Naruto's past. She didn't question the integrity of his words and chose instead to keep silent. Kakashi was also deeply saddened by Naruto's words, knowing they were true. He was well aware of his students' tenant, but was disgusted by the village's actions. They took their hatred for the fox out on a defenseless boy who knew nothing of why they did so. Inari was taken aback by Naruto's harsh response, having expected a retarded response about how they were going to find a way to defeat Gato and alleviate the village's suffering. Instead, Naruto's reply was more of a, "Fuck you, deal with it bitch," except with instructions how. The kid burst into tears and ran to his bedroom, Naruto's philosophical response still ringing in his head. The blonde took his plate to the sink where Tsunami was and then opened the door. "I'm going to train." The door closed as Naruto stormed off. Kakashi sighed. It can't be helped, he thought. With Naruto, he began practicing all the jutsus he had learnt and spammed shadow clones to help. By 11, he collapsed from exhaustion. With Sayuri, the other two had turned in for the night, but Naruto was not back yet. This had Sayuri slightly worried as it was quite late already. Had the enemies gotten hold of him? Stealthily, she snuck out of the guest room and out of the house, venturing into the nearby forests. About 300 meters away was a huge clearing created by a large array of jutsus. If Naruto had clashed with the enemy, the fight must have been pretty big to leave such a huge trail of destruction. To her relief, she found Naruto lying on the floor, still alive if his light snoring was anything to go by. She sighed and smiled, stifling a laugh. Only he would be capable of doing all this and still sleeping so peacefully like nothing happened. As gently as possible, she picked him up. Leaving him here was not only dangerous, but he could also catch a cold out in the forest at night. Slowly, she walked back to the house, careful not to wake the sleeping boy in her arms. Her face flushed when Naruto's sleeping self snuggled deeper into her embrace, pressing against her chest. A ghost of a smile graced her lips. She then re-entered the house shinobi style, through the window. Silently, she landed on the tatami floor of Naruto and Kakashi's room. There, Sensei was fast asleep, still recuperating from his overuse of the Sharingan. His awakening earlier to check on them and have dinner left him even more weary when he finally retired to the futon as his rest was incomplete. Well, at least Sayuri could do what she was currently doing. Carefully, she lowered him down onto the futon. The Uchiha located the blanket and pulled it over the sleeping blonde. Under the moonlight, his facial features were relaxed and his expression was one of peace and bliss. It generated an aura of calmness which spread to Sayuri as she tucked her favorite blonde into bed. She found it hard to resist and gave in to her temptations. Softly, she kissed Naruto on the cheek and whispered, "Sweet dreams, Naruto-kun." Now that her mind was at peace, she returned to her room and went to sleep. Unknown to her, while Naruto was most definitely asleep, his lips curled into a smile rarely seen anymore, a smile of true happiness. The next morning, Naruto's eyes snapped open and he groaned as he registered the sunlight piercing through the window. It cast a warm glow throughout the room, illuminating it with the brilliance of the morning. "Rise and shine, Kit." Kurama yelled from the Minsape, howling with laughter when the boy winced as the loud announcement rang in his head. Clearly he wasn't a morning person. Asura took over and declared, "Today we will do something special, Naruto-kun. Go to the local blacksmith and commission the finest sword he can make. When you get it, I'll teach you kenjutsu, sword techniques. It'll be worth it as you get to extend your range of attack." "Alright then," Naruto replied telepathically as he stood up and got downstairs for breakfast. "Tsunami-san, is there a blacksmith in this town?" The woman was surprised by the sudden question but nodded. "He's a very famous blacksmith in town, charges highly for his weapons but makes the best swords in Nami no Kuni," Tsunami replied as she jotted down the address. "Here." Naruto took the piece of paper and slipped it into his pocket. "Thanks, Tsunami-san." "Naruto, are you buying a sword?" Kakashi queried. "Yep." Sayuri spoke up, "Can you help get me a chokuto? I'll give you the details on a piece of paper later." "Okay then, I'm leaving after breakfast," Naruto replied, setting down his teacup. Once Sayuri gave him the paper, he left for the address which Tsunami gave. Sayuri and Sakura split up for their individual training first. Kakashi would later gather them for a team exercise when Naruto returned. For now, he guarded Tazuna at the bridge as the bridge builder directed his workers for the massive construction taking place. With Sayuri, in the spot where she found Naruto yesterday, a young girl in pink dress wearing a black choker was plucking plants and depositing them in her basket, seemingly gathering herbs. "Ohio," the girl said as she looked up from her herb picking. "Ohio," Sayuri gave the customary reply. "What are you doing out in the forest so early in the morning?" the Uchiha asked, stopping to catch her name. "Haku," the girl supplied, "I was picking herbs to heal a friend of mine." "What about you?" "I'm Uchiha Sayuri, a kunoichi, and I was going to begin training." "Oh." The girl cocked her head in curiosity. "That's interesting. What do you train for?" The Uchiha replied, "I train to get stronger so that I can kill my brother to revenge my clan." The girl shook her head in disappointment. "That's just sad," the Uchiha growled. "And who are you to say that? Are you fighting for your own sake? Or to protect others?" Haku asked. Sayuri's gaze softened. "I don't really know. I guess I fight to revenge my clansmen, but at the same time I also protect the people I love from being harmed by what I do." The girl nodded sympathetically. "That's something I understand. It's a different kind of love, and it must kill you inside to be hated by the one you love. Because to protect them you must be the villain, huh? Well, you're still fighting to protect someone precious to you, and that's something I respect even greater because you sacrifice more than anybody to protect everybody. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors, until we meet again. Goodbye for now." As Sayuri watched Haku leave the forest clearing, she pondered on her words. She wasn't very successful in shielding Naruto from hurt that he would eventually feel, given that she had done so much for him while he was aware. If she truly wished to care for him while remaining the villain, she should do so covertly. Suddenly, she thought of Itachi. Could it be? No, if he had really wanted to protect her, he wouldn't have committed such a heinous crime as slaying the entire clan except her. He would pay dearly for his crimes, and Sayuri would be the one to mete out justice for her fallen clan. Back to the topic, she was torn between covertly protecting Naruto by being the bad guy, but being unable to protect him openly against threats like Zabuza as she did yesterday, or doing the same thing while allowing herself times to protect him openly, but risking him finding out and loving her back. She decided that she would do the latter but pass it off as being a teammate's duty. It was safer this way. She could still be the bad guy while allowing her to protect him when needed and giving her an excuse to do so. Sigh, her love life was so complicated. With that thought in mind, she commenced her training to learn and master the Chidori as well as the Sharingan. With Naruto, when he arrived at the given address, he saw a small wooden building with a single floor. Inside, there was a bright glow emanating from the forge. He knocked and entered when told to by the man inside. "Welcome to my smith shop," the burly man within said. "So, what do you need?" Naruto replied, "2 custom-made swords please. I have a particular one in mind for a friend and the other is for myself." He walked up to the stone counter and put down Sayuri's note. "This is my friend's specifications for her sword. As for mine, I don't care what you make as long as it's the finest you have to offer. I'll pay you handsomely for it, don't fret." "I see," the man responded, taking the piece of paper and scanning through it. "Your friend's one is easy to make, however, yours will take quite a while as it'll be my greatest masterpiece yet. Do you mind if it is a Yoto, Western sword?" Naruto shook his head. "As I said, I don't mind whatever you have planned." The blacksmith nodded and handed him a rod. "Hold this for me, take a few swings," the blacksmith requested. Naruto did so and the man observed carefully, taking down notes. "He's quite strong as that rod is relatively heavy. I figure he'll forge something heavy, a dense material perhaps." Next, he took measurements of Naruto's hand, forearm, and legs to determine the weapon's perfect thickness and length. "Alright, I'm done. Thanks for your business. I'm Shinho Akeba, Master Blacksmith of Nami, and it's been a pleasure working with you. You can pick up the swords in a week. Pleasure working with you too." "Yarne," said Naruto before leaving the forge. A week later, Team 7 alternated between guarding Tazuna and training, and today, it was Sayuri's turn. She scowled as the bridge suddenly became much colder. The fog had thickened and visibility was reduced slightly. For all she knew, Zabuza and the accomplice was back. "Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, we have an alert. I think the enemy is back," the Uchiha spoke into her radio. "Roger that, heading over." "Where's Naruto?" Kakashi asked. Sakura replied, "I think that idiot overslept, probably still in the house." "Good," Kakashi replied, "Gato might have sent some of his men to attack the house, so Naruto can guard it for now. Whatever, just be here quick." "I don't like the looks of this," urged Sayuri. At that moment, 2 blurs appeared by her side. It was Kakashi and Sakura, who were training in the forests nearby the bridge in case such a thing should happen. On the other end of the uncompleted bridge, 2 dark shadows stood menacingly. One had a huge sword hefted on his shoulder. "Zabuza," Kakashi called into the mist. "Kakashi, this time, I'll finish you off," the Kiri Nukanen replied. "Take the black-haired girl. The pink-haired one is useless so she'll probably be guarding the bridge builder. I'll handle them." And Kakashi, Zabuza whispered to his apprentice. The apprentice nodded. "As you wish, Zabuza-sama." Kakashi rattled off instructions. "Sayuri, take the accomplice. Sakura, guard Tazuna. I'll deal with Zabuza." "Hi." Both Genins chorused and moved to their respective positions. The mist thickened considerably before the sound of rapid footfalls echoed across the bridge. "Here they come," Kakashi warned before heading off into the fog to face Zabuza. Eerily, the footsteps disappeared. Sayuri turned just in time to block a strike from the accomplice's senbon. "You're mine," the fake hunter Nin said, voice devoid of emotion. Sayuri launched a kick to his stomach, however the accomplice backflipped away. As he did, Sayuri took the chance to flash through hand seals. "Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu." A large fireball burst out of her mouth and flew towards the accomplice, who merely shot his hands out before him. "Hyaton, Hyogen Domu, Ice Style, Ice Rock Dome." Sayuri's eyes widened when a solid dome of ice materialized around the fake hunter Nin, shielding him from the blazing sphere of flames. When it dispersed, the ice was intact without even so much as a singe. "Hyaton, Ice Style, is that a Kekai Genkai?" Sayuri wondered. Her attention returned to the accomplice, who had opened a hole in the dome and was charging towards her. The 2 engaged in taijutsu and it was clear that the fake Oi Nin was faster. He grabbed the Uchiha's arm and formed one-handed hand seals with the other hand. "Hajutsu, Sensatsu Suisho, Secret Jutsu, 1,000 flying water needles of death," the accomplice uttered. Water in the air materialized into numerous thin icicles that closed in on Sayuri. The Uchiha yanked her hand free and used her kunai to deflect all the incoming projectiles. After she was done, a powerful kick pushed against her chest, sending her crashing away. The fake hunter Nin closed in on her and stomped on the ground where she was. Luckily, the Uchiha rolled away in time and recovered, swiping her kunai swiftly at the accomplice. He burst into shards of ice, reappearing behind her. Beware. Hajutsu, Makio Hyosho, secret jutsu, demonic ice mirrors, he called. Multiple mirrors made of ice surrounded her in a house-like formation, preventing her escape. In each mirror, there was an image of the fake hunter Nin. Sayuri growled. It was infuriating that he was so fast. She didn't want to pull her trump card this early, but if her fireball earlier was anything to go by, normal fire techniques wouldn't work on his ice. Sharingan, she uttered while channeling chakra to her optic nerves. Her ink-black eyes flared with chakra which turned them into a bright vermilion hue. Around her black pupils was a ring with 2 spinning magatamas. Suddenly, a wave of senbon rained down on her. Now being able to roughly track the senbons, she managed to fend off most of the senbons. Some still made it past her guard, though, and pierced her body. But, she could finally see. It was not that there was one accomplice in each mirror, rather, the fake hunter Nin was moving so fast that he appeared to be in every mirror. However, there was a restriction to her eyes. While she could now keep track of the enemy and see the senbons flying towards her, if her body was not fast enough, she still wouldn't be able to block them. Experiencing her own painful death helplessly in slow motion was definitely not on her to-do list for today, nor any day for that matter. So instead, she tried to shift positions to throw off his accuracy. Still, they were literally everywhere and it was quite hard to evade them all, given that she was trapped in this sadistic house of mirrors. Blocking them with her kunai was her only choice. In the times where one slipped past her guard, it pierced through her delicate skin easily and stung like hell. Worse, they felt very cold and numbed. The struck area slightly. Her eyes widened when she saw Zabuza's accomplice shooting out from the mirror. Usually, he traveled along the mirrors, but this time, he flew through the air right at her. With Naruto, earlier, the Uzumaki woke up and realized that Kakashi was gone from the room. When he checked, so was Sayuri and Sakura. Damn it, he overslept. Again, he went downstairs to find them, but paused mid-step when he heard a commotion downstairs. Don't kill my mum, Naruto heard Inari cry. Haha Gaki, we were given orders and we'll follow them. Perhaps we'll kill you first, have some fun with your mum, then kill her too, a man spoke. Clearly, there was more than one due to the we, but how many exactly? Naruto extended his sensory range and found 4 weak chakra signatures, 1 woman, a child, and 2 men. Yes, he could even tell apart their gender and age based on their chakra signatures. They were weak as they were not shinobi, but civilians still had a small trace of chakra. Obviously, the woman was Tsunami and the child was Inari, meaning there were 2 enemies in the house. Based on their weak chakra presences, they were probably bandits. Naruto could detect the fear and oppression in the environment, Kurama's negative emotions sensing. Well, it was time to step in. Faster than they could see, 2 shadow clones appeared behind the 2 bandits and drove kunais into the base of their skulls. When they collapsed, Tsunami shrieked in horror at the sight. Naruto sighed as he walked down the stairs. Sorry for the blood, but I have 0 tolerance for rapists. If they were here, it probably means Zabuza is back to attack Tazuna-san. I have to go now. In a burst of speed, he disappeared. When he neared the bridge, he noticed Zabuza's oppressive chakra laced throughout the air. Sakura and Tazuna felt fear. Sayuri, alarm. He saw a formation of mirrors where Sayuri was in and another chakra signature, a female about the same age as them but slightly older. Her chakra was very special, a Kekkei Genkai, perhaps. Right now, at his current speed, he saw her jumping out of one of the mirrors and lunging towards Sayuri with a senbon. He ran into the mirrors and tackled the Uchiha to the floor before the person could even react. The enemy girl flew into the opposite mirror and remained there. Now that he had halted, he could not keep track of the girl's movements and it appeared as if she was in every single mirror. Sayuri blinked in surprise before pushing him off. Why are you here? Once you come in you can't get out, Sayuri whispered fiercely. Naruto defended, she was flying at you with a senbon and you appeared frozen there. I had to help. Wait, Sayuri asked in confusion. Yes, she's slightly older than us and wields a Kekkei Genkai I think. How did you know? Sayuri asked, bewildered that he had such information considering that he had just entered battle. Now's not the time to explain. Focus on fighting her, she's fast, the blonde noted. No shit. Too fast for me to avoid but I can track her movements, Sayuri replied as she eyed the accomplice. The opposite is true for me. I have the speed to avoid her but I cannot see her in time. Alright then, I'll be your eyes and you'll be my body, Sayuri decided. Naruto nodded and raised a kunai. The fake hunter Nin raised her eyebrow behind the mask. Then, she pounced. 2 o'clock, Sayuri warned. Naruto swiped his hand outwards in the indicated direction and felt his kunai come in contact with the enemy's senbon. With all his natural strength, He pushed back and sent the opponent flying back into the mirror. She then threw another senbon at them. 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Sayuri relayed the visual rapidly. Naruto was having a hard time keeping up, because he first had to register what she was saying, then associate it with the direction and then act out accordingly. It didn't help that she began spamming directions as soon as Zabuza's accomplice began rapidly launching senbons from random directions. The moment their coordination faltered was the moment the enemy struck. Like snow, the thin needles rained down on Naruto and he did not detect them in time. Quickly, Sayuri performed a substitution and took his place. She braced herself as like a relentless blitz of snow, the thin needles pelted her, turning her into a pincushion for the thousands of senbons which pierced into her body. Sayuri, Naruto cried as his teammate collapsed to the floor. He kneeled down and propped up her back on his knee. Why did you do that? You could have let me handle it. The Uchiha gave a dry laugh, even in her current state as blood dripped from her mouth. There was no time to think. My body moved on its own. Use your Tenkaichi, and I promised myself that I would stay alive to kill Itachi. Is this really the end? She thought to herself. Well, at least her death could be useful. Fight on, Naruto, for me. Don't let your dream die. With those words, her eyelids closed shut and her body went limp. Naruto felt her pulse fade away. The blonde's eyes widened. His dream to be Hokage. Where was there time to think of that now when his own teammate was dying before his eyes, and no less for him, so that he could live on? What kind of sick, twisted world did this kind of shit to him? Did he deserve it? Was there something he could do to change it? There had to be something. The fake hunter Nin spoke. She found a strength she never knew she had. Why? Because of a certain person who was precious to her. To save that person, she took his place knowing it was a trap. She was a true ninja, worthy of honor. Is this the first time you have seen a friend die in battle? This is part of what it means to be a ninja. Shut up. Save me the eulogy. I'll kill you right where you stand. Naruto roared in savage fury. His chakra was released, exposing his powerful chakra presence to the world. A large surge of wind radiated outwards from him and the stone floor beneath him cracked, almost shattering under the incredible pressure of his chakra. What is this chakra presence? It's so strong, nothing I've felt before. Zabuza's accomplice thought. This chakra, the last time I felt it was from Sandaime-sama himself, and even then his was incomparable to this. This is bad, thought Kakashi. Worriedly, what is that massive amount of chakra and killing intent? It far surpasses mine in ferocity, Zabuza thought. The rage and the bloodlust was tangible in the air, making it hard to breathe. Sakura and Tazuna were choking and trembling badly as a seemingly new entity altogether entered the battle. His chakra is getting increasingly potent. It's best to strike as soon as possible, the fake Nin thought and readied some senbons. She flicked her wrist, releasing the projectiles at Naruto. The blonde swiped his hand at the incoming projectiles and they shattered after coming into contact with his chakra. What? The accomplice thought. A yellow Haori shrouded Naruto and 4 black orbs with purple glows floated behind his back. He gave a loud, blood-curdling roar which pierced the ears of all who heard it. It shook the entire bridge and the ice mirrors shattered in a great explosion of chakra. The fierce winds died down as Naruto looked up. His eyes were full of hatred for the one who ended Sayuri's life. The accomplice shivered and realized something. You are way stronger than me. I'm sorry I failed, Zabuza-sama. I'm nothing but a broken and useless tool now. End my life. Naruto was slightly stunned by her thinking. What kind of logic is that? You are not a tool, you are a shinobi in your own right. The fake hunter Nin retaliated, and that's what a shinobi is. A person who is a tool for the person who buys his services. Since I failed, I have no right to live. Now end my life. Naruto was appalled. That's not what a shinobi is. You are a person too, you have emotions and a personality. You do not deserve to die simply because you couldn't defeat an adversary stronger than you. That's stupid. Haku scoffed and tried to rile him up. Is that how weak your will is? When you swore vengeance against me for your friend's death, were they just empty words? Naruto growled and cocked his wrist back. With a punch, he sent her crashing into the ground 10 meters away. She got up, her mask now shattered to reveal the face of Haku. Come on, you can do better than that. Kill me, I deserve death for failing my master. She then heard the crackling of electricity a short distance away. Eyes widening, Haku suddenly said, wait. I still have a final use for my master. An ice mirror formed beneath her feet and she dropped into it, disappearing. With Kakashi, earlier, I should end this quickly. I don't like the feel of that chakra, the Konoha Jonin thought, drawing a scroll from his vest and opening it. He cut his thumb on a kunai in his open-bottomed kunai holster located on his flak jacket. He swiped the blood in a line across the middle of the scroll and sealed it shut. Placing it between his thumbs and index fingers, he formed the hand seals: tiger, snake, dragon, dog. Slamming the scroll onto the ground, he uttered, Kuchi-yosa, Doten, Choiga no Jutsu, summoning, Earth-style, Fanged Pursuit Jutsu. Activating the Doten Jutsu, lines of black kanji scrambled out of the scroll's ends and shot into the ground. The scroll vibrated vigorously as it did so, until there were no more lines exiting it. 10 meters away, where Zabuza was, the lines burst out of the ground and in a flurry of smoke, revealed Kakashi's Ninkans. An entire pack of hounds restrained the Kiri Nukkinen, allowing him to prepare his ultimate technique against Zabuza. Forming the ox, rabbit and monkey hand seals, Kakashi then brought his right hand palm up with his left hand clutching the other's wrist. A circle of Raiten chakra appeared around his feet, with electric charges shooting up to his right hand like the surface of a plasma ball when touched. It charged his ultimate and original jutsu, which was even stronger than its progenitor, the Chidori. The S-rank Raiten jutsu cackled loudly in his hand, the sound of the gathering of copious amounts of chakra. He slid his hand down and charged towards Zabuza, his Sharingan's vision already tunneling and locking on its target. And quat! Raikiri, lightning blade, and quat! Kakashi yelled as he sprinted across towards the restrained Nukkinen. Suddenly, an ice mirror formed above the space before Zabuza. From it, Haku dropped down and intercepted the assassination jutsu with her own body. Kakashi tried to stop, but it was too late as the Sharingan-piloted linear movement of the Raikiri disallowed him from veering off course from his target. It shrieked like the call of a bird and pierced through Haku and Appo's chest, plunging deep into her lung cavity and destroying her heart with the influx of Raiten chakra. Zabuza smirked in satisfaction. And quat! Looks like I found a useful tool. And quat! Naruto heard him and yelled, and quat! Was that all you ever thought of her? A tool, and quat! And quat! HN, and quat! He replied and broke free of his Ninken bonds. Hefting Kubikirabocho off his back, he pulled his sword arm back. Alarmed, Kakashi thought, and quat! He intends to take me out together with the child. And quat! He drew Haku in close to his body and backflipped away just as Zabuza swung his sword at them. When Kakashi landed, he put Haku on the floor and pulled his bloody hand out of her corpse. He placed 2 fingers on her eyelids and slid them shut. And quat! Gome fuku wo inorimasu, and quat! Kakashi whispered, wishing her peace in the afterlife. Oh, if only he knew how the afterlife was. He stood up and glared at Zabuza. And quat! You disgust me. And quat! He threw 2 kunais which buried them's leaves deep into Zabuza and Appo's left shoulder. Angered, Zabuza charged at Kakashi, his left arm now limp from the injury. The Konoha Jonin threw a right hook at his face and performed a spinning heel kick which sent him back. Growling, the Nukkinen swung his sword horizontally, which Kakashi jumped up to avoid it. Then, he swung it down in a vertical chop. It planted itself deep into the ground where Kakashi was earlier. The Konoha Jonin appeared behind him in a shunshin and brought his hand to the swordsman and Appo's neck. You shall die now, Kakashi said without emotion. That's what you told me in the previous chapter, Zabuza muttered under his breath. Pardon, nothing. Kakashi was about to strangle him when from the uncompleted end of the bridge, a man in a business suit clapped his hands. Surrounding him were dozens of his mercenaries. Well, looks like you couldn't even take care of a couple of Konoha nin and an old geezer, Zabuza. But that's fine, because I never intended to pay you anyways, came the snobbish voice of Gato. My plan was to let the Konoha nin finish you off, and while they were all still weakened by you, have my henchmen kill the men and rape the women. Wahaha, well, at least that bitch is dead. Strolling over to Haku's corpse, he gave it a kick and stomped on her arm. I'll kill you, Zabuza shouted with rage. A shroud of chakra emanated from him in the form of a purple demon. Sharingan no Kakashi, let's call a truce. I want to kill Gato and his men, Zabuza declared, give me a kunai. Kakashi nodded and tossed one over to the Nukkinen, who clutched it between his teeth. Ditching the Kubikirabocho, he charged at Gato and his men with a savage cry. Chapter 6, the leaves returned to the tree. Previously, ditching the Kubikirabocho, he charged at Gato and his men with a savage cry. There were no words to describe the ensuing carnage. It was simply this, a massacre. The demon of the mist cut down every single henchman standing there, though some had time to slash or stab at him with their weapons while he was dealing with their colleagues. others were simply too intimidated to do anything as they were bisected by Zabuza's kunai. Eventually, Zabuza reached the magnate, who was shivering in fear. The cornered Gato was literally between the devil and the deep blue sea, for Zabuza had him trapped right at the edge of the bridge. Don't kill me, I'll pay you, Gato pleaded. The Nukanon shook his head. I grow tired of your lies, Gato. This is for Haku. With a single swipe, he disemboweled the tyrant while sending him down into a watery grave. Zabuza, too, was already extremely exhausted. His various injuries began to take their toll on him as he strode weakly to Haku's corpse before collapsing next to her. Kakashi, he rasped out. Gaining the attention of the nearby Jonin, I have a final wish. Bury me next to Haku. The white-haired Jonin nodded solemnly, watching as the swordsman passed away. The two would be buried with honor. The gathered villagers cheered loudly, for Gato's monopoly had finally been broken. Naruto did not share the same sentiments, as once the adrenaline wore off, he remembered that his teammate had died for him. His knees became weak when he came near the body of Sayuri. Her corpse was riddled with numerous senbons. Tears of sorrow filled his eyes. Before they dripped onto the peaceful face of his teammate. Voice-stricken with grief, he whispered, "You did not have to die. So why? Kami, please tell me." At the very least, she deserved a funeral as grand as Zabuza and his accomplice. Her current state was not one Naruto would consider fit for burial. He started removing the senbons, one by one. Suddenly, he heard a gasp. He halted his actions and listened carefully. Could he have been mistaken? There was no point in raising his own hopes only to have them shattered. But unmistakably, Sayuri's chest was rising and falling slowly while she took in deep breaths. Her eyes snapped open, much to Naruto's surprise and relief. "Sayuri," Naruto cried happily, hugging the seemingly revived girl. Though the Uchiha was secretly enjoying the warmth of his embrace, she was starting to find it hard to breathe. "Dobi," she choked out, "can't breathe." "Sorry," said Naruto, releasing her from his grip sheepishly. A thought occurred to him before he entered Six Paths Sage Mode, utilizing his yang power to heal her wounds. Instantly, it left him drained. It was him who clasped into her chest, making her sigh as she stood up slowly with the blonde in her arms bridal style. "Let's go back. I'm so done with this mission," Sayuri stated. Sakura could not help but agree. Kakashi was too tired to say anything and simply picked up the two corpses, carrying them along with him so they could receive a proper burial. Within days, stories of Naruto's heroism spread far and wide across the country. His huge role in combating the tyranny of Gato and gathering the villages through Inari was well received by the population of Nami, who named him the Nami no Au, Hero of Wave. The other members of Team 7 were celebrated as well, of course, but none as much as Naruto. "Only 12 and you've already gotten your first title. You're really something, Naruto," Kakashi thought when he first heard of the news. This moniker of his came in handy when he went to retrieve his swords days later. "Come in," came the voice of Shinho Akeba over sounds of hammering. The blacksmith turned his head and noticed the blonde enter his store. "It's you, you're Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "How did you know? I do not believe I disclosed my name in our previous meeting." Akeba chuckled. "Oh, who doesn't know your name these days? You're the Nami no Au." Naruto took that tidbit of information in his stride and replied, "My reputation precedes me, is the appropriate response, I suppose. Blair, who am I kidding with all this formality? Let's get down to business, Shinho-san." "That's more like it," said the blacksmith as he took out two swords from his forge. The first was a chokuto which had a black scabbard and matching hilt, and was a larger size than a normal chokuto. "This is what I call the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, grass-cutting sword. Of course, it has none of the special properties granted by the legendary Kusanagi, but it is very durable and can cut through most things. Plus, the blade is made of chakra metal so the user can apply chakra flow," Akeba declared with pride. "I made it exactly as your friend requested it to be, so there should be no problems. As for yours," the second sword was pitch black with trims of grey, feeling evenly balanced when held. It had a black hilt connected to a handguard that dropped down on the right side. Attached to this elongated area of the handguard was part of the blade which was completely black like the rest of the sword and outlined in a light grey. "This, I call the Am no Murakumo no Tsurugi, Celestial Cloud Gathering Sword, my greatest masterpiece yet," the master blacksmith announced. Naruto's sweat dropped. "That's a cool name and all, but is there something shorter?" The man thought for a while before replying. "You can also call it the Elucidator, for it cuts through even the thickest darkness to bring light." "I'm not exaggerating, you could try." Naruto shrugged and brought the sword to a dark corner of the store. Indeed, the blade itself seemed to emanate a dim glow of its own. When swung, it EFT behind a trail of light that could potentially blind enemies. Anyways, as for its properties, I made it such that it was heavy enough to be wielded by you but not others. Thus, it may feel balanced to you but it's pretty hard to use for someone else. Also, given its weight, there is a lot of momentum behind the swings, which is why I designed the handle to retain your grip and prevent it from flying away. Akaba explained. The blade itself is extremely durable. I broke 3 anvils shaping it. The material is melded from adamantine and chakra metal, so it glows in reaction to your chakra and chakra flow works with it too. Thanks, Shinho-san. So how much for the 2? Naruto asked while returning the sword to its adamantine sheath. They are completely free of charge, the blacksmith said. Naruto replied, these 2 are fine swords that can fetch a high price. I must pay for them, or it will be a waste of your time and effort. Akaba shook his head. Take them as gifts for your valiant heroism. If you truly wish to repay me, promise that you will use the swords for good like what you did for our country. Do this, and the swords will never fail you. Your debt will then be repaid. Naruto opened his mouth, but then closed it in acceptance of his gifts. Thank you, Shinho-san. I will never forget this. Neither will I, for your service to my country. See you again, Tazuna's house. Yo Sayuri, here's your Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Naruto shouted from downstairs. When the Uchiha's head peeked over the parapet, he tossed the Chokuto up the stairs. She caught the spinning sword and examined it as she descended the staircase. It's a beautiful work of art. I'm gonna train with it now. Same for my sword, Naruto replied, and they went separate ways into the forest. While Sayuri's aim was to integrate the sword into her Uchiha fighting style, the interceptor fist, Naruto's purpose was to learn as many moves as possible from Asura and then perfect each and every one. Meanwhile, the bridge's construction was still underway, of course. Shadow clones dotted the huge bridge, providing security in case the remnants of Gato's mercenaries returned to finish the job. Thankfully, no such thing happened, and within 4 days, the bridge was finally completed. In accordance with their mission scope, they had to leave on the day of completion. As for their mission pay, they were already paid fully for the A rank, as mysteriously, someone had left a huge sum of money with the villagers one day, which amounted exactly to the money Gato took from them. Which blonde was it who launched this covert operation? Till today, it still remains a mystery. The villagers were sad to see them go and threw them a farewell party. The population of Nami was gathered to see him off, and also mark the occasion of the first people to set foot on the bridge and cross it. Naruto Nisan, I'll miss you, said Inari with tears in his eyes. Said blonde replied while wiping away the child's tears, cheer up Inari, I'll be back one day. Promise, promise. They made a pinky promise to seal the deal, and with that, Team 7 set off. The villagers cheered as the Konoha Nin left Nami no Kuni on the newly finished bridge. Tazuna witnessed the retreating backs of the people who had saved his country and smiled at the thought of the blonde. That boy changed Inari's heart, and Inari changed the people's hearts. That boy gave us a bridge to hope, called Courage. Bridge, oh yeah, we need to name this bridge. Well, I have a perfect name for this bridge. Oh, what is it? Inari asked. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Tazuna suggested. That's a good name. Inari replied. The villagers present cheered in assent. This name is in hope that this bridge will never crumble, and will one day become a super famous bridge whose name is known throughout the world. Konohagakure. Upon arrival, Team 7 went to the Hokage's office as it was after 12 noon. In the morning till 12, the Hokage would be at the mission assignment desk giving out D to B rank missions. After 12, the Hokage would be at his office, clearing paperwork and giving out the occasional A or S rank, where security and privacy were paramount. Thus, Team Kakashi found themselves being debriefed in the third's office. After a lengthy report due to the upgrade of the mission ranking, they were finally dismissed. Sayuri, Sakura, shall we go for lunch together? Naruto suggested. The Pinkett shook her head. Sorry, my parents are waiting for me as the mission took longer than expected, the Haruno replied, walking away. What about you, Sayuri? Naruto offered. The Uchiha responded. Me neither. I have to go home and train. The moment she said that, his eyes lit up in excitement, making her regret her statement instantly. Can I train with you then? No, please. I said no. Sayuri rejected firmly. The Uzumaki pouted and used his doggy eyes on her. Just this once, please. Seeing his irresistibly cute expression, her resolve crumbled away. Reluctantly, she finally said, all right, but don't mess up my house. Naruto gave a mental cheer as he succeeded with persistence. The blonde followed the Uchiha to the clan district. Along the way, the two were the object of the villagers' stares of disdain. Why is Uchiha-sama with that I cannot allow that brat to taint her. That boy does not deserve to stand on the same ground as the great Uchiha-sama. These were among the many mutters and whispers of the spiteful villagers. Sayuri ignored them and said to Naruto, "Let's take to the rooftops. I don't like being watched by them like some procession." Naruto nodded and in a blur, both appeared on the roof of the nearest building. Up there, it was peace and quiet with nobody to disturb them. The only people who they crossed paths with were other shinobi, and even they didn't bat an eyelash as they sped past them, for they had urgent business of their own to settle. Within 2 minutes of free running, the duo made it to the clan district. From there, the two teammates returned to the streets and arrived at the Uchiha clan compound. It was a massive compound with cobblestone walls stretching far away in either direction of the main entrance. According to Sayuri, the compound was 7 hectares large. It was a big clan, after all. The main gate was styled like the entrance to a shrine, with blue flaps hanging down from the top and the Uchiha crest emblazoned on them. Sayuri pushed the 2 flaps aside and entered. From the gate, a rocky path led to a huge cluster of houses, the center of which was the main house for the clan head where Sayuri resided. On either side of the houses, huge training grounds with trees growing everywhere were abound. Sayuri opened the door and shed her boots. "Come in, don't track dirt into the house." Naruto complied and was awed by the sight of Sayuri's house. It was a gorgeous traditional Japanese house, with sliding doors and shoji screens being a common feature. She came to the kitchen and said, "Sit down. We need to have something for lunch, so I'm making something." "What do you want?" "So you were gonna eat lunch before training?" accused Naruto. Sayuri huffed and repeated her question. "I dunno, ramen." The Uchiha shook her head. "You know what, I'll think of something. Stay still while I cook." She went around the kitchen and checked the closets for ingredients. After deciding what she wanted to make, she assembled the ingredients on the counter and pulled off an apron from a hook. With that, she got to work. Naruto observed the girl in a daze as she moved efficiently about the kitchen, her apron swaying in the wind with her graceful footsteps. Her hips looked like they were sashaying on purpose, making her look incredibly sexy. Almost as if the blonde slapped himself mentally. Had he really just thought of his teammate like that? But could it be? No, she hated his guts after all, with all the Dobi and Uzuratenkachi thing going on. He then heard a chuckle from within his mindscape. Or so it may seem. She did save your ass twice in that wave mission already, you know. Kurama pointed out. Naruto shook his head. She's my teammate, saving me is just a regular thing we do for each other. The Great Fox gave a shrug. Or so she may make it seem. Not that I favor Madara's transmigrant, just saying that there's more than meets the eye with that Uchiha girl. This was the first time Naruto saw her as more than just a teammate, but rather, a girl, and a girl with feelings at that. There was no more time to think, however, as Sayuri had finished making lunch and set the plates down at the table. They were onigiri, balls of rice wrapped with seaweed and topped with katsuobushi, dried, fermented, smoked skipjack tuna. Naruto eyed them suspiciously, as he did for every food that wasn't ramen. "Are you sure this will taste nice?" The Uchiha scowled at him as she sat down. "Just eat up, Dobi. It won't kill you." That didn't do anything to assure him. "Itadakimasu." Skeptically, he picked it up and took a small bite. Flavor burst in his mouth and his eyes went wide. "It's delicious. I think I may have just found my second favorite food in the world." Sayuri shook her head in amusement. "Of course it is. It is a special recipe passed down exclusively through the Uchiha clan." Her voice faltered halfway as thoughts of her dead clan plagued her. Naruto noticed this and looked up from his food. "What's wrong, Sayuri? Are you alright?" The girl shook off his concern and said, "Never mind. Let's just eat." As soon as they finished, they jumped straight into training. First off was a light kenjutsu spar to assess each other's skills. While Sayuri's attacks were more chained and fluid in transition as they originated from katas in the interceptor fist, Naruto's moves were much more isolated but deadly in their own right due to his speed and power. As such, the Uchiha decided to teach Naruto some forms and stances as well as how to combine his movements. The Uzumaki, on the other hand, taught Sayuri how to improve and vary her strength and speed to confuse the enemy instead of sticking too much to the katas, which would increase predictability should an enemy have encountered it before. Both agreed that precision was of utmost importance. Next, was a normal spar to test each other and Arpos, taijutsu and ninjutsu. Clearly, Naruto was more adept in taijutsu and even with the Sharingan, it washed for her to predict his next move. They were chaotic but powerful as his namesake, Maelstrom, suggested. Asura and Arpo's fighting style, after all, was tailored to counter the powerful eyes of his older brother. However, in ninjutsu, Naruto fell short. While the blonde had a larger arsenal, Sayuri and Arpo's techniques were more powerful in terms of destruction. With such evaluations complete, they decided to exchange jutsus and katas. And quote, I and Arpo's LL teach you the Uchiha-ru, Higasha no Mai, Uchiha style, Halo dance, one of my clan and Arpo's famous kenjutsu techniques. Most famously put to use by Shunshin no Shisui of the body flicker, a famous Uchiha. This jutsu involves chakra flow, so I suppose I and Arpo's LL have to teach you that first, and quote. Sayuri explained, and quote. Chakra flow refers to both the flowing of chakra through an object as well as any technique that increases the potency of a weapon by flowing chakra through it. Usually, elemental chakra is used to flow through bladed weapons in order to either dramatically increase their various pre-existing properties or to gain additional advantageous effects. The user must be touching the tool to initiate chakra flow, but direct contact with the weapon is not necessary to maintain chakra flow, and quote. Sayuri read from her clan scroll, and quote. Wind chakra is used in order to increase the sharpness of bladed weapons, so much so that in the hands of an experienced user even small blades are capable of piercing substantial rocks easily, leading to the assertion that this chakra is unparalleled offensively in close and mid-ranged fights. This effect is achieved by utilizing two opposing chakra currents, which are ground against each other in such a manner that they sharpen one another into fine pieces. Understood, and quote. Naruto nodded. Lightning chakra, as applied to weapons, provides an increased cutting power similar to that of wind, with the addition of inducing numbness. However, this is instead achieved by inducing high-frequency vibrations within the object. Earth chakra seemingly increases the defensive power of an object to its utmost limits, by further reinforcing the inherent properties of the material involved. This results in the material becoming as hard as diamond and an increase in the overall destructive power of physical attacks. Fire chakra engulfs the desired weapon in intense localized flames, which follow the subsequent path of the object in question, incinerating anything which comes into direct contact. Lastly, water chakra, being a neutral element, has no known added properties when chakra flow is applied to a weapon. Unless you wish to lubricate yourself, I don't really see a point in applying Sutin chakra to a weapon or yourself. Naruto smirked. Kinky. Sayuri blushed. Ignoring his comment, she continued, so, for the Halo dance, it applies Katan chakra flow to your sword. When released in the correct manner, swipes will create waves of flame which will fly at the enemy. The blonde boy soaked up the information like a sponge. After a demonstration, he replicated the movements but was unsuccessful in producing anything but a small flame. Thus, the Uchiha deduced that his chakra control had to be fine-tuned even further from his current level before he could move on to chakra flow. They spent the rest of the day practicing chakra control. In fact, for the next few weeks, after the daily D-rank mission, they would stay back together and keep on practicing until they could bring both their chakra control to a suitable standard. Certainly, mastery would take a long time, but for now, his chakra control was adequate after 3 weeks of practicing chakra control with shadow clones and just that. By then, he had completed approximately 5 years and 9 months worth of chakra control exercises due to his daily 100 shadow clone abuse. Finally, he was able to move on to the technique itself. On the third try, he was able to produce a great coat of flames around his blade. It took another week of training before he finally managed to fling it with sufficient accuracy. He was overjoyed upon completing the technique, so much so that he even treated Sayuri to ice cream. He couldn't wait to use it on a mission in a real combat situation. Naruto's prayers were answered when his team returned from yet another Capture the Demon Cat mission. Dynanahan, it's been a month since your last Ahum C rank mission, so this time, I'm assigning you guys another, the aged Hokage announced. Yatta, Naruto cried. Sayuri and Sakura smiled too. It had been a while since they last had a proper mission and their combat skills were getting rusty. This mission was assigned by the Fire Daimyo himself, in the faith that we would be able to complete the mission without fail as with our track records. Thus, it is important that you do not fail, for the reputation of Konoha is at stake. Is that clear? Hi, Hokage-sama, Team Kakashi chorused. It was obviously an important mission if it involved the feudal lord of Fire Country. This was getting interesting. On to the mission details. The Fire Daimyo is holding his birthday party tomorrow evening. Many distinguished guests will be there as well, making it a huge target for any enemies wishing to eliminate the dignitaries present. Therefore, he has hired us for precaution to act as bodyguards, and particularly, one of the team members had to be able to play an instrument, Hiruzen briefed. This is because he does not want to cause alarm to his guests. As such, he wants every bodyguard to be disguised as guests, with the one who can play the instrument disguised as one of the musicians present. Understood, Team 7 nodded. But who can play the instrument? Inquired Naruto. Blushing, Sakura raised her hand. I play the shamisen. The Hokage continued, you are the only shinobi left in my force who can play an instrument and is not currently engaged in a mission. Thus, I chose your team for this mission. Besides, seeing how you guys handled the mission to Wave, I can tell that this Chunnin team is far from ordinary in terms of combat prowess. In the rare event where a Jonin is involved, I'm sure between your 3 special eyes, 2 healers and combined teamwork, you can deal with that. Am I wrong? Team 7 shook their heads. Good, so don't disappoint me, or the daimyo. And since Madame Shijimi is already outside after collecting Tora, you guys are also to escort her back to the capital. Dismissed. For the second time, Team 7 left the village. The entire way, Madame Shijimi was chatting about life in the capital. Fortunately, they left their sensei to entertain the talkative woman. By the time they arrived at the capital, it was already 8 at night. First off, they stopped at the Fire Daimyo's palace. It was a lavishly decorated place, with the reception hall filled with fancy furniture and paintings that were perhaps used to start conversations on their acquisition. The floors were carpeted with red velvet, leading to other rooms which were similarly decorated. In the main hall itself, a platform rose above the rest of the room where the throne was located. There, the feudal lord sat while awaiting the arrival of his guests. It was in this very room that Team 7 bowed down to the supreme ruler of Fire Country, his only equal being the Hokage. Please rise, the Fire Daimyo requested. His wife had already departed from their group and went to her husband's side. As I'm sure Hokage Dono has briefed you guys, my birthday party tomorrow will involve many important guests. Therefore, I would appreciate if you guys disguised yourselves to be as inconspicuous as possible. Your faces are surely easily recognizable. Sharingan no Kakashi, Nami no Au. Thus, I am giving you guys an allowance to buy the clothes you need. You can keep the clothes and whatever money is left. Thank you, Daimyo-sama, Team 7 chorused. For now, I have arranged for your accommodation at a hotel. Please rest well for tomorrow. With a bow, the team retreated after being given the address to the hotel. The daimyo seems like a nice man. He even knew our monikers, Naruto said once they left the palace. Kakashi shrugged. The daimyo keeps close tabs on his shinobi. They came to the address and found a grand hotel almost as luxurious as the palace. If they had to guess, it was for foreign dignitaries and other VIPs. They were assigned a penthouse suite with 2 bedrooms and 2 beds each. Obviously, the males couldn't sleep in the same room as the females, so they split themselves up by gender. It was a rather tiring day for everyone, and so they hit the sack as soon as possible. The next day, Naruto woke up to Kakashi shaking him vigorously. Seeing that his eyes were open, the Jonin spoke, "Wake up, Naruto. Sakura and Sayuri are already waiting for us downstairs." The boy sat up in the unfamiliar sheets and remembered that he was on a mission. Almost like a stark contrast to his earlier state, he leapt out of bed and into the bathroom. As soon as he brushed his teeth and packed the bed, he left with Kakashi for the first floor where breakfast was held in a buffet style at the hotel's restaurant. Sayuri and Sakura were already seated, having maple syrup pancakes. The 2 males got themselves 2 servings of the same food and sat down with the girls. Between bites which seemingly passed through his mask, Kakashi ordered, "We shall begin planning after breakfast." The Genins nodded in unison. Team 7 returned to the suite and began planning. Kakashi took out a piece of paper and mapped out the main hall where the feudal lord's birthday party was to be held. Marking the platform with a cross, he said, "Sakura, as one of the musicians, you'll be positioned here on the platform. This will give you a good vantage point of the guests. Check for any suspicious activity." The Pinkett nodded. Kakashi crossed one of the shoji screens positioned near the daimyo's throne and continued, "I'll be standing here disguised as one of the daimyo's butlers. If any of you 3 notice anything suspicious, signal to me and I'll relay the message to the others." "What about us?" asked Naruto. "You and Sayuri will be disguised as a couple, one of the guests. This will allow you 2 to move freely among the crowd while remaining uninterrupted by any curious guest, as you 2 are busy doing stuff couples do." Naruto raised an eyebrow. The logic was sound, but it would be slightly awkward to work with Sayuri in that way. To his surprise, the Uchiha didn't complain and instead asked, What is our attire? Ever the practical one. I'll leave that choice up to you guys, but keep in mind that they must fit your role. Now let's go do some shopping, Kakashi replied. The four took the daimyo's allowance and left the suite. Later, Sakura got a pink floral kimono and a green obi to match. She performed a henge into an older woman who looked 25, resulting in a pretty mature and formal appearance. Kakashi got a tuxedo for his butler role and combed his hair forward, such that he looked like his father, Hitaki Sakumo, the legendary Konoha no Shiroi Kiba, Konoha's White Fang, said to be on par with the Densetsu no Sanin, legendary 3 ninja. The two left first as they were to be. At the party preparing beforehand, Naruto had acquired a black coat with an indigo, long-sleeved, collared shirt, over which was a grey vest. He also donned black pants, a purple belt, and dark blue fingerless gloves. Concealed beneath the coat was the Amno Murakumo no Tsurugi. To fit his clothes, he applied a henge to look like what he possibly would appear like in the future. As for Sayuri, she bought a simple strapless black dress for the party, applying a henge to look like an older version of herself as well. Being a female Uchiha, she was already blessed with natural beauty, but seeing her gorgeous body was just too much for Naruto. For Kami's sake, she looked like Mikoto, who was a pretty hot lady herself. The Uchiha noticed him checking her out and scowled. What are you staring at, Dobi? Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and blurted out, nothing, you just look very beautiful, Sayuri-chan. A faint blush tinted the girl's cheeks. She teased back, is that right? Well, you're pretty handsome yourself, Whiskers-kun. She drawled out the nickname and was rewarded with an embarrassed expression on Naruto's face. Perhaps he was sensitive about his whiskers. Whatever the case, they were about to be late for the party if they did not leave now, for it started at 5. Sayuri spoke, come on, the party is about to start. Remember, keep your eyes on the enemy. The blonde nodded firmly as he locked the suite door behind them. He then offered her his arm. Shall we? The Uchiha took it and both strode to the palace, where an unknown enemy lay ahead. Chapter 7, Team Photos and the Spiraling Sphere. Previously, the Uchiha took it and both strode to the palace, where an unknown enemy lay ahead. When they arrived, many other guests were already present. They spotted Kakashi and Sakura easily, their watchful eyes scanning the crowd. The Haruno was strumming a slow tune on her shamisen, accompanied by other musicians' instruments. Most of the crowd started dancing to this song, as did Sayuri and Naruto. As they waltzed, they kept a close lookout for any suspicious activity. The other guests appeared to be civilian as well, and were stately in appearance. Ambassadors, perhaps. Naruto's right hand was on her back, his left hand clasping her right. His observant blue eyes watched the other guests around them carefully, noting their positions, especially those nearer to the daimyo. The blonde took a step back, and Sayuri followed, peering to her sides. She then let go of her left hand, which was around his neck, and spun around in a circle, making use of this to observe her surroundings. When she completed her spin, Naruto pulled her close to his body and whispered, anything? She shook her head and the two stepped away from each other to their original stance. They and other dancing couples stepped aside as 7 parasol dancers entered the hall in an orderly fashion. They lined up in front of the platform with their beautifully crafted parasols and began to dance to the music, which Sakura played to blend in with the harmonious tune of the koto. Naruto's attention was now on them. They were all aged roughly 20 to 30, and were all in perfect physical condition as well for their age. They danced and leapt gracefully into the air, without so much a stumble or a slip. Their steps were light and quick, their movements all in perfect synchronization. The blonde Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. How strange for a civilian group to be so good in both performance and balance. Strange indeed. What gave them away was their chakra signatures. 1 Jonin and 6 Chunnins. Naruto grabbed Sayuri by the waist and pulled her in close to an intimate embrace as the music reached a crescendo. Blood rushed to her cheeks, turning him rosy red. She could feel Naruto's warm breath by her ear as he whispered, the dancers. They are too good for civilians. The one in the middle has Jonin chakra reserves while the rest are Chunin level in chakra. Informed Kakashi. The Uchiha girl nodded. Her eyes fleeted to Kakashi's, flashing red momentarily as she gestured her Sharingan towards the dancers. The disguised Jonin nodded in understanding and relayed the message to Sakura. A final test to see if they were really shinobi. Getting the signal, the Haruno suddenly picked up her strumming pace, the tempo 6 times faster than before. Impossibly, the parasol dancers kept up their performance without a single slip-up. It was at this moment that the lead dancer leapt at the fire daimyo. The hall spun into absolute chaos as Kakashi jumped from the shoji screen to intercept the Jonin, fending the woman off with a kunai. The rest of Team 7 sprung into action, dropping their henges. Naruto noticed a Chunnin about to stab Madame Shijimi and dashed towards him at top speed. All the young man saw was a blur before he was blitzed, sent crashing into the wall by Naruto's kick. Said wall echoed with a boom when the Chunnin slammed into it, creating small cracks around him. Naruto spawned shadow clones to evacuate the daimyo, his wife and the guests. The enemy ninja coughed up blood as internal injuries began to show. He managed a swing at the blonde, but the Uzumaki evaded it easily by ducking below his arm. When Naruto stood up, he rammed his fist at the man's cartilage, shattering it from within. This forced the Chunnin to bend forward in pain. The blonde made use of this to strike at the opponent's neck, rupturing his windpipe. The Chunnin lowered his head reflexively, allowing Naruto to land the final blow with extreme precision, at the top of his head, the nerve center of the body. This killed him instantly. The Uzumaki moved on to the next opponent, who was about to attack Sakura. With one hand on the man's collar, Naruto tugged the man back while reaping his legs from underneath him. Said Chunnin fell on his hands but used the momentum to spring back. The two then engaged in taijutsu. Naruto spun round, confusing him, and then launched a tornado kick. The Chunnin sidestepped it, but the Uzumaki jumped up and switched to his other leg. This unexpected maneuver caught the Chunnin by the face. Less force was put into this counter, so the Chunnin only stumbled back, though his face felt like it was burning. Some of his teeth had already been kicked out. Naruto latched onto the man momentarily and hurled him skyward. His hand went beneath his coat, where Elucidator waited in its sheath. He lunged at the man while drawing the sword and called, "Uchiharu, Higasha no Mai." As Naruto performed the halo dance technique, the sword burst into flames in response. Fire chakra engulfed the sharp blade, creating a veritable coat of white-hot flames. Naruto executed a lateral slash despite not being in range of the opponent. To the enemy's shock, a wave of flames left the blade and flew in his direction. In his vulnerable position midair, there was nothing he could do to prevent his fiery death. In a spectacular explosion, his body was charred to ashes. Meanwhile, a Chunnin tried to sneak up behind Sayuri with her sword drawn. Poor choice, because when the Uchiha whirled around, her eyes were glowing a vermilion red with two tomos spinning hypnotically. Ayatsu, Sharingan, coercion, Sharingan. Sayuri whispered. A glazed look appeared in the woman's eyes as she was forced to obey the Uchiha's will. She cut down a nearby teammate, whose guard was down as he did not expect his own teammate to attack him. He collapsed to the floor as the woman regained her will. "What have I done?" the Chunnin cried, and looked back at Sayuri with a glare. The Uchiha was unfazed, however, activating another genjutsu on the woman. Magen, Hyaki Yako, Demonic Illusion, 100 Demon Knight. Parade. In her mind's eye, the Chunnin's surroundings turned a blood red. The dead bodies of her comrades were scattered across the floor, their entrails feasted upon by demons with vicious grins. She appeared to be in some kind of alley as demons closed in on her from every side with no way to escape. Her body seemed to be consumed in some black fire, her flesh burning away. The demons sank their hands into her skin, ripping out organs of every biological system and shoving them into their mouths greedily to satiate their voracious appetite. The Chunnin let out a scream of absurd horror. Finally, Sayuri released the nightmarish genjutsu, letting the enemy collapse to the floor. The traumatized Chunnin killed herself to end all this madness. Her eyes locked onto the final target just as Naruto was dealing with his last opponent. She weaved multiple hand seals and initiated Kakashi's signature technique. The sound of birds chirping was unmistakable as Sayuri sprinted towards her target. Chidori, the Uchiha yelled, plunging the A-rank assassination jutsu into the woman's chest. Her Raiten chakra-covered hand penetrated the enemy's skin easily, puncturing her lung cavity. Sayuri grabbed the Chunnin's shoulder with her right hand and used it to pull out her left, which was now dripping with the Chunnin's blood. The opponent crumpled to the floor, not even a match for the Chidori. Kakashi had already dealt with the enemy leader, the Jonin, who had attempted attacking the fire daimyo earlier. The hall was now empty except for the 4 of them and 7 corpses lying around. Kakashi sighed. Yet another C rank turned a rank. Good job, you guys. You all each took on 3 Chunnins by yourselves. Sakura lowered her head in embarrassment. I didn't do anything, she confessed. Kakashi shook his head. Because you couldn't. Your capabilities are that of a medic, so you aren't really expected to take part in the battle. Your job lies afterward. Relieved, Sakura smiled. She healed Kakashi and Sayuri's injuries, which were only minor scrapes in the midst of battle. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't require any healing as any damage he took had healed within seconds. Whenever a cut occurred, steam just rose from the wound as it closed without leaving a scar. Said blonde ordered his shadow clones to bring the daimyo and the others back. The party resumed successfully without any interruptions. At the end of it, the feudal lord was pleased by Team 7's performance. "I'm glad I hired you guys," the daimyo praised gleefully. "I'll pay you for an A rank. You can stay one more night at the hotel." Once again, Team 7 bowed and thanked the ruler of Hai no Kuni. They returned to the penthouse suite and had a good night's rest. After an uneventful but hearty breakfast, the four departed the capital for Konoha. Along the way, Kakashi mentioned that they had yet to take their team photo, so they would do so later in the afternoon. Hokage's office. Again, Hiruzen exclaimed incredulously. "Hi, Hokage-sama," Kakashi confirmed. The Hokage joked, "What rotten luck. I may have to ban your team from ever taking C ranks." Naruto's eyes widened in mock horror. "You can't possibly be serious. I'm not catching Tora for the rest of my life." The room burst into laughter. "Alright, jokes aside, I heard you guys are taking your team photo later. Do look presentable, as this photo will be a valuable possession in the future," Sarutobi informed. "Thank you for the advice, Hokage-sama," Sakura replied. Soon after, they were dismissed and told to change into their best, cleanest outfit possible and meet at the academy at 2. As such, Team 7 decided they would first go for lunch before adjourning till 2. It was a mostly quiet affair as there was nothing to talk about. Naruto was holding a ramen eating contest with himself. Much to his teammates' shock, he managed to finish 30 bowls before feeling bloated. Sayuri shook her head in amusement while Sakura just laughed at his ridiculous antics. Kurama scowled from within the mindscape. "You're lucky I'm here to help you digest all that crap. If it wasn't for me, you'd have vomited over 30 times by now." "Thanks then, furball, and don't call my ramen crap, it's food of the gods, okay?" Naruto retorted. Kurama roared at the demeaning nickname. He was the strongest of the Bijou, damn it. It wouldn't kill the kit to show some respect. Meanwhile, Asura stood in one corner, sweat dropping at the conversation. "Come on, we don't want to be late. We have 45 more minutes," Sakura exclaimed. Naruto nodded and stood up slowly, still feeling overly stuffed. Sayuri took notice and sighed. "Honestly, Dobi, slow down on that eating next time if you don't want to kill yourself." Naruto gave her an offended look. "I can handle it just fine, Sayuri-chan. No amount is too much when it comes to the food of the gods." The Uchiha gave another exasperated sigh, one of helplessness and defeat. "Whatever you say, Whiskers-kun." In a blur, she disappeared. Naruto shrugged and did the same, leaving Sakura to go home. Well, at least his nickname was changed to something more pleasant than dead last. When they rendezvoused at the academy entrance, Kakashi brought him to a classroom to have their picture taken. They were all dressed in their usual shinobi gear, with Kakashi in his Jonin vest, Naruto in his black jacket, Sayuri in her blue mandarin gown and Sakura in her usual red chipao. The photographer arranged in the way he saw fit. By tradition, Kakashi, as the sensei, stood behind. Sakura was wearing a light color, so she was positioned in front of Kakashi, while on her left was Naruto and her right was Sayuri, as both were dressed in relatively dark colors. "Hi, Chizu," the photographer said. "Chizu," all team members said in unison. Sakura and Naruto were the only ones who were really into it. Kakashi, having his mask on, didn't smile but instead gave one of his eye smiles. Sayuri couldn't actually smile genuinely since she lost that emotion long ago. Instead, she offered a half-hearted smirk that appeared even less happy than she would have with her normal expression. And thus, their expressions were immortalized in that photograph forever. "Alright, I have your photo. I'll have it developed and we'll send it to the Hokage's office where you can collect it tomorrow." "Arigato," said Kakashi before turning to his team. "Dainanahan, you all are dismissed until tomorrow. Meet at the usual time and place." Team 7 nodded and began to disperse. However, the white-haired Jonin tapped Naruto's shoulder and said, "Follow me." The blonde raised an eyebrow but complied with his sensei's instructions. He was brought to training ground 3, where Kakashi ground to a halt. "Sensei, why did you bring me here?" asked Naruto. "Long story short, I'm going to teach you a new jutsu." The Uzumaki's eyes widened. "Yes, what jutsu is it?" Then his excitement subsided as he asked in suspicion, "Wait, it's not going to be another C-rank fire jutsu, is it?" Kakashi chuckled. "No worries. On the contrary, I'm actually going to teach you my sensei's signature technique. And your birthright," he added. Mentally, Naruto thought back to the time after the bell test, where Kakashi talked about the previous Team 7s. "Your sensei, he was the Yondawa," Naruto said in realization and shock upon recalling. The Cyclops nodded. Indeed. And today, I shall teach you one of the jutsus he invented. It's called the Rasengan, the pinnacle of shape transformation. Before that, not that I'm ungrateful, but why are you teaching me this? Naruto asked curiously. He did not want to be favored over his teammates, as it would be unfair for Kakashi to show such favoritism. The Jonin replied, that's because I've taught Sayuri my Chidori. It would only be fair if I taught you the Rasengan. As for Sakura, she's not a ninjutsu type, for her chakra reserves are insufficient, so don't worry about her. I have my own plans for her. Naruto nodded in acceptance. Alright, let's get started. The Rasengan does not require any hand seals to use, relying only on the chakra control of the user. Once it is complete, it becomes self-sustaining, which does not give the Rasengan a definite limit like my Chidori. The compacted nature and moving speed of the chakra allows the Rasengan to grind into whatever it comes in contact with to inflict major damage. This tends to launch the target spiraling backward after being hit, or, if the target is lying on or being launched to the ground, the destructive force is enough to form a crater. Naruto was overjoyed. This would probably be his ultimate technique, considering its massive damage and lack of hand seals. I can tell you this, it is definitely superior to the Chidori, and can be even more powerful. My sensei intended to add his nature affinity to it, however. He died before he could do so. I tried adding my Raiten chakra, but was unable to. Instead, I took the basic idea and created the Chidori, resulting in a less powerful jutsu, Kakashi explained. Understands so far? Yup. Also, because the Rasengan requires a high level of shape transformation, mastering the technique also grants a person mastery of shape transformation, even if the person isn't aware of its concepts. That's awesome, Naruto marveled, imagining the things he could do after mastering shape transformation. Let's not get ahead ourselves. First, I'll give you a demonstration. Kakashi stretched out his right hand, clutching its wrist with his other hand. With a burst of concentration, chakra materialized in the air above his hand and swirled towards a single point, amassing into an increasingly large orb. Finally, the sphere was the size of a small beach ball and stopped increasing in size, stabilizing. The Rasengan is basically your raw chakra rotating wildly at extreme speeds, and compressing the energy, so these three things are important too. Learning the Rasengan, rotation, power, and stability. Simple, Naruto nodded. So how do I learn rotation? It is shape transformation, right? Indeed. To first start learning rotation, you will need a spherical shell to spin your chakra in so that it will create an orb. To complete this, it is also crucial for you to understand that your chakra rotates naturally in one direction. Thus, all you need is to envision your chakra spinning in the palm of your hand in that direction, and applying it all around the shell in order to achieve the rotation required for Rasengan. Okay then, what should I use? A water balloon, stated Kakashi, who brought out a couple of those in a pail. With a small suit and jutsu, he filled the pail and used it to fill the balloons. Burst it with your chakra. He did as told, closing his eyes and imagining the rotation of his chakra. Instantly, he could feel the water swirling inside as it was pushed around by his chakra entering the ball. However, though the water within spun rapidly, the balloon merely wobbled, not anywhere close to exploding. I still need to apply the rotation all around the balloon, thought Naruto. Suddenly getting an idea, he placed his left hand over the balloon, such that both hands were now fully gripping it. Now, chakra flowed from his hands and entered the ball from all sides, spinning wildly. The water within swirled crazily as his chakra was spinning everywhere. With no proper direction, the water inside pushed and stretched the balloon in all directions before finally, the rubber sphere could take no more. With a loud pop, the Wattet balloon burst and scattered its contents across the grassy floor. Wow, Naruto, I must say, your chakra control was superb. I can't believe you got the first step down so quickly, Kakashi commented. Naruto's thoughts went back to the time when he had trained with Sayuri to learn chakra flow. In order to do so, he practically had to master chakra control, which he did after spamming shadow clones amounting to 5 years and 9 months of chakra control training. So, what's the second step? Naruto asked excitedly. The next step is bursting a thick rubber ball, roughly 100 times tougher than the water balloon. This emphasizes power, as your chakra has to be denser and more powerful in order to break the thick rubber. Additionally, there is only air inside and no water to aid you in bursting it, so power is of utmost importance in this stage of the Rasengan. The blonde took a white rubber ball from Kakashi and tried to do the same. However, as expected, his chakra was unable to penetrate the ball as easily as it did the water balloon. Denser chakra, well, density is mass over volume, so there should be less chakra used while maintaining the power. So this step is all about chakra control. 2. Naruto thought. He focused extremely hard, making the tendrils of his chakra thinner, but inevitably, it also decreased the power as well. He tried creating shadow clones to hasten the process, but even then, it wasn't until 3 days later that he figured out the secret. Naruto remembered that on the day he fought on the bridge, he had released chakra so dense that it cracked the floor. So now the key was using the same chakra but making it thin enough to seep into the rubber ball. Another D-rank mission, he picked up a rubber ball from Kakashi and tried out his theory. With a determined cry, Naruto flared his chakra and sent it towards the ball. The powerful mix of energy surrounded the ball, but only squeezed it from outside like a squashed ping-pong ball. He pictured his chakra sharpening to a point. Like he did 3 days ago, it happened successfully, but this time, the power did not decrease. In fact, decreasing the surface area to allow it to seep into the ball only served to increase its pressure, thus maintaining its power as it siphoned into the rubber ball. His potent chakra surged into the ball, almost as thin as needles but offering a high amount of power as compared to the almost lackadaisical manner in which it swirled water within the water balloon during the first step. Now, to burst it, Naruto cried. He could feel his chakra manipulating the air within, creating strong currents which pushed against the rubber shell. As with the first step, he recreated the rotation by envisioning it. Concentrate, he screamed. His chakra coalesced into a single point in the ball, creating a white core which expanded outwards. The rubber ball began vibrating wildly. Finally, the rubber could not stretch any further and the ball was shredded to pieces by the powerful force within, which had also fleeted away once there was no shell to contain it. After all, it had not been stabilized, which was the final step. Impressive, Naruto, really. The second step usually takes weeks to learn, but your chakra is simply different. It's powerful enough and your chakra control was also sufficient to manipulate it up to this point. However, we'll have to see about that with the final step, which requires as much chakra control as you can muster. If you can make it, you will then be able to create a Rasengan, though improvement will be a later concern. Kakashi explained. Well, don't leave me hanging. What is the final step? Naruto asked. The final step is to do this, said Kakashi, holding up a normal balloon. Naruto watched him intently for his next move, however nothing happened. What do you mean by this? Questioned Naruto. Kakashi explained, while it may seem that nothing is happening, let me show what is going on within the balloon with my other hand. He held up his left hand palm up. Out of nowhere, chakra appeared and swirled into a blue orb with a whitish core. The chakra was rotating at increasingly high speeds, yet the power was compressed within the sphere, maintaining a perfect shape. Naruto was awed. Amazing, he's doing the same thing inside the balloon but it's not even vibrating. I see now, the final step is to stabilize the orb and control the power and rotation of the first 2 steps. The blonde took the balloon. The instant he tried, the balloon burst in an explosion of chakra. Kakashi took a look and remarked, try to imagine a layer between the balloon and the Rasengan. Once you can do this, you will have learned the Rasengan and mastered shape transformation. Understandably, the pinnacle of shape transformation would take a lot to achieve. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared in the training ground, each grabbing a balloon. As Kakashi knew that it would take quite a while, he left Naruto to his own devices. He had business of his own to settle. The blonde Uzumaki was trying so hard, yet no matter what he did, it was seemingly impossible to perform the feat. To do this, I'll need to concentrate. More than I ever have before, thought Naruto. He gripped the ball firmly in his right hand. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated. He could feel his chakra flowing into the balloon, rotating and swirling rapidly to form an orb. It spun powerfully, and when its size was fully developed, it shook the balloon uncontrollably. Naruto couldn't decrease its power, for that would defeat the purpose of the second step. He would have to contain it. He imagined, all that power compressed within a perfect sphere, just millimeters thinner than the balloon in diameter. But it just burst, like the hundreds of other balloons in that training ground. Kit, the more shadow clones you make, the more your concentration is split. Just like your chakra and your soul, your mental energy is also split up among your shadow clones. For this last stage, it's best to do it alone or at most, one shadow clone, Kurama advised. Naruto mentally thanked the fox before dispelling every single shadow clone save one. He nodded to his remaining copy and both got to work, stabilizing the second stage Rasengan. Both repeated the steps they performed earlier. Naruto focused as hard as he could, compressing the power and rotation within into a ball. This time he could concentrate better with only one clone. but it still wasn't enough. Just as he was about to lose it, he dispelled the shadow clone. A wave of mental energy passed right through him, calming him and granting him the focus he needed. With a roar, the chakra spiraling within the balloon took on the perfect spherical shape of the Rasengan. The balloon did not move an inch. Yatta, I did it, TT Abayo. Naruto cheered. He discarded the balloon and brought his right hand in front of his eyes. At the thought, wisps of chakra materialized above his hand. The visible, blue mix of energies swirled in the air before converging into a white core. As it spun, the chakra rotated quickly, in high-pressured streams that powered the orb. The sphere grew increasingly large, to the size of his head. Before stopping, the sphere was a blur of rotating chakra which emanated its own light. With a triumphant cry, Naruto drove it at the nearest tree. Rasengan, the A-rank jutsu grinded deep into the wood before Naruto released it, causing the compressed energy to disperse in an explosion, which destroyed part of the trunk and the tree to collapse. A certain Uchiha watched the blonde with mirth. So she wasn't the only one with a powerful technique in her team anymore. With Kakashi, the Jonin was at a conference with other Jonins, held in the presence of the Hokage and his advisors at the council chambers. Well then, let's begin this meeting. I'm sure you all know the purpose of this meeting, so let's not waste any time. Who wants to nominate their Genins for the upcoming Chunnin exams? Hiruzen asked. One by one, Jonins of various seniority nominated their teams. Some senseis kept silent as they believed their team was not ready. Others proudly declared their team's Genins were ready for the exams. I, Jonin Maito Gai, nominate Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji and Tenten for the Chunnin exams, the overzealous taijutsu specialist yelled. Noted. Next, Hiruzen asked. I, Jonin Yuhi Kurenai, nominate my Genins Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba and Hyuga Hinata for the Chunnin exams, the Genjutsu mistress of Konoha stated. Alright, next. I, Jonin Sarutobi Asuma, nominate Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino for the Chunnin exams. The Sandaime took down his son's nominees before looking at the last Jonin in the room who had not given his opinion. Kakashi, the white-haired man looked up at being addressed and said calmly, I, Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, nominate my Genins Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sayuri and Haruno Sakura. Cries of outburst were heard throughout the room when Naruto's name was given, especially next to the last Uchihas. Silence, Sarutobi ordered, and the room quietened down. An advisor, the elder Shimura Danzo spoke. Jonin Hitaki, do you realize what nominating the Uchiha implies? Kakashi nodded solemnly. I fully understand the consequences of nominating her should she pass, Elder Danzo. Hiruzen continued, very well then, that concludes this conference. A gentle reminder to all participating teams, the Chunnin exams are in 3 months. Do prepare your Genins well for this exam as it will also be a show of Konoha's standards. Is that clear? Hi, Hokage-sama. Dismissed. The white-haired Jonin mused quietly as he exited the room, wondering if he had made the right choice for his student. The next day, listen up, kiddos. I've nominated you all for the Chunnin exams. Of course, it is up to you individually if you wish to enter, Kakashi said while flipping a page in his favorite book. But we have to enter in 3-man teams, don't we? If one of us decides not to enter, I doubt the others can still go, Sayuri said. The Jonin sighed as he looked up from his book. Her intelligence would be the death of him. That's right, so if you want to go, everyone else has to agree, Kakashi responded, no pressure though. Within 3 seconds, the Genins of Team 7 reached a unanimous decision. We're in. The sensei gazed approvingly over the top of his book. Good. The Chunnin exams are in 3 months' time, so we will prepare in the meantime. Today will be teamwork, tomorrow is ninjutsu, the day after will be genjutsu and the following 2 days will be taijutsu. The 6th day will be spent studying and recuperating, while Sunday will be your mission day with a C rank to test your skills, and the rest of the day will be your own. The next day, a new week will start and the cycle repeats. Apart from Sunday, expect to get home late and bring lunch because you won't be leaving the training ground for any reason. The Genins nodded and committed the schedule to memory. Before we begin, Sayuri, the council has requested your presence by 9 in the morning. It's already 10 minutes to 9, so get going, we'll start without you. Ironic considering the training was teamwork, but whatever. She supposed it was some Uchiha business. Advisor's room, council chambers. The Uchiha was let into the room, where the Hokage and his 3 advisors sat on sofas around a coffee table. The aged Hokage gestured for her to take a seat. Adjacent to the Hokage, there was Shimura Danzo seated on one sofa. Hiruzen's former teammates Mitakado Omura and Utatane Koharu sat on another sofa opposite Danzo's. Between the three advisors was the Hokage himself, and it was opposite him that the last Uchiha sat down. She steeled her nerves. "If I may ask, why am I here, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen replied, "You have agreed to participate in the Chunnin exams, no?" Sayuri nodded. This time, Danzo spoke with what appeared to be a malicious grin. "Then you should know, we are here to discuss the enactment of the Nidaime Hokage's Clan Restoration Act." Chapter 8, CRA, Emotions and New Foes. Previously, then you should know, we are here to discuss the enactment of the Nidaime Hokage's Clan Restoration Act. Clan Restoration Act, Sayuri repeated. She could see where this conversation was headed, so it was Uchiha business after all. Hi, the CRA is a law passed by the Nidaime to help prevent the extinction of clans, especially those with Kekai Genkai, Hiden Ninjutsu or any other thing like that passed down through a clan, Omura elaborated. How? The Uchiha asked, though she already had a feeling she knew the answer. Koharu answered, when the clan only has one member left, as soon as he or she is a Chunnin or turns 18, the person will be made clan head. If the scion is a male, he will have a harem of wives to produce offspring for the clan. The women will then be part of the clan as well. If the scion is a woman, well, she will be forced to mate with several men to increase the chances of impregnation. Otherwise, she will have to go through insemination. Sayuri gritted her teeth. Things were looking bad for her future. The last thing she wanted was to be treated like a breeding machine. Or worse, an animal if insemination was anything to go by. Her first child was supposed to be born by love, not duty to restore her clan, damn it. She refused to have her husband be some random old pervert who signed up just to bang the last Uchiha. She wanted Naruto to be the father of her children. Not for the first time, she realized how badly she loved and needed the blonde Uzumaki. Hiruzen watched her reaction with concern, knowing she would have objections. What if I refuse? Danzo replied almost instantly, and harshly, you cannot fight the law, girl. If we have to, we will lock you in a cell and bind you to a wall where every day you'll have sex till you are impregnated. The first male to successfully impregnate you will be your husband. Sayuri's eyes widened. The Hokage glared at Danzo for such a response, silently chastising him for putting such a burden on the teenager. It was practically amounting to rape. Except that it was legal. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she would absolutely die before she would allow herself to show weakness before the elders. I see. Thank you for your time. She quickly dismissed herself from the room and ran home with her emotions bottled up. She didn't even have the heart to return to training. Once she came home, she just broke down and sobbed uncontrollably. Are you sure that was the right move, Danzo? Hiruzen asked worriedly. Her loyalties were already loose, knowing her desire for vengeance. To add on to that with the CRA might just be the proverbial last straw that would cause her to leave the village. You're too soft, Hiruzen. I'll keep track of her to ensure she doesn't try to leave the village, the elder spoke before standing up. He left the advisor's room, leaving the others to disperse as well. With Naruto, later. He had just landed from a trust fall. Standing up, he looked around and asked, Kakashi-sensei, why is Sayuri-chan not back yet? It had been an hour since she left and there was no sign of her. Kakashi shrugged. Council meetings generally did not last longer than half an hour. If he had guessed the nature of the meeting correctly, he knew why she wasn't back. A slight amount of guilt was felt on his part. I'm not sure. Let's take a break, you can go find her. At those words, Naruto disappeared in a blur. Sakura didn't even have a chance to ask to go along with him. Kakashi gave a mock sigh. Kids these days. With Naruto, where the hell are the counselors anyways? He thought. He then recalled something and kneeled down, closing his eyes. Bringing the Tairitsu no into his chest, he muttered, Kanchi no Jutsu, Sensory Jutsu. He could feel multiple chakra signatures, but none of them was the one he was looking for. Naruto tried to focus on Sayuri's unique signature. Being the transmigrant of Indra, it was powerful as well. Underlying the surface of her chakra was hatred, making it a deep purple in color. Got it. He stood up and leapt to the nearest rooftops. The further he ran, the more he recognized his surroundings from the previous time he ran. Across the rooftops with her. She's at home. This puzzled him greatly as she should have returned to training after the council meeting. Unless, he had a bad feeling about this. He picked up his speed, becoming an orange blur over the heads of villagers who were carrying out their daily routines. When he reached her clan compound's entrance, he could detect negative emotions coming from a single source: fear, worry, anxiety. Yabai, Naruto cursed. Her worrying troubled him. What exactly had transpired in that meeting? Sayuri-chan, Naruto called as he reached the main house where she resided. Upon hearing her name, the girl inside wiped her tears and stood up from her spot where she had been crying for quite a while. The more she had thought about it, the more it sickened her that she would be used in such a way. The fact that she couldn't do anything made it worse, bringing even more tears. However, she couldn't afford for Naruto to find out. What would he think of her then? Also, she could not appear weak at such a time, especially not when she knew that Naruto would surely fuss over her about it. Quickly, she straightened her crumpled attire and moved to answer the front door. "Hi, Naruto, what brings you here?" she asked, sounding uncharacteristically cheery. The frown on his face told her that he didn't buy it. "How are you, Sayuri-chan?" "Why, I'm fine," she replied. "I'll go get you a drink." She was about to turn and walk into the kitchen when Naruto grabbed her wrist. "Please don't lie to me, Sayuri-chan. If you were fine, you would have returned to training. Also, you wouldn't have puffy red eyes or a creased gown." "Shimata," she cursed internally. She had no time to prepare for his unexpected visit. "And you, even if you could hide all those, I can sense your emotions, fear, anxiety, stress. You can't hide from me, so please, tell me what happened," Naruto begged in a softer tone. This wasn't the tough Sayuri he knew. This was the young, vulnerable Sayuri whom he had protected so long ago. "Nothing happened, all right," Sayuri retorted. "Why do you care so much anyway?" Naruto sighed and released her wrist. "Sayuri-chan, you're an emotional wreck right now, and as a teammate and friend I'm extremely concerned. Not just because it'll affect your performance, but also because your emotional welfare is of concern to me. I care, all right, so please, tell me what happened." Sayuri looked up and gazed at him with sad black eyes which reflected despair. She could no longer hold back and broke down again, this time in front of Naruto. The alarmed Uzumaki brought the emotionally distraught Uchiha into a hug. There, don't hold back," Naruto whispered soothingly, rubbing slow circles in her back. The girl's pent-up emotions were released in a torrent of tears. Naruto sighed internally as she cried into his chest. At least she finally opened up. The Uchiha snuggled deeper into his embrace, finding comfort in his presence. "Sayuri-chan, can you tell me what happened? I promise I won't tell anyone, if that helps," he requested gently, seeing as how she was emotionally unstable at the moment. He did not want to worsen matters. The girl thought for a while before reaching a decision. Her crying reduced to a sniffle before she started. It's the Clan Restoration Act, a law created by the Nidaimi to prevent clan extinction," Sayuri explained as she broke the hug. "Because I'm the last Uchiha, and a female, they plan to have me have sex with several men once I turn 18 or become a Chunnin and by extension, a clan head," she said, voice trembling at that disgusting thought. "When one finally impregnates me, he will be my husband. Basically, they will keep using me as a breeding machine to produce more Uchiha offspring." Naruto's blood boiled at such a stupid law. Of course, the Nidaimi had his reasons, but to target women like that. Uchiha Sayuri was supposed to be a modern, empowered woman unfettered by the antiquated gender roles of a bygone era. Not a girl who submitted to a retarded law of the previous generation. "And what if you refuse?" asked Naruto, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew the answer. "I'll be locked in a cell and bound to a wall where every day I'll have sex till I am impregnated. The first male to successfully impregnate me will be my husband," she paraphrased Danzo's words. Saying that Naruto was furious was an understatement. "Don't worry, Sayuri-chan. I will find a loophole in this stupid law and I will use it to free you. You can count on me," Naruto promised. The Uchiha girl doubted that it would be easy to find any loophole. But she was sure with a little bit of research, Naruto could think of something. Besides that, she already had her own solution, but she could sense it was suspected by the higher-ups. She looked up at his hair, a halo of celestial gold, his skin, the color of hot desert sand, and lastly, into his bright, blue eyes, the color of a cloudless sky. In him, she could only find comfort and trustworthiness, so much so that even she believed he could help her. "All right then, Naruto, I entrust this to you. Please don't tell anyone else." He nodded firmly. "I won't. Now please Sayuri-chan, follow me to training." As he walked away, Sayuri took a look at his retreating back and sighed in despair. Her plan to not cause any heartbreak was failing miserably. She had, however, unknowingly gained something out of this emotional episode. As she glanced at the mirror, it reflected her fully matured vermilion eyes with 3 swirling magatama. 3 months later, Team 7 had accomplished a lot of stuff, with the most obvious achievement being their taijutsu, which had improved exponentially. Naruto, personally, had added 2 weapon styles to his Bukijutsu, weapon technique, arsenal, the Rubo, Dragon Pole, and Hachizanto, 8 slashing knives. Basically, he had learned how to wield a staff and a pair of butterfly swords. While he did not actively use or keep them as weapons, giving preference to his sword, they would come in handy when he used 6 Paths Sage Mode's Gudo Dharma. He sought none other than the third Hokage for a brief Bojutsu introduction, while for the butterfly swords, he got Tenten to tutor him. Sayuri worked on her new Sharingan abilities and Kenjutsu, as well as integrating her ninjutsu into her taijutsu and Kenjutsu katas. Lastly, Sakura improved her support skills, focusing on Iryo ninjutsu and Genjutsu casting and breaking. Back to Team 7 as a whole, they finally got normal C ranks, but some still escalated to higher ranks. In one of them, he met the Takigakure village. Hidden in the waterfall, Jinchuriki, Fu of the Seven Tails. Team 7 helped her to guard her country's Au no Mizu, Hero's Water, a precious substance which increased one's chakra but decreased one's lifespan. In another mission, Naruto defeated Kazuhana Dotto, the tyrant of Yuki no Kuni, Land of Snow. He had killed his brother and predecessor, Kazuhana Sosetsu, for the position of Snow Daimyo. The Uzumaki then helped the actress Kazuhana Kiyuki, daughter of the late daimyo and Dotto's niece, claim her birthright as Snow Daimyo. The country was renamed to Haru no Kuni, Land of Spring. The list went on. Naruto aided the daimyos of Tori no Kuni, Land of Birds, and Na no Kuni, Land of Vegetables, to reclaim their rightful positions. In the day, Naruto trained himself into the ground with shadow clones. By night, he sneaked into the library to research Konoe's laws, especially those directly related to the CRA. As a result, he always slept late and was pretty lethargic during morning training, but Sayuri made up to him by making him breakfast. Well, it was another lovely Sunday morning on the 15th of June when Kakashi informed him of the Chunnin exam's details. Tomorrow morning, report to room 301 in the academy at 9. That's my only instruction for today. You can train by yourself, but I recommend resting, as tomorrow will be a big day for you three, Kakashi advised. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto. The 3 genins dispersed to do their respective stuff. Naruto wanted to grab a coffee at the nearby coffee shop as he was feeling incredibly fatigued from the previous night's research. He had made a last-ditch effort to find any remaining thing he could use against the Clan Restoration Act. However, the 3-month deadline had been hit and there was not a single thing he could use to help Sayuri out of her predicament. He was extremely frustrated with himself. Also, Sayuri had refused to turn down the Chunnin exams so that he and Sakura could have a chance for promotion and not miss it because of her. The only thing he could come up with now was for her to purposely fail the Chunnin exams in order to remain a genin, such that the law wouldn't apply to her. But how could he ask that of her? And even then, she would still turn 18 one day. He was shaken out of his troubling thoughts when he sensed someone was tailing him. Correction, some people. He stopped in his tracks. Seriously, they called this hiding. Clearly, they weren't a threat if their chakra was anything to go by. 3 academy level. Chakra reserves, 2 males and 1 female. Reveal yourselves, Naruto said with a sigh. The poorly disguised box disappeared with a burst of smoke, revealing 3 coughing kids. I think we put too much gunpowder, remarked a boy with a long blue scarf between coughs. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he observed the 3 children getting up. The other boy was bespectacled, and the girl had 2 large pigtails. You are? Naruto asked. Sarutobi Konohamaru, the boy with the scarf introduced. I'm Mogi, the girl said. And I'm Udon, the bespectacled boy exclaimed, a drip of mucus running down his nostril. Together, we're the Konohamaru Corps, Konohamaru declared. So, why are you after me? I'm just a simple guy after a cup of coffee, Naruto questioned. Konohamaru replied, we've watched you very closely, and have decided you are good enough to be our boss. Will you teach us some cool jutsus? Naruto thought, the Hokage's grandson, huh? I suppose he wishes to surpass his grandfather. Living under a shadow can't be any good. Alright then, but before I teach you anything, work on your stealth and speed, Naruto advised. Thanks for the tip, boss, Konohamaru exclaimed. All 3 nodded eagerly and took off running. The Uzumaki shook his head in amusement before applying a henge. 1 cup of coffee, please, ordered Naruto. Coming right up, far away, he heard a cry that sounded oddly like Konohamaru. Alarmed, Naruto quickly informed the cashier, I'll be back in a minute. He rushed over to the scene while dispelling his henge. A boy about his age dressed in a catsuit, wearing purple war paint and a sunagakure. Village hidden in the sand, Heatite was holding up Konohamaru by his collar. Next to him was a teal-eyed blonde girl with 4 ponytails and a giant Tesson, iron fan, strapped to her back. Kankuro, put him down. If he sees us we're dead. The girl chided. Kankuro scoffed. This kid bumped into me. I just want to have some fun. Naruto walked up to the two Chunnin. This was an issue between two villages. He would have to try to solve it as diplomatically as possible. Kankuro-san, please put the boy down, he requested politely. Both Chunnin looked at him. The girl thought with a blush, this guy is pretty handsome. In contrast, Kankuro said, who the heck are you? And why should I let this brat go? After he knocked into me. I'm sure it was just an accident. And besides, bullying the Hokage's grandson will cause an international incident. If I have to, I will liberate him. With my own hands, said Naruto. Ha, and what are you gonna? He was cut short when a kunai flew from a nearby tree and grazed his forearm, forcing him to let go of the boy. She's here. Best to make my move now, thought Naruto. In a burst of smoke, Naruto substituted with the kunai and grabbed Konohamaru. Swiftly, he returned to the other academy student's side. The Konohamaru corps ran away as quickly as possible. What do you think you are doing while in another's village? Came the voice of Sayuri. Under the shade of the tree's leaves, her glowing red eyes looked menacing. Kankuro took a step back in slight fear. Who the heck is that now? That girl is damn hot, but dangerous. His eyes narrowed. I hate people like you who think they are very clever. And I have a way to deal with people like you. He unstrapped a strange, bandaged item from his back and set it on the floor. At its top, there was a tuft of black hair. A Kagutsu-tsukai, puppeteer. Naruto mused. The girl warned, you're using Karasu. I'm not going to be responsible for what you are about to do. Just as Kankuro was about to engage Sayuri in combat, a third voice rang out from the other side of the tree trunk that Sayuri was on. Kankuro, stop what you are doing before I kill you. That chakra, thought Naruto, eyes widening at the malevolent presence. It was oppressive and voluminous, no doubt a Jinchuriki. Hanging upside down from a bough, was a redhead with a huge gourd strapped to his back. Etched on his forehead was the kanji for love. Ironically, that seemed to be the last thing on his mind. Kankuro looked just as taken aback as Naruto was. Gaara, he greeted in fear, quickly returning the puppet they called Karasu to its original position. The two occupants of the tree leapt down to the street, in their respective groups. Gaara declared with a monotone, you are a disgrace to our village, Kankuro. Turning to the Konoha, he continued, I apologize for my brother's deplorable behavior. You are a Jinchuriki as well, aren't you? Asked Naruto. Gaara raised an eyebrow, yes. What is your name and the girl's name? And since I'm asking, I am Sabaku no Gaara, Gaara of the desert, and these are my siblings, Kankuro and Temari. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my teammate here is Uchiha Sayuri, the blonde replied. Gaara let the information sink in. He paused, as if talking to someone in his head. Suddenly, he let out a low, creepy laugh. Mother says you two are strong. I look forward to spilling your noble blood, Uchiha. And you, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, I shall prove my existence by diminishing yours. Gaara spun around and walked away, leaving Naruto puzzled. Kurama answered, if I'd have to guess, he is the Jinchuriki of my brother Shukaku. Shukaku is the one-tailed tanuki, known to drive his hosts crazy by infecting their minds and forcing them to stay awake 24/7. Additionally, he does psychological damage to his hosts by pretending to be someone close to them who is dead. Naruto shuddered. No wonder he is so insane. I'd be too if I couldn't sleep in my whole life. One day I'll get his seal fixed. He was snapped out of his mental conversation when he heard Sayuri snap her fingers in front of his face. Hello, Earth to Naruto, the Uchiha said. Naruto recovered and replied, yes. What did he mean when he called you the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Sayuri asked. Shush. Naruto hushed. Covering her mouth with his hand, he then brought both of them to a secluded forest in one of the training grounds nearby. Sadly, he averted his gaze after removing his hand. This will not be an easy question to answer, Sayuri-chan. It is a S-rank secret, you cannot reveal this to anyone else on pain of death. Plus, I don't think I'm ready to tell you yet, you unless you promise not to change your opinion of me. Seeing him being so shaken up by her question, it only served to make her more curious. She agreed to his conditions. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox that attacked the village 12 years ago. This means that I am his human container, his host. Many people died, including my parents because of his attack, and so most of the villagers hate me with a passion. To make things worse, they tell their children to isolate me so I would never have friends. He then recounted his horrible childhood, causing a few tears to escape his eyes uncontrollably. Sayuri instinctively hugged him, much to his surprise. She had not pushed him away, or thought that he was a monster. She actually accepted him. Don't worry, you have me. Now I know, that's why you want to become Hokage so much, it's so that you can gain their acknowledgement. Well, you can't change the past but you can change the future. Don't ever give up on your dreams, I believe you will achieve them one day. Thanks, Sayuri-chan, Naruto said, feeling slightly embarrassed as he broke the hug. The Uchiha continued, but let me tell you this, you don't become the Hokage to be acknowledged by everyone. The one who is acknowledged by everyone becomes the Hokage. Naruto was shocked by such a wise saying. Alright then, I'll work to be acknowledged by everyone. Sayuri pointed out, you're already acknowledged by the population of Nami. Your kind and bright nature makes that easy, it's just that the villagers of Konoha are prejudiced. Which reminds me, I'll kill those bastards for what they did to you. The Uzumaki sighed. Please don't, Sayuri-chan. It'll only make matters worse and tarnish your reputation as the great last Uchiha. They are wrong for taking out their anger on a kid, but I can understand where they're coming from. It's not their fault that the Kyuubi attacked and killed their family. On that day, it's only natural that they need someone to vent their wrath and hatred on. Sayuri retorted in frustration, but not on you. I give up. You're too kind. And that's why I love you so much, she added mentally. Well, I have a coffee to pick up. See you tomorrow at the Chunnin exams. Yarne. The next day Team Kakashi met up at the academy's entrance. The three took their applications to the academy's reception desk, where the shinobi in charge let them in. The Genins ascended the stairs to the sight of many Genins crowded around the door of room 302. The commotion was caused by two Genins in front of the door, refusing entry to those who tried to enter. Naruto activated his sensory technique. Instead of two Genins, he detected two Chunnin chakra presences. Of course, he could not confirm their rank by chakra alone. That would make people like him cage level, so he requested, Sayuri, check out those two with your Sharingan. On it, with a momentary flash of chakra, her optic nerves produced a reaction which activated extra optic cones, giving her incredible perception and tetrachromacy, but at the same time, altered her vision to inverse negative. The onxy eyes of hers took on a bright vermilion hue with her pupils encircled by three tomos. This did not matter, though, as their disguises were already discovered by her Sharingan. As the three tomos faded away, she supplied, those two are the gate guards, the Chunin Suzumo and Kotetsu. Also the room isn't 301, it's 201. Naruto nodded in confirmation. As expected, room 301 wouldn't be on the second floor as it starts with 3. With that, the trio of Genins ascended the second flight of stairs which brought him to the third floor. Upon arrival, they saw their sensei leaning casually against a wall, reading his favorite novel. Sensing their presence, he kept his book and waved at them. Yo, congrats on making it this far. The Chunin exams have just begun, though, so good luck. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Sakura chorused. Sayuri managed a smirk. Suddenly, his voice turned serious. Don't die on me, my cute little Genins. See you in the second test. He gestured towards a set of double doors. As soon as they opened it and entered, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of Genins glaring at them. I feel so welcome, Naruto remarked sarcastically. Thankfully, there were rookies from his batch as well. Yo Naruto, long time no see, Kiba greeted. Glad to see you're here too, Kiba, Naruto replied. He gave an acknowledging nod to Shino and Hinata, who turned red in his presence. So troublesome, figures I'd see you here as well, Naruto, Shikamaru said. Hey, how's it going with Team 10? Just fine, Choji replied while snacking on potato chips from a bag. Asuma-sensei doesn't stop me from eating and he even treats us to barbecue. At times, Ino just gave Naruto a PFFT, while turning to talk to her idol, the last Uchiha. Naruto shrugged. Looks like it's about to begin soon enough. He even caught sight of Gaara and his siblings, the former of which glared at him with an expression as if he wanted to kill bunnies. Majority of the others were from Kasagakure, village hidden in the grass, and Omegakure, village hidden in the rain, while some were from a new village called Otogakure, village hidden in the sound. A Konoha nin walked over to the 9 rookies and said, would you please quiet down? You're drawing attention to yourselves and may get yourselves killed. Who are you? Naruto questioned the bespectacled Genin. My name is Yakushi Kabuto, from the Irioba Tai, Medic Corps. It is my 7th time taking the Chunin exams, he responded sheepishly. Kiba blurted, wow, you must really suck. Kabuto smirked. These exams are harder than you think. Anyways, I might be able to help you guys out a little with my ninja info cards. Ninja info cards? What the heck are those? Sakura asked, intrigued. The medic pushed up his spectacles as he drew a deck of cards from his pouch. Setting them on the floor, he said, they are special cards imbued with information I've collected about the exams over the years. It responds to my chakra and gives me the information I need to know. Got anyone in mind? Sabaku no Gara, Naruto responded almost instantly. Kabuto placed his fingertips on the card which began to spin with his chakra flowing into it. Words and pictures appeared soon. Sabaku no Gara, this is his mission experience. He had 30 D ranks, 8 C ranks, and get this, 1 B rank. His sensei is Baki and his teammates are Sabaku no Temari and Sabaku no Kankuro, who are also his siblings. The 3 siblings are children of the Yondawa Kazekage. Interesting to note, he has come out of every single mission without a single scratch, Kabuto read. Uzumaki Naruto, Kiba said, let's see what you got, Dobi. Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. Uzumaki Naruto, this is his mission experience. 60 D ranks, 8 C ranks and 6 A ranks. Everyone stared at him in awe, to which he shrugged. His sensei is Hitaki Kakashi and his teammates are Uchiha Sayuri and Haruno Sakura. He is also the Jin. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kabuto. How did he know so much? Please stop, I would like to keep the rest to myself, Naruto requested. Kabuto nodded and replaced the card in his deck. Well, to conclude, this time's exams are tough. Though I wouldn't worry about the minor villages like Oto so much, Kabuto said, sliding his glasses further up his nose bridge. Suddenly, 3 shapes blurred towards Kabuto. They were 3 Oto nin who heard Kabuto's comment and decided to take action against him. 2 of them wore gauntlets on their hands with holes in them. The bigger of 2 swung his fist towards Kabuto. Naruto grabbed the bespectacled nin by his sleeve and pulled him out of the way successfully. However, Kabuto's glasses cracked and he fell to the floor, throwing up. Naruto furrowed his brows, but he missed. Unless the gauntlet the Oto nin uses produces high-pitched sound from those holes and uses them to distort vision and cause pain. At the same time, the frequency is so high that it cracks his glasses. So that's why they're called Oto, Naruto deduced in his head. Okay, sit down and shut up, maggots. Fighting is strictly prohibited. Save your spunk for the second test, yelled a man who appeared with several other Chunnins. He was intimidatingly tall and wore a black bandana. His face was twisted in a fierce scowl as he walked up to the front of the room. I am Marino Ibiki, head of Konoe's Gamon, Jinman Batai, Torture and Interrogation Force, and proctor of the first test. And from now, your worst enemy, Chapter 9, Chunnin Exams. Previously, your worst enemy, Ibiki introduced, the first part of the exams is a written test. There are a set of rules. Firstly, you are graded in a point system. Everyone starts with 10 points. Answering the first 9 questions correctly will let you keep the points. A point is deducted for every question answered wrongly or left blank. 2 points every time you are caught cheating. This is very likely because the Chunnins here beside me will act as sentinels, watching your every move. A total of 5 times caught and you and your whole team will fail. Also, if any teammate gets 0 points, the whole team will fail as well. The 10th question will be given out 15 minutes before the end of the test. You have 1 hour. Hajime. The sound of papers flipping echoed throughout the room as the candidates began the test. The blonde's eyes scanned the paper quickly, determining them to be Jonin-level questions. What the hell were they doing on a Chunin exam test? Unless the objective was information gathering, well, that wouldn't be necessary. Naruto's pencil hit the paper and began writing out answers as Kurama read them to him. Thanks, Kurama, Naruto said once he was done. The Titanic fox gave a grunt. Discreetly eyeing the room, Sakura was just like him, knowing the answers while Sayuri was using her Sharingan to copy the pencil movements of a Chunin disguised as a genin in front of him. Soon, 45 minutes passed. Right, the 10th question is going to be given. However, you can choose whether to take it or not, Ibiki said. Not taking it would result in you and your team failing immediately. Then of course we'd take the question, Kiba cried. Ibiki smirked. However, if you take the question and answer wrongly, you will never be able to take the Chunin exams again for the rest of your life. At that statement, many teams gave up, leaving behind about 20. No one else? Ibiki asked with a sadistic grin. If we don't possess the courage to take the risk of this question, we are not fit to be Chunin, Naruto answered. Ibiki smiled and clapped. Well said. All of you in this room passed the first test. What? Came many candidates' responses. As the gentleman here said, it was to test if you had the courage required of a Chunin. Many times in your jobs, you will have to make risky decisions that might get you and your teammates injured or killed. Courage is having the guts to take this risk and accomplish the mission, but at the same time, courage is not recklessness. You want to accomplish the mission with as little casualties as possible. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum, Naruto finished. Ibuki smiled again. That smile quickly disappeared when he had to sidestep a ball of cloth that broke through the window and unfurled into a large rectangular banner with 4 kunais tied to it, one on each corner. The kunais planted themselves into the floor and ceiling, holding it in place as a kunoichi appeared. The banner read, "The sexy and single proctor of the second test, Matarashi Anko." The kunoichi stepped forward. "Hey kids, no not Barney, I'm your proctor for the second test, meet at training ground 44 in 15 minutes and don't be late." Ibuki stepped out from behind the banner. "You're early again, Anko. I just wanna have a more little fun with him, couldn't I? Besides, you're getting soft. 20 teams left, I will halve the candidates by the end of my test." Naruto was pretty sure she meant halve the number of candidates, but for all he knew she would actually bisect the Genins. He pushed back his seat and stood up, as did his teammates and the remaining teams. They began to file out of the room. Ibuki was left to collect the papers on his own, for even his elite Chunnins had to move on to act as the sentinels of the second test. Training Ground 44. Listen up, kiddos. The second test is a 5-day survival test in the 44th Training Ground, or Shi no Mori, Forest of Death. Each team will be given a scroll, either heaven or earth, and will have to try to get the corresponding scroll from the other teams within these 5 days. Clear enough, Anko explained. She received nods from most of the Genins before her. Good. Once you retrieve the scroll, go to the tower located at the center of the forest. Now, enter the tent team by team to sign the waiver and collect your scroll. We will not be responsible for any deaths in the forest. Oh yes, deaths will be common, said Anko, enjoying the traumatized looks on the Genins. After they were all done signing and collecting, each team was sent to one of the 44 gates along the perimeter of the training ground where a metal fence prevented people from going in and the more dangerous things in the forest from coming out. Over each gate was a sensor, a camera and a speaker. Anko spoke through the command center's intercom. Tip, don't die, Hajime. With that command, the metal gates swung open. Team 7 burst into the forest with a great leap. As they moved, they began to formulate plans. Naruto asked, Sakura, what's the first priority? Said Pinkett paused as she hit the branch of the next tree. Find a river, she answered simply. At the same time, she tossed the scroll of heaven to Sayuri. I see, Naruto mused, not only is it a source of water, we can also ambush other teams along the same river. Exactly, Sayuri affirmed as she stashed the scroll into her pouch. She stepped onto the next bough and pushed off upwards, landing on the canopy of the trees this time. Using her powerful dojutsu, visual prowess, she scanned the area for any sign of a river. She caught sight of a creek ahead and signaled to her teammates below. 2 o'clock. They regrouped and switched directions, heading towards the river quickly. Suddenly, Sayuri, who was taking point, ground to a halt. She held up a finger to her lips, so her teammates stopped as well. Naruto extended his sensory range, finding an enemy team approaching fast. 11 o'clock, ETA 20 seconds. The girls nodded and drew their weapons. Bracing themselves, they held their breaths. Incoming, Naruto warned. Out of the distant trees, several shurikens came flying. Naruto deflected him away with his kunai just as an Amjinin shot out the nearby trees. Naruto jumped into the air and spun around while executing a kick to his face. The opponent's hand shot up to the side of his face to block the kick, though the impact left him landing on his side. With his hands, he backflipped away and got into a stance. Naruto did the same, his hands in front of his chest in a preparatory position. The Amnin's 2 teammates appeared at his side. He then rushed into the battle, starting with a barrage of punches. Naruto sidestepped the first few, then slapped the 6th punch away. The man launched another fist to his side, which Naruto brought up his left hand to block. Pushing it away while lunging forward, Naruto elbowed the man in the temple. The Amnin winced and attempted a kick, however the Uzumaki blocked it quickly by raising his own foot. He snapped his foot out in a low kick, but the man's hand shot down to block it. Naruto made use of the momentum to flip forward instead in an axe kick. The opponent's hands now raised to push away his leg once it came down. Naruto maneuvered away with a couple of flips, landing near his teammates. He then charged forward at the man, throwing a kunai ahead of him. With his own, the Amjinin deflected it away. As it spun in the air behind, it became the subject of Naruto's substitution jutsu. The man watched, shocked as his enemy disappeared and appeared behind him mid-air. Naruto thrust out his foot, sending the Amnin forward onto the surface of the huge bough. When he turned around, Naruto was already upon him. Naruto's fist was an inch away from his stomach. With a slight snap of his wrist, the Uzumaki's fist plowed into the man with enough power to break his ribs, sending him crashing into the tree behind Sayuri and Sakura. The two other Genins stepped back in fear as their opponent had knocked out their teammate with taijutsu alone. "Sayuri, Akuz!" Naruto exclaimed. Sayuri launched into battle, fighting the remaining two Genins. She brought up her elbows to block a punch from one while using her foot to fend off the other. Quickly, she stepped forward and performed an uppercut. The opponent stepped back and grabbed her outstretched arm, however she had underestimated the Uchiha. A second later, Sayuri's knee came flying up into her stomach, followed by a full extension of her leg to break free of the opponent's grasp. Lastly, she brought her foot back and with a powerful kick, the enemy Genin crashed onto the floor. Swiftly, she ducked under the swipe of the last Nin's kunai. She grabbed and twisted his wrist and with a solid strike, disarmed the man. Said, Nin cried out in agony when his wrist was broken, trying to retreat. Sayuri wouldn't let him have such a reprieve. Her right hand shot back to the handle of her chokuto and quickly drew it from its scabbard. Simultaneously, she used the unsheathing motion to make a diagonal slash at his stomach. She flowed with the sword and spun counter-clockwise gracefully, rapidly shifting her footing for a tornado kick. It slammed into the side of the man's face. She brought her right foot down from the kick and lunged forward, utilizing her angular momentum to perform a second swipe at him. After completing the slash, she created a chidori in her left hand. Twisting her body in the opposite direction this time, she executed a glancing blow to the right to continue her combo instead of the usual assassinating thrust, as that would end the battle. Though the wound was shallow, the Raten chakra made it sting like hell. She then followed through and spun clockwise, taking the time to place her left hand on her chokuto while changing her grip, channeling the chidori through it. It sparkled with Raten chakra, allowing her to perform the next slash with slightly more damage. Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Chidori Katana, grass-cutting sword, Chidori Katana, she called, executing a forehand upward slash with the chirping blade. She let the blade trail in a figure of 8 before returning with another strike to the left. Meanwhile, the Chidori had dispersed, replaced with a fist of fire. She spun for the last time, smiting him with the fist and following up with a sword swipe. The momentum carried both fist and sword to the left side of her body, where she put her fist on the chokuto. The Raten chakra was replaced with flames, letting her perform a final lateral slash. Her left hand raised to her lips and she exhaled simultaneously with the slash, creating a huge fireball which rammed into the enemy Genin and sent him crashing into the tree as a charred corpse. Sakura watched her beautiful idol with awe as she brutally cut down the final enemy. "Well done, Sayuri. Let's search them for their scroll," Naruto praised, though it could definitely have been less brutal. The three Genins ransacked their enemies. Unfortunately, the scroll was a heaven scroll like theirs. However, Naruto still insisted on keeping it as you never knew when it would be useful. His reasoning behind it was if they faced another team too strong for them, though unlikely, they could get away by negotiating while having a spare of their own. Tower control room. Kakashi smirked as he observed through a hidden camera. Excellent work and genius of his Genins to think of that. Back to Team 7. The trio arrived at the creek they were looking for. It was serene unlike the rest of the forest, and the water flowed slowly in the 6-meter wide stream. Once he reached its bank, he kneeled down and cupped his hands, using them to scoop up water to drink. "I'll set up camp now," Naruto informed before searching nearby for sticks and leaves which he could use to set up a shelter against a tree. Sakura followed, "I'll get water." Sayuri raised an eyebrow before she thought of something. "I'm catching fish." Grabbing a branch, she fashioned it into a spear and sharpened its tip. After cleaning it with water from the creek, she waited patiently. 3 minutes later, a flash of silver darted in the creek. Sayuri hurled the spear at the fish, taking refraction into account. It skewered the fish right through the center. Triumphantly, she took it out and placed it somewhere to dry. She caught a total of 3 fish, just nice for each of them. By then, they were done setting up camp and gathering water. The Uchiha entered the makeshift tent and with a small fire jutsu, ignited a mini campfire to cook the fishes. "So, what's the next objective?" asked Sakura as she bit into the fried fish. Naruto pondered, "I'll scout along the river for enemy teams. You guys can bathe or rest in the meantime. You can tell my shadow clone if anything happens while I'm away." The Uchiha nodded and stood up, tossing her skewer away. "I'm bathing." She walked away to the river as Naruto created a shadow clone to act as a sentry. His clone scaled the tree above the shelter and found a suitable branch high up enough with a good vantage point. The Uzumaki himself left to scout out the river. Being the only one left, Sakura decided to go to sleep after snuffing out the fire. With Naruto, "Kanchi no Jutsu," the Uzumaki said. In his mind, a small blue flame was about 300 meters away. But, alone, Kagura Shingen, mind's eye of Kagura, he whispered. This advanced sensory technique extended his sensory range and refined the detection of chakra, being responsible for his ability to tell apart the target by age and gender. Additionally, it could differentiate different types of chakra by color and also perceive fluctuations like when the target is under genjutsu or lying. As such, it surpassed some types of dojutsu with comparable abilities. As he discovered, the chakra belonged to a young female, and that chakra was awfully familiar. He sprinted towards that location at full speed. Based on the fear radiating off this girl, she was in deep trouble. Naruto burst out of the trees and into a clearing formed, as it seemed, by the huge bear towering over the redhead girl. She had tripped over a tree root and lost her glasses in the process, leaving her even more susceptible to attack. The bear roared at her and cocked back one of its arms. "Begone," Naruto ordered. With a single fist, he stopped the bear's paws in its tracks. Then he grabbed one of its claws and with it, flipped the entire bear over and smashed it into a tree. The dazed bear lumbered away as soon as it could, for it was no match for this human. While Naruto had been dealing with the bear, the girl had managed to retrieve her spectacles and put him on. She was amazed by his raw strength, and yet frightened at the thought of what he could do to her. Who are you?" the redhead asked. Naruto noticed her fearful expression and assured, "Relax. I only came here because I detected your chakra and it was clearly under threat." "He's a kanchi nin like me," she thought, before asking, "But why would you save me? Answer me this. Are you an Uzumaki?" Naruto questioned. The girl nodded slowly. "I am Uzumaki Karen." His expression brightened considerably. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Databio. I noticed your chakra was so similar to mine, and thought perhaps we're family. I only know that my late mum was an Uzumaki, I don't know if she had relatives." Karen revealed. "Well, now that we have found each other, can we keep in touch?" asked Naruto. "If I may be so bold, can I stay with you, Naruto-san? My teammates are dead and I hate my life in Kasagakure where I'm treated like an expendable tool. I'm an orphan and they abuse my power to heal others. That was how my mother died." "Power?" Naruto asked quizzically. "When people bite my arm, Iryo chakra gets released from my body and into their system. The problem is when they do this too much, it'll drain me dry and I'll die." "I understand," Naruto replied. She was being used by her villagers as a tool, just like how he was scorned though he was the village's Jinchuriki. "But not right now. Maybe after the Chunnin exams you can find a place to live in Konoha. Unfortunately the Uzumakis are not a shinobi clan, so there is no clan compound for us to reside in. I suppose we'll have to settle for an apartment kuso." "Karen, grab onto me," Naruto pressed as a rush-off. Memories entered his head. The girl was confused but did as instructed. At camp, earlier, the shadow clone's ears twitched as he picked up a strange sound. It sounded just like hissing. "Futon, Daitopper," a raspy voice intoned. "Shimata." The cage bunshin cursed as a strong blast of wind shook the surrounding trees and tore their shelter asunder. Knowing what to do, his hands crossed in the familiar shadow clone seal. "Cage bunshin no jutsu," he whispered. Discreetly, a second shadow clone burst into existence. "Stay here and wait for boss to substitute with you," the first clone ordered before dispelling himself. Within 5 seconds, 2 Uzumakis appeared, in place of the second clone in a burst of smoke. "Karen, stay here," Naruto whispered harshly. He jumped into the dense undergrowth of the forest floor. The one who had attacked was a kunoichi from Kasagakure, wearing a straw hat. She wore a plain grey garb with black pants and a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind her back, as well as blue tomoe-shaped earrings. Under it was a black polo neck. She hissed malevolently as she stepped forward to face Team 7, who had gathered quickly after hearing the sounds of an ambush. "This chakra. It's powerful and scary, so vile," Naruto thought. "Furthermore, she is no genin in terms of chakra level. In fact, I can't even tell if she's actually female or male, there are so many conflicting signatures within one body. This is very bad." Sayuri clutched her chokuto as her Kekkei Genkai flared to life. "Ah, the famous Sharingan. Show me what you got, Uchiha Sayuri," the Kusa kunoichi incited. The Uchiha scowled as she unsheathed her sword. Suddenly, she was paralyzed with fear as a huge wave of killing intent hit her, even stronger than that of Zabuza's. "This is no genin," she analyzed frantically. "Come on, Sayuri, stay calm. I have to calmly analyze each and every one of the enemy's movements." However, no matter what she did, there was no way she could break free of the killing intent which held her and restrained Sakura. The only unaffected one was Naruto. "Koki ni kite, Uchiha." the opponent taunted, a long, forked serpentine tongue flicking around out of her mouth. I can't let her get to me, not when my team needs me now. She cried in thought. Naruto seems to be the only one who can still move. He'd better do something quick or we're doomed. Naruto got worried when he noticed his teammates couldn't move a millimeter from their current positions. The enemy had clearly paralyzed them, with killing intent, and so it was up to him to deal with her. He dashed at the enemy at full speed, intending to blindside her. Though the enemy was surprised at his speed, she maneuvered away in time. Naruto ran up the tree trunk and kicked off explosively, launching him towards the enemy with an outstretched fist. This time, the kunoichi knew that he was fast enough and caught his arm in time. She spun one round and, using his momentum, flung him at the tree behind his teammates. What hit the tree was a log which shattered into splinters. Substitution, she realized, looking up. The shadow of Naruto fell on her as he tried to land on her with a chop. The kunoichi stepped back and retaliated with a punch. Naruto fended it off with his forearms and, switching to a grab, he redirected her onto the floor. However, she quickly shot her back leg upwards, catching him in the chin. He dispersed into smoke. From the smoke, 8 more shadow clones came out to fight her. The kunoichi easily disposed of the first 3 which charged up to her, but the remaining 5 ganged up on her by stringing together a barrage of coordinated attacks. They were not simultaneous to prevent a one-shot knockout move from her, but were close enough together to overwhelm her. Eventually, it came to the point where the 5 used Rasengan on her to end the battle. The orbs grinded against her skin, tearing through it easily. The fallen kunoichi was badly thrashed, but something told him she wasn't dead yet. Firstly, her chakra signature was still active, and secondly, dead kunoichi couldn't exude killing intent, which still trapped his teammates even now. As the 5 clones dispelled, the real Naruto watched with disgust as the kunoichi's jaw opened wide like a snake. Out of it crawled another copy of the original. The original shriveled as soon as the kusa, Chunnin, climbed completely out of her mouth, like shedded skin. You were better than I expected, Uzumaki Naruto-kun. I had higher expectations for Uchiha Sayuri. Unfortunately, she is simply stunned thereby my killing intent, the kusa kunoichi hissed. Said girl's blood was raging, but no matter how much she tried, she was restrained by this killing intent of hers. Come now, Naruto-kun, she taunted, show me the power of the greatest of the tailed beasts. Who the heck are you? How do you know who I am? Naruto asked. Of course I do, Naruto-kun. I am one of the Densetsu no Sannin. The boy's eyes widened. Of the legendary 3 ninja, there were 2 males and 1 female, Jiraiya, Agama Sennin, Toad Sage, of Myabokuzen, Mount Myaboku, Tsunade, the legendary Namakuji Haim, Slug Princess, and best medic nin in the world, and lastly, Orochimaru, a Nukanon of Konoha who had defected many years ago for being caught carrying out unethical experiments on fellow humans. Given his name, and snake-like nature, he clearly fitted the last description. You're Orochimaru of the Sannin, Naruto identified. How are you a female right now? Yes, indeed, the Sannin rasped creepily. This is a result of one of my many successful experiments. As of now, you are interfering with the collection of my specimens, so I'm afraid I'll have to take you out for a while. Naruto was getting desperate. He was clearly on a level much higher than any of one of them, and perhaps even Kakashi-sensei for all he knew. He needed to enlist his teammates' cooperation if they were to get out of here alive. Sayuri, you have to snap out of it. I need your help, Naruto cried as Orochimaru sprinted towards him. 2 lightning-quick punches found their way past his first guard, forcing him to step back and sidestep another. The Sannin bent down and swung his foot across at his face. The Uzumaki quickly bent underneath the passing foot, evading to its left. However, Orochimaru's leg swerved back, intent on catching him again off guard. Naruto's hands flew up to his side to block the incoming foot and switched to a grip once it came in contact. The Sannin was no pushover, and with a spin, he swung himself up and over Naruto's arm. The blonde's eyes widened as soon as he knew what was about to happen. Orochimaru threw his weight forward while using his other leg to wrap around Naruto's arm, which was still grabbing his right leg. With a complex twist, he landed the Uzumaki in an arm lock. He pulled hard, determined to break an arm or 2. He certainly would have preferred Naruto as his host body instead, but the Kyuubi would reject him from his body, so he had no choice but to eliminate him. As Orochimaru yanked harder, Naruto began to lose feeling in his trapped arm. It was about to snap at any moment. Sayuri, meanwhile, was watching helplessly in abject horror. Her beloved's arm was about to be broken. He had called for her help, and she failed him. Dark chakra spawned in her soul, hatred flooding her body for this man he called Orochimaru. Naruto's mind raced with a million thoughts a second, before he finally thought to use his inheritance. He closed and concentrated on amassing chakra in his body, rejuvenating his systems. Kuso, he cursed as he felt 5 fingers poke hard against his stomach. His eyes flew open, and he saw Orochimaru's 5 fingers alight with purple flames, pressed hard on his stomach where his seal was. Gogyo Fuin, 5 elements seal. Orochimaru intoned, the purple flames disappearing. Naruto felt an odd sensation as his chakra flow was disturbed, all the chakra he had been amassing earlier falling away. Based on his knowledge of Fuinjutsu, an odd-numbered seal placed on an even-numbered seal would cause an imbalance. As the last of his consciousness faded away, he felt the sensation of being kicked to another tree trunk and being pinned there by a thrown kunai to the ribcage. Sayuri's mind was raging with thoughts, bubbling with wrath which far surpassed any in the vicinity. Orochimaru got up and taunted, "What will you do now, Sayuri, now that your teammate has been defeated so easily by me? If you can't beat me, you will never stand a chance against your brother." The last insult did it, breaking deep into her old memories which flooded her mind now. The old days where Itachi was kind to her, and that fateful day where it all started this mess. She remembered the hatred, the anger, and above all, the futility of her actions as she was weak then. She had sworn to rise above it all, to overcome her weaknesses and to surpass her brother, and one day, to avenge her parents and the rest of the clan. But even now, was she still weak? Still in the shadow of her older brother? She could not help herself from falling in love either. And even now, her love had been beaten up and thrashed by this vile man before her, who dared to restrain her with his killing intent. She would show him, she would show everybody that. "You don't mess with an Uchiha," she spat, her killing intent overwhelming Orochimaru's and freeing her. Her eyelids rose with the twitch of a muscle, displaying the powerful ocular prowess beneath. Oh, it was no ordinary dojutsu. Her eyes were black, with a 6-pointed star resembling an atom model around the iris. Sakura was terrified by the dark aura exuded by her teammate. She was still trapped by the snake Sanen's killing intent, but it seemed to no longer affect Sayuri, and the surge in power certainly had something to do with it. Orochimaru licked his lips. This turned out better than he ever imagined, though now with the Mangekyo Sharingan, obtaining the specimen might take a bit of work. Sayuri took a single step forward, before a powerful lunge carried her straight towards Orochimaru. The Sannin dodged the first punch which whizzed by. Luckily for him, though the Mangekyo Sharingan granted new jutsus, it was no different from the standard 3 Tomoe Sharingan in terms of ninjutsu if Sayuri did not know how to use the jutsus. Orochimaru went on the offense instead, zipping at high speeds around the irate Uchiha. Her head spun around quickly as her brains processed the incoming visual information. To her, Orochimaru was now about as slow as a genin. Her hands quickly shot to her chokuto and she drew it to deflect a flying projectile. Next, Orochimaru himself came hurtling towards her, his hands poised before her, ready to strike. Sayuri whipped out her sword in front of her, bisecting the man. His chakra dispersed before her very eyes, his physical body exploding into mud. Reflexively, she ducked in time to avoid a slash from a kunai. Overhead, she spun around and struck the Sannin with her left fist, capitalizing on his outstretched arms from the slash. Sayuri followed up with a sword stroke. The foresight provided by her powerful eyes allowed her to dodge the next attack by dropping low. Before Orochimaru could even kick, her feet shot out in a sweep. The Sannin stumbled back, enabling her to execute a mule kick next. The Uchiha leapt into the air with terrifying speed, appearing behind the snake Sannin. She lashed out with another slash with her chokuto before flickering in front of him. Her chokuto was sheathed, her hands replaced with kunais. In rapid succession, the Uchiha fired off a barrage of flame-coated projectiles. As expected, the Sannin dodged him easily. Some whirled past him to the tree trunk behind while others hit the ground. That's when he realized, the kunais had circled the trunk and returned to circle and bind him. The Uchiha yanked hard on the durable steel wires in her hands, tightening her bind on the Sannin and securing him to the tree trunk. She then placed the end of the wires in her mouth. Her hands flew to the wire, weaving rapidly in hand seals. Katen, Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Fire chakra welled up her lungs, shooting out her windpipe. The fierce flames were expelled quickly and traveled along the conductive wires. The firestorm reached Orochimaru and quickly engulfed him, tearing a hole through the tree trunk he was tied to. When he opened his mouth to scream in agony, what came out instead was an identical copy which lunged for Sayuri, a sword in hand. The Uchiha dodged the first swipe by flipping to the right, then ducked under the second slash. Just as he was about to execute a backhand stroke, Sayuri's hands came up to block his forearm. They quickly switched to a tight grip around his wrist. The Uchiha performed a kick to his shin, lifting him up and spinning him around by his arm. There came a point where his sword came too close and would have cleaved her face. Her Mangekyo Sharingan had interpreted the information seconds beforehand, prompting her to let go of him and leap back. The snake Sannin spun nimbly and landed, before dashing towards her. Sayuri's hands already reached the handle of her Chokuto, and she pulled hard to release it from its scabbard. With a backhand grip, she blocked the incoming strike which was aimed at her forearm. She pressed forward, tossing the sword into the air, momentarily and catching it in a forehand grip. With sword in hand, she engaged Orochimaru in a high-speed kenjutsu match. He was good at the sword too, as it appeared. With a quick strikes and parries, the two were pretty even. While Orochimaru was swifter, Sayuri could see through all his moves and predict them. The Uchiha decided to put an end to this. With an unusual vertical backhand block, she stopped a thrust. In quick succession, she twisted her sword in a whirl and swiped it upwards while the tip of her Chokuto made an incision on his forearm. This action disarmed the Sannin as a combination of the forces at work on his sword and the pain inflicted on his wrist were enough to send his sword spinning chaotically out his hand and flying away behind her. Sayuri lunged as the man was screaming in agony. It was over for him. That is, until she felt a sharp pain pierce her back and course through her body. A metal tip emerged from her ribcage, revealing Orochimaru's sword which had somehow found its way from midair to her vulnerable back. T was out of his hand, and out of her sight too, unless he could control it telekinetically. She was not able to predict that, especially since it was behind her. Sayuri keeled over and coughed up blood. The injuries were not vital and she suspected it was because he wished to keep her alive. Or else, nothing would have stopped him from stabbing her heart from behind. Orochimaru's long tongue ran over his pale lips, wetting it with his saliva. Finally, his target was under control. Behold, the legendary Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the snake Sannin rasped, and with a wave of his hand, the sword extracted itself from her body and returned to his hand. Sayuri's eyes widened in silent shock as they deactivated. This was the real Kusanagi. No wonder he could control it telekinetically. The Sannin tilted his head upwards, allowing the long sword enter his mo and disappear into the depths of his esophagus. Now, my precious little Uchiha, I have shown you my strength. If you want power, seek me. We shall meet again. The vile man's hands came together in an odd hand seal. Suddenly, his neck extended like a long white rope, bringing his head to her neck. Paralyzed, she kneeled there helplessly as the Sannin bit into her neck. A sharp sting ran across her neck, before it dulled into a tingle. The Sannin opened his jaws, releasing her from his bite as his head returned to his body. Remember, if you wish to have power to defeat your brother, simply call on my power and you'll have what you desire. In a blur of motion, he was gone. Sakura was released from his terrifying killing intent and ran towards Sayuri to help her. But it was too late, for she collapsed face first onto the floor, pain erupting relentlessly from the bite on her neck. Once she hit the floor, all was black for her. The pain ceased, and when her eyes flooded open, she was greeted by the sight of her clan compound. What the heck was she doing here? Out of the shadows of the main house, a man stepped forward. He had long brown hair cut short on top and 2 locks wrapped in bandages, framing either side of his face. His eyebrows were cut short, a symbol of his nobility, and his eyes had blue markings around them, which were turned up at the corners. He wore a high-collared, light-colored kimono held closed by a dark sash, and the collar was adorned with magatama. He wore a black full-bodied suit underneath. Sayuri opened her mouth to speak but found she couldn't. In his eyes, a red iris was marked with a black swirl similar to the Uzumaki clan's insignia. Greetings, Uchiha Sayuri. I am Indra Otsutsuki. Chapter 10. Recovery into the preliminaries. Previously, greetings, Uchiha Sayuri. I am Indra Otsutsuki. But first, let me get rid of a pest. As the man said so, he went to the main hall, where a huge, glowing purple symbol was stuck to the wall. It was 3 tomos in a circle, a seal of some sort. The man reached into the seal and yanked hard, causing a whitish apparition of Orochimaru to materialize in his hand. Indra uttered, "Begone." A bright glow enveloped the apparition as it disappeared. I have just removed Orochimaru's soul from the cursed seal, so you are free to use it without any influence or impediment. Her eyes narrowed as she stood up. Who are you? The man replied, simply put, you are my transmigrant. My father was a great man, the Rakudo Sennin of the legends. When he chose to let my brother, Asura, become his successor. I was determined to wrangle this power back, for it is my birthright. After I died, my chakra left my mortal vessel and reincarnated into various individuals, including the infamous Uchiha Madara. My brother transmigrated as well, into Senju Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage and Madara's rival. As you can see, both our chakras have reincarnated many times, our feud burning bright and transforming from a clash of ideals to mindless conflict. In this life, I am you, and you, I have high hopes for. You must put an end to this feud by ending Asura's life and vanquishing his chakra. You are practically the last of my descendants as the last Uchiha, so I need you to end this once and for all. But who might this Asura be in this life? Sayuri asked, though she had a feeling she already knew the answer. A boy by the name of Uzumaki. Naruto. Indra observed her reaction closely as she winced. A boy, I see, you know and harbor romantic feelings for. I do share thoughts with you. No, Sayuri took a step back. I will not kill him. A thing I can do is to avenge your fallen descendants by killing their killer. I shall end my brother. Indra shook his head. Uchiha Itachi. My brother's ideals burn strongly within him. Sayuri was puzzled by this, but let the Otsutsuki continue. He is a powerful foe, perhaps even stronger than Madara. To kill him, you will need a lot more power, the same power that Uzumaki Naruto possess. The power of my father. However, you shall be gifted with yin instead of yang, to hurt instead of heal. Behold, the Rinnegan. Sayuri instantly felt a burning sensation in her left eye. Since you already have the Mangekyo Sharingan, having the Rinnegan will automatically grant you the eternal variant. The Uchiha was confused. What eternal variant? You see, the Mangekyo does not last forever. The more you use it, the poorer your vision gets. Until you reach total blindness. To mitigate that, transplanting a Mangekyo Sharingan of someone close to you will give you the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which will never see the darkness ever again, Indra explained. Now let me explain what other powers you get from this dojutsu. The Rinnegan are able to see chakra, as well as its flow within the body and at least 8 tenketsu. One who possesses the Rinnegan can master any jutsu as well as all 5 nature transformations with ease. Last of all basic abilities, Rinnegan users are able to create black receivers to which they can transmit their chakra. Now, with the Rinnegan specific jutsus. First, and most useful, is Amenetejikara, Heavenly Hand Power. I won't go into details, but its basic ability allows you to shift, meaning you switch places with anything within 50 meters of your choosing. If done with air, it appears as teleportation, but clearly, swapping is much more useful. You can also swap the position of 2 other things without moving yourself, making this jutsu really versatile. The Uchiha nodded. Secondly, we have Rinbo, Henguko, Limbo, Border Jail, a technique which allows you to project up to 5 shadows into the invisible world of Limbo. They operate independently, even attacking, defending or restraining enemies, but they will return to you after 5 minutes, where there is an interval before you can project them again. The shadows are invulnerable to physical attacks except those with Rakudo Senjutsu. Additionally, only sages and Rinnegan wielders can sense and see them respectively. Next is the Rakudo no Jutsu, 6 Paths Jutsu, comprising of Tendo, Deva Path, Shurado, Asura Path, Ningendo, Human Path, Chikashodo, Animal Path, Gakido, Preta Path, Jigokudo, Naraka Path, and the 7th, most powerful and forbidden, Gedo, Outer Path. Indra continued. Tendo allows you to manipulate the forces of gravity through 4 jutsus, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, Chibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation, and Tengai Shinsei, Shattered Heaven. I'll go into details later. Shurado augments your body by granting you mechanical limbs, weaponry and armor as well as increased physical strength. 2 main jutsus. Utilize Shurado, Shura no Ko, Chakra Propulsion Cannon, and Kaiwan no Haya, Arm Cannon. Ningendo allows you to read anyone's mind by pulling out their soul, resulting in death for him. You can do this through the Kyukon no Jutsu, Soul Absorption Jutsu. Next, Chikashodo lets you summon various animals through a single jutsu, Kuchiyoza, Rinnegan, Summoning, Rinnegan. Every summon is immortal and has properties which make them unique, such as heads which multiply when they get cut off, or claws which propel jets of water. Some can even use jutsus. The Preta Path is one that you will find yourself using a lot. It enables you to absorb any technique and thus dispel its effects through Fujutsu. Kyuin, Blocking Technique Absorption Seal, a highly advanced Fuinjutsu. A word of warning, though, you do not want to absorb a sage's Techniques, as your body will not be able to handle the natural energy and you will turn to stone. The Jigokudo is the last of the 6 paths and allows you to summon the King of Hell for 2 purposes, interrogation and restoration. It grabs the victim's tongue, and if he tells the truth, he will live, albeit paralyzed. If he lies, he will die. As for restoring, entering the King of Hell's mouth will restore you to full health regardless of your injury, replacing even severed limbs as long as the injury doesn't cause instant death. Even if it does, we have the 7th path. The outer path is the most powerful of the paths, despite not technically being one of the Rakudo no Jutsu. It is the power which transcends life and death, bringing the dead back to life with the Gedo, Rinya Tensei no Jutsu, outer path, rebirth jutsu. You can also summon a powerful entity through Kuchi Yoza, Gedo Mazo, summoning, demonic statue of the outer path, but I wouldn't do it if I were you. That is all, Indra finished. Explaining, my yin power, when added to any jutsu, shall immediately amplify its effects 1,000-fold. Do use it wisely, Indra added. Lastly, your eyes are indeed unique as you are the second to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the first being Madara. Your Rinnegan, unlike others, possess the 6 paths chakra, so it has 6 tomoe on the first 2 ripples. Whenever you overuse the Rinnegan, however, you will lose the tomoe for 2 minutes, as well as the M's, which abilities I will elaborate on now. Indra proceeded to teach her about Amaterasu, Kagusuchi, Tsukuyomi, Kamui, Koto Amatsukami and Susanoo. By the time he was done, Sayuri was sure this would surely be enough to take down her brother. What's the catch? I am sure there must be some huge drawback for all this power. With my power, you will have enough to eliminate most foes in your way. The only one that can still stand up to you is my brother's vessel. That is the drawback. You eventually have to kill the one you love so dearly, Indra said. Then forget about it. I will rid this world of evil, avenge your descendants, but I will not vanquish the one I treasure most. You can have your power back, Indra, Sayuri replied decisively. The Otsutsuki shrugged. The power is still yours, and it's completely up to you who you wish to kill. I await your choices in life. When you are ready to train, simply think of me and I shall speak with you once more. As he said so, Sayuri felt a tugging sensation as she was pulled away from her mindscape and back to reality. Indra was left there as he stood there thinking, let's play a game, Otuto. I am sick and tired of our conflict and I wish to end this as much as you do, so let's see whose beliefs have more influence, my curse of hatred versus your will of fire. Should Sayuri decide to follow your will of fire, I will lose and will never reincarnate again, and the converse applies. Let this be our final battle. Asura, reality. Sayuri's eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the influx in light. It appeared that they were resting in the bottom of a tree trunk. Yes, it was a huge tree. Sakura's hand was hovering above her wound, surrounding the area with green light. You're awake, Sakura noted. The Uchiha sat up and noticed Naruto lying beside her. How's Naruto? Asked Sayuri worriedly. He had definitely gone through a lot in that battle. With Orochimaru, he's fine, the Haruno replied, removing her hand once the wound had closed completely. His advanced healing factor meant that he recuperated quickly from any injuries. However, his chakra is being blocked by some kind of seal. As for you, you were stabbed from the back till the sword emerged from your ribcage, a very deep wound, but luckily, it missed any vital organs as I think Orochimaru was not aiming to kill you. I've been trying to heal your wound for the past 4 hours and my chakra has been drained dry. Please take over watch from me, I'll sleep now. Without waiting for a reply, Sakura lay down on her side and closed her eyes, drained unconscious. The Uchiha stood up and exited the hollow. She stretched her arms and legs as she recalled her encounter with Indra. Now it all made sense. Everything about Naruto was put to light. Suddenly, she was hit with a sense of foreboding. Let's test this out, shall we? The Uchiha muttered to herself, channeling chakra to her eyes. Her left spun into a regal purple color, with many concentric ripples ringing the pupil. 3 tomos lined each of the first 2 rings. Her right eye bled a vermilion red, before the tomos spun and merged, expanding into an inverse red atom model with a black background. Her visual acuity increased 100 times, and even lines appeared everywhere, judging the motion of objects and their trajectory, including forces and resistance. 3 blue flames appeared in the distance, 20 meters away. Quickly approaching, Sayuri's eyes calculated that they were roughly 4 seconds away. The first shinobi burst out of the line of trees, only for Sayuri to raise her hand. Shinra Tensei, an invisible force, though visible exclusively to her eyes, rippled out from her hand, covering a wide area quickly and pushing back everything in its path. So this was the force of gravity. The man was thrown back and hit a tree. He then got up, hacking blood as his two teammates arrived by his side. "Are you Uchiha Sayuri?" the Oto Nin questioned. Her eyes glowed a brilliant red and majestic purple, indicating that this girl was indeed the one they were looking for. "No shit," his teammate muttered to him while preparing her tools. "Let me guess. Orochimaru's lapdogs," the Uchiha remarked coldly. The third Oto Nin growled. "Zaku, show her the power of sound." The first Oto Nin charged at her, shooting out his hands which were wrapped with gauntlets. Ninpo, Zankaha, ninja art, decapitating airwaves. Zaku shouted, blasting a huge wave of sound at Sayuri. She could, however, see them clearly, so avoiding them was a mere test of agility. "But how can she? Oh, I see, it's her eyes," Zaku stated confidently. Sayuri charged at him, engaging him in a vicious, one-sided taijutsu battle. Within 7 seconds, she had his arm in a wrist lock. Tugging hard, she twisted it till it broke and rammed her foot into his face. The kunoichi came at her, so she decided to kick Zaku out of the way. Sayuri sidestepped the first attack. Once the kunoichi landed, she lunged at the Uchiha. The girl ran around Sayuri, seemingly circling her, but in truth, was winding a web of ninja wire around her. Of course, Sayuri had no trouble seeing the extremely thin wires and so knew that it was coming. The girl smirked as she stood up, having fully spun the trap. She flicked her fingers, causing sound to ring from the bells lining the wire. The Uchiha's eyebrow twitched. It was insulting that one would try a genjutsu on an Uchiha. Her right eye glowed a bright red as the illusion cleared instantly. She took a step forward, phasing through the wires. That is, before she disappeared completely. "What? Impossible!" the kunoichi cried. She spun around just as Sayuri materialized behind her in a swirl. Her wrist flicked out to smack the Uchiha, however Sayuri caught it by the wrist. She glared deep into her eyes, glancing into her soul with the very power of her dojutsu. A flaming red ball orbited around the kunoichi, pulling ever closer before its orbit closed and it crushed her, spilling her guts everywhere. The Uchiha released the girl as soon as she fell unconscious, hitting the floor. Sayuri cast a glance at the remaining shinobi. "Ninpo, Zankokyokaha, ninja art, extreme decapitating airwaves," the Oto Nin exclaimed. A huge wind tore from his hands, blasting straight for Sayuri and the tree where her friends were resting. Indra's words came to her. "Fujutsu Kyuin," she called, thrusting out both her hands. A whitish aura surrounded her as the air from the jutsu was sucked and funneled into her body, dispersed with a reverse spin. She noticed him disappearing in a shunshin, and knew what was coming before he even reached her. His chakra materialized behind her, pulling him along. The Uchiha ducked anticipatorily, rotating on her heel. Her eyes saw where his hands were about to go and rose to block them. The Uchiha hands flew to his forearms in quick succession, tossing him skyward. Her chokuto was unsheathed and launched at him. It sailed through the air swiftly, piercing the right side of his chest. Once it flew behind him, Sayuri activated her shifting technique. "A Menatejikara," she uttered, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Her sword replaced her, stabbed into the ground where she was earlier. She materialized behind him, her hands crackling with fearsome black lightning. "Rakudo Inten, Chidori, 6 paths yin style, Chidori," she shouted over the fierce cry of 1,000 birds. With precision, she flew down and struck the man right in his beating heart, tearing a huge chunk of gory flesh out of his body. That sent him to instant death, collapsing before his two teammates, who backed away hastily. "Here you can have our scroll," Zaku cried in fear as he dropped his scroll on the floor. Immediately, the Oto Nin picked up the still unconscious kunoichi and fled for his life, not even turning back for his dead comrade. Sayuri's eyes faded back to their usual onxy hue as she discarded the bloody piece of cardiac muscle she had ripped from the Oto Nin. She walked calmly over to her chokuto and pulled it from the ground before sheathing it. She then picked up the earth scroll and returned to the shade of the huge tree. Naruto was still fast asleep and Sakura was unconscious. She turned on her Rinnegan again. Now, she could clearly see the obstruction in his chakra flow due to some purple chakra. Slowly, however, it was being eaten away by some orange chakra, seemingly mending the damage to his chakra circulatory system. That must have been Asura's chakra. Sakura, on the other hand, had some serious chakra backlash. Her chakra level was life-threateningly low, though it was slowly recovering drop by drop. She would need a soldier pill if she were to think of moving. Sayuri reached into her pouch and withdrew a soldier pill, slipping it into Sakura's mouth. The Haruno's chakra surged suddenly, increasing to half of her natural reserves. Sayuri was impatient, and having two teammates who couldn't move would be a pain. The Uchiha needed at least one teammate to be fully conscious, or they wouldn't make it to the tower alive. She clapped her hands together, invoking a summoning array outside the tree. Purple flames rose from the grass floor as the King of Hell's head emerged. Its mouth opened and two appendages shot out, wrapping around the bodies of her teammates. With a tug, it pulled both Naruto and Sakura into its mouth, which shut tight. 5 seconds later, its mouth flew open and her two teammates came tumbling out conscious. The two stood up slowly, orientating themselves. Naruto looked back and was stunned to see the fierce scowl adorned on the King of Hell's head. Silently, it sank into the ground and vanished with the purple flames. What the hell was that?" asked Naruto. Sayuri was tempted to make a pun but instead, pointed to her eyes. "New power. Now's not the time to explain, we'll talk once we get to the tower." She flashed the earth scroll temporarily before taking off. Sakura shrugged and followed suit, as did the blonde Uzumaki. When they neared the center of the forest, Sayuri detected a thin veil of chakra surrounding it. Naruto could sense the disturbance as well, a wide, shimmering curtain of chakra covering the tower. Sayuri brought the Tairitsu no into her face. Kai, her chakra flared as her eyes saw through the mirage, causing it to dissipate. Instantly, Naruto felt the oppressive chakra vanish into thin air. Clearly, it had been a genjutsu to weed out those who were about to reach the tower. Though if any team had been strong enough to make it this far, they probably wouldn't be stopped by a mere genjutsu. With the tower now in sight, Team 7 quickly made their way to the base. They circled it once, and realized that there was not a single entrance. Of course, Sayuri could simply blow a hole through the wall, but it was designed for entry to every team of genins, of which only a few could blow a hole through the wall. Sakura reasoned, "I suppose the only logical solution would be to open both scrolls." After all, the test revolved around obtaining both scrolls and there weren't any rules forbidding the opening of the scrolls, so Sayuri nodded and withdrew both scrolls, placing them on the floor. She then unfurled both in a cross, revealing a summoning seal array. In a burst of smoke, Iruka appeared. He was surprised to see his three former students, but greeted them with a smile. "I see, it's you three. Congratulations, you're the second team to make it after the Suna team. Now step onto the seal with me," he instructed. Once they did so, he went through a string of hand seals and a bright light consumed them. Together with the scrolls, they reappeared inside the building. "I'm sure you all need to have some well-deserved rest. I shall not disturb you guys any further. The bunks are upstairs on the second floor. This is the first floor, where all the administration takes place, so you can find any instructions here. After the second exam ends on Friday, the third exam will be held in the arena on the third floor on Saturday. That's all for now, ya. Ne, Iruka said. "Thanks Iruka-sensei," replied Naruto. The Chunnin waved before leaving their company. Sayuri suppressed a yawn before stating, "It's getting late. I'm turning in now." Naruto merely nodded along but had an uneasy feeling that something was wrong, almost like he had forgotten something. "Shimata, I left Karen behind," the Uzumaki realized. In their rush to leave the place, he had not thought of that. Sakura was confused. "Who?" Naruto explained to his two teammates about his distant relative, whom he had brought with him to the battleground. But lost sight of. Sayuri theorized, "I didn't sense anyone else in the vicinity after the battle. I don't think Sakura did while she was healing us immediately after the battle either. Orochimaru might have taken her away with him for her power." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Konoyaro," he swore, his fists clenched. His eyes flashed orange for a moment, before he calmed down. "I will get that bastard snake." "Calm down, Naruto. We will devise a way to get her back if possible, but right now the best we can do is to rest," stated Sayuri. "She's right," Sakura added. "Ayasumi," Sayuri said simply before turning to walk upstairs. Sakura followed suit, leaving Naruto to collect his thoughts before he arrived at the same conclusion. Rest was of paramount importance and thinking about her would only trouble him. Third floor, Saturday. It was the 21st of June, the day of the third exam. Naruto could not wait to get home, but it seemed the Sandaime had other plans. They were gathered in the arena on the third floor of the tower, a huge hall consisting of a viewing platform which ringed the perimeter of the walls. 5 meters above the floor. At one end of the room was a huge statue of the Sandaime's hands in the Hitsuji seal. The man himself was clad in his regalia, next to all his proctors. Firstly, congratulations to everyone on making it this far. However, since too many teams made it into the third exam, we will be holding a preliminary round, the aged Hokage announced. Many groaned, especially a certain Nara. A coughing Takubetsu Jonin spoke up. "If you don't mind, Hokage-sama, I shall take over the briefing." He turned to the Chunnin hopefuls and continued, I am Gecko Hayat, proctor of the third exam. Before we begin the prelims, does anyone wish to leave? At this stage, leaving will not affect your team as a whole, so feel free to do so. Injuries and deaths at this stage are likely, so please take it into consideration. Kabuto raised his hand and spoke, I give up. I still have not healed completely from my injuries. At this, many started to give up. If the second stage was bad, this was worse as it forced confrontation and each candidate was on their own without teammates to help them. After a while, all but 18 contestants were left. Hayat observed the dwindled crowd nonchalantly and asked, is that all? If so, we shall begin. The remaining people nodded. The proctor pointed to a screen on the wall. Names flashed across it, and when it stopped, the first 2 contestants were decided. Uchiha Sayuri of Konohagakure versus Akado Yorwa of Konohagakure, Hayat announced. The 2 stayed on the arena ground while the rest made their way up to the platform. The rules are simple. When I say start, start. When I declare a winner, the match is to halt immediately regardless of how close you are to killing your opponent, which by the way, is discouraged. Failure to observe the rules will result in disqualification. Is that clear? Hayat asked. Both nodded as they sized up their opponent. If there's nothing else, Hajime, the Takubetsu Jonin declared, jumping back. Yorwa burst into a sprint towards Sayuri, who stood still. Her eyes bled red, with Tomo spinning into a warped pattern in her right eye. Her left eye was ringed, turning a deep purple color. She waited calmly as Yorwa lunged at her, observing how chakra was gathered in his right hand. As soon as he landed within her range, Sayuri took a step back and brought up her arms to block the strike. His right hand buzzed with chakra upon coming in contact with her skin, but no visible effect occurred, leading her to the conclusion that it was a passive technique. With her Rinnegan, she noticed how some of her chakra had been siphoned and transferred to him through his hand. So his ability was to absorb chakra. Shinra Tensei. A vicious force picked up Yorwa and tossed him away, also cracking the floor in a 10-meter radius around her. This match was about to be as one-sided as it could get. Her Rinnegan glowed a bright purple before she disappeared, reintegrating behind Yorwa. With a powerful kick, she launched the Konoha Nin towards the ground. Before he could hit it, though, an invisible force caught and restrained him. Rinbo, Henguko, she intoned as she walked towards her shadow, which currently held the man trying to escape. If this is a competition to see who can absorb more chakra, well, let's see how far this can go, Sayuri whispered to the man, who was struggling feebly to break out of the grip of her shadow. Fujutsu Kyuin, a whitish aura in the shape of a bubble wrapped around her. She thrust out a palm towards Yorwa, causing his chakra to start flowing into her at an immeasurable pace. Within seconds, the Konoha Nin's face began to pale visibly, the effects of chakra loss beginning to show. The blue flame representing his chakra presence diminished rapidly, until a tiny spark was left. It was only then that the Uchiha stopped her jutsu, out of mercy for a fellow shinobi. Her shadow vanished, causing the man to slump and crash onto the floor abruptly. Sayuri didn't even bother waiting before walking away. Shosha, Uchiha Sayuri. Next, Aburame Shino of Konohagakure versus Akamichi Choji of Konohagakure, Hayat announced, before coughing. As both made their way down, medics arrived quickly and carried Yorwa away on a stretcher. Sayuri walked to the platform, and contemplated on her performance earlier. Hajime, as both her ex-classmates engaged in the spar, she watched on while her mind was really drifting away. She had purposely chosen not to stand next to her teammates, to prevent any interruption from her thoughts. The Rinnegan. It was certainly a great boost to her arsenal, a powerful tool. However, judging from the match earlier, this power had made her arrogant. Her pride as an Uchiha had made it hard to admit this, but she had overcome the blindness that pride brought to her. Though Yorwa was indeed a weak opponent, this arrogance would only serve to make her underestimate potentially dangerous enemies that could prove fatal. Thus, she really needed to keep this arrogance in check. Sayuri-chan, why don't you join us? Naruto's voice rang suddenly. She resisted the urge to facepalm. So just because she didn't go to them, he dragged Kakashi and Sakura over instead. Well, she couldn't say it was totally unexpected. Gomen, I had a lot on my mind, Sayuri explained. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but stayed silent. Shosha, Aburame Shino. Team 7 turned at the sudden announcement, realizing that the match had ended. Choji laid flat on the floor, bugs flying off from his body and returning to the hooded Aburame. As medics carted the obese shinobi away, Hayat continued, next up, we have Tsurugi Misumi of Konohagakure versus Sabaku no Kankuro of Sunagakure. Hajime. Once the proctor leapt back, Misumi did not hesitate to lunge for the Chunnin. Said ninja sidestepped the initial pounce, and pulled the wrapped package of his back. Sayuri mused, this would be a great opportunity to witness a Kagutsukai at work. Let's see how his puppet functions. With that, she activated her dojutsu to observe the match. She gasped, but quickly recovered into a smirk. What an interesting strategy he had. Kankuro set the package down and jumped away, followed closely behind by Misumi. A brief taijutsu clash ensued before Misumi brought him into a stranglehold. A series of cracks and snaps were heard as the Konoha nin dislocated his own joints through a jutsu, granting him inhuman flexibility. You have lost. Concede, or I will break your neck, Misumi threatened. Suddenly, Kankuro's mouth opened incredibly wide, before closing. This occurred repeatedly, creating a haunting clacking sound which sounded like maniacal laughter. The wrapped package burst, revealing the real Kankuro. We'll see about that. He gestured his hands rapidly, his fingers swinging dexterously, while manipulating thin threads of chakra attached to the Kankuro in Misumi's clutches. Kankuro broke into multiple sections, breaking out of his grip and revealing whirring machinery and gears within. So this is what a puppet looks like, Naruto thought, recalling the time Kankuro almost used Karasu on the streets. The Chunnin smirked, before closing his fingers. The puppet reassembled, trapping Misumi within its wooden and metallic body. Now I'll break your bones, since you seem to like dislocating him so much. With that, he closed his fist. The chakra threads clasped, bringing the puppet together with sickening snaps. The proctor paused for a few seconds, till he determined there was no longer any movement from the puppet's insides. Shosha, Sabaku no Kankuro, the Chunnin smirked before gesturing his fingers, causing the puppet to snap open and return to his side. The crumpled form of Misumi fell to the floor and medics began to carry him away. The screen on the wall flashed with names once again, and stopped at the next two names. Haruno Sakura of Konohagakure vs Yamanaka. Ino of Konohagakure. The two girls were shocked as they realized who their opponent was. Their faces turned into looks of determination upon realizing that this was their chance to prove once and for all who was better. Both kunoiki stared at each other intently once they reached the arena floor. Hayate looked at the two of them before announcing, Hajime. The two launched themselves at each other, engaging in a taijutsu brawl. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he observed his ex-classmates fight. Clearly, taijutsu was neither of their fortes, yet they still chose to do it. Ino had the upper hand in ninjutsu due to her clan, that was for sure. Sakura only knew medical ninjutsu, and that would doom her if she couldn't end this match quickly. Ino gripped Sakura's arm and tossed her to the floor, where she recovered and flipped over the Yamanaka while firing off multiple projectiles. The blonde girl dodged them, catching the last one and sending it back to Sakura. The Haruno barely avoided it, getting a scrape on her arm. Sakura brought her other arm over the wound, and her palm glowed green as it closed. Everyone above was marveled as it was rare to see medical ninjutsu employed in a match. The Haruno re-entered the battle, and the two childhood friends continued to fight on roughly equal ground. To be honest, it was not a very eventful match. There was, however, only one exciting instance where Ino used her clan's Shintention no Jutsu on Sakura. Surprisingly, she managed to break out of it. Eventually, the two kunoichi had tired each other out, and went for a final punch which knocked out both of them simultaneously. The proctor looked at the two still bodies, before sighing. As both contestants are unable to continue, by double knockout, I consider this a draw. The fifth match, Tenten of Konohagakure vs Sabaku no Temari of Sunagakure. Hajime. This time, the match was much more eventful. Tenten's mastery of Bukijutsu was astounding. Unfortunately, she was matched with the wrong opponent. As Naruto and Sayuri had guessed, the Tessen on Temari's back was used to execute wind techniques, which easily countered any of the weapon specialist's techniques. This advantage led to the Chunnin's victory, as she ended the match with a powerful futon jutsu. Naruto winced as Tenten plunged from midair and hit the floor, her arms covered with numerous lacerations. Shosha, Sabaku no Temari. Next, we have Nara Shikamaru of Konohagakure vs Tsuchi-kin of Otogakure. The lazy Nara groaned at having to move his ass, especially to fight a girl. On the other hand, said opponent was rather excited and ready to fight. Those who knew Shikamaru well were aware that he already had 100 plans swirling in his mind, waiting for the right combination to set one off even as he strolled down the stairs. When he finally got to the floor, Hayate announced, Hajime. The Nara observed his opponent lazily as she charged at him. At the last possible moment, he dodged to the side. She spun around and began a barrage of punches and kicks which he counted one by one. Finally, she managed to get one past his guard and launched a kick to his stomach, throwing him back. Shikamaru rolled to a stop and got up, just in time to see her flick several senbons at him. Without much effort, the Nara evaded the airborne needles, which surrounded him with ninja wire. Once they planted themselves into the wall and floor. Attached to these wires were small, miniature bells. The Nara raised an eyebrow, as he watched his opponent form a hand sign. Suddenly, the bells began to ring, emitting a sound reminiscent of a wind chime. Shikamaru's vision blurred and he started seeing double. This left him unable to see the coming attacks. Multiple senbons pierced his body, causing him to fall to one knee as he was transformed into a pincushion. The attacks stopped as Kin taunted. Is this the best you can do, Nara? I've heard of the famed Kageme no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, where is it now? Shikamaru paused, before raising his head slowly. Plastered on his face was a smirk. You asked for it. All of a sudden, Kin was paralyzed and unable to move. But how? She was sure that she was out of range of his clan's technique, and given that he was only a genin, being 15 meters away should have been sufficient. The details came to her and she groaned internally as realization hit her. The shadows of the wires linking her to the senbon around him were jet black, infused with Inten chakra by Shikamaru. So he had apparently used the natural shadows of the wires between him and her to extend the range of his technique. She wanted to snarl, but she couldn't, so she settled for scowling at him. The Nara said simply, I, Kin Suchi. She found herself forced to repeat, after him, forfeit this match. Once the last three words left her mouth, the proctor nodded in acknowledgement of the declaration. Shosha, Nara Shikamaru, the spectators, applauded, especially those from Konoha. Their compatriot's strategy was brilliant, as expected of the son of the Nara clan head. Hayate looked at the screen as it flashed again, flickering through the remaining 8 names. 7th match, Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure versus Inuzuka Kiba of Konohagakure. The two former classmates and rivals looked up at each other, smiling as they descended the stairs to the arena. As they faced each other, Naruto voiced out, "Give me your best shot, Kiba." The Inuzuka smirked, replying, "I will." "You too, Naruto." The Ninken by his side yapped in agreement. Sayuri watched with little concern. Given Naruto's powers, he would be able to triumph over Kiba within seconds. At the same time, she knew that his honor and his love for friends would make him not use his inheritance, for he was aware of its vast power. The Uchiha sighed. Naruto, her heart ached once more at the thought of him. Naruto's hand went to the back of his cloak, returning to the front of his body after detaching the celestial cloud-gathering sword in its sheath. From his belt, holding the sheathed sword in his left hand, Naruto brought his right hand to his chest and formed the seal of confrontation. The Uzumaki smiled. Gently, Kiba respectfully mirrored his friend, grinning as well. Hayate eyed the two and announced, "Hajime."